You want to taste? You can taste. Me too, taste. And can it be that I should gain an interest in the Saviour's blood? Died he for me who caused his pain, for me who him to death pursued? Amazing love, how can it be that thou, my God, shouldst die for me? Amazing love, how can it be that thy God shouldst die for me? He left his Father's throne above, so free, so infinite his grace, emptied himself of all but love, and bled for Adam's helpless race. 'Tis mercy only bids and free, for oh my God, he found out me. Amazing love, how can it be that thy God shouldst die for me? Long my imprisoned spirit lay, fast bound in sin and nature's night. Thine eye diffused a quickening ray. I walked the dungeon flamed with light. My chains fell off, my heart was free. I rose, went forth, and followed thee. Amazing love, how can it be that thy God shouldst die for me? No condemnation now I pray, Jesus and all in him is mine. Alive in him I live in faith, and clothed in righteousness divine. Bold I approach the eternal throne, and claim the crown through Christ my own. Amazing love, how can it be that thy God shouldst die for me? Amazing
sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see, through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. Oh, when we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, with no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. Than when we first begun.
Hi, I'm Barbara O'Neill from Misty Mountain Health Retreat. I'm the health director of our health retreat, and I'm a nutritionist and naturopath. And this video, we're going to discuss the antifungal diet. The antifungal diet is basically designed to bring about a healing response in the body, because the body is designed to heal itself. The body wants to balance itself. So this diet encourages that balance. Because fungus is an opportunist organism, we've got to get the environment right, because it loves to feed on waste. So very important to make sure the body's clean and running well. So lots of water to keep the body running properly, and also make sure the colon is running well. A lot of people think that going once a day to the toilet is adequate, but Dr. Kellogg said 3 intakes of food a day should equal 3 evacuations a day. Most people are shocked to hear that. But you have a look at babies and little children, they naturally go like that. So very important that the colon is working well, because not only does yeast love sugar, love yeast, it also loves waste. So we've got to keep that body nice and clean. And that's one of the reasons many people do come to our health retreat, so they can do that detox. So let's define the diet. Fruit. Well, because yeast loves sugar, we've got to get that fruit right down. And the 2 fruits that can be eaten on this diet is Granny Smith apple and grapefruit. Some people say, I don't like Granny Smith apple or grapefruit, so then I say, well, maybe you just eliminate fruit. So all sugars need to be eliminated. So I basically say to people, become mostly a vegetable eater. So your tomato, cucumbers, avocados, lemons, they're all fine because they're not sweet fruits. In fact, often classified more in the vegetable kingdom. So all your vegetables are fine. Some say, what about the potato? Because the potato is quite high on the glycemic index. Well, there is a book you can get called The Garden of Eden Diet by Professor Constantini, who was former head of the World Health Organization Department of Mycology. And he's got a book that really targets this subject. And he says just under the skin of the potato are antifungal properties. So even though it is high on the glycemic index, it's got other factors that come in and make it quite a reasonable additive to the antifungal diet. All your legumes are fine. Your chickpeas, lima beans, black-eyed beans, lentils, and they're very important because the body cannot heal without protein. So very important to have the legume, aspergillus, which gives off the very toxic gas called aflatoxin. The most carcinogenic substance ever to be tested is aflatoxin. Some people are a little bit sad. They love their peanut butter. Well, once you taste roasted cashew butter, roasted almond butter, roasted macadamia nut butter, you will be well satisfied with those. You see, the peanut is not a nut, and it molds very easy. One of the reasons because it is grown in the ground. The other nut is pistachios. They've often been found to have a taint of mould in them. Another thing that a lot of people don't think of is black pepper. I was reading of a study that tested black peppercorns and they all had mould on them. It's just the way they dry in a moist environment, I think, but they tend to mould growth. And if you like that bit of warmth on your food, go for cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper does not have the problem. Your grains, I would advise that you cut right down on your wheat, even to the point of excluding wheat. You see, 76% of Australians live in the city, so Australia grows huge amounts of wheat, and it is in the storage that the problem arises. So huge silos storing this wheat. You get a cold, frosty morning and a hot, sunny day, and you get moisture building up in those silos. So wheat is very prone to fungal infestation. So you're far better on your grains to go for your millet, your quinoa, your buckwheat, even go for your spelt sourdough bread. So also with the antifungal diet, you eliminate all yeast. So that's no brewer's yeast, Torrilla's yeast, Marmites, Vegemites, Promites, none of those yeast spreads, and definitely no yeast spread. A great alternative to your spreads can be miso. And another alternative that you can do for your bread is the sourdough bread. You see, the sourdough bread is a cultured bread, and the sourdough bread causes the bread to rise under the action of wild yeast and lactobacillus. As the wild yeast causes the bread to rise and dies off, then the lactobacillus comes in and consumes the waste from the action of the wild yeast. So your sourdough bread, when you're eating that, you're not eating any taint of yeast, and yet when you eat your yeast spreads, you certainly are getting taints of yeast. So let me give you a meal. What will we have for breakfast? So for breakfast, you might have some sliced tomatoes, some sliced avocado, cucumber, and you might have some red lentils on sourdough toast. For lunch, you might have a big green salad with a lovely tahini, lemon and olive oil and garlic dressing. You might have some baked vegetables. Then you might have some lentil patties, or you might have a lima bean casserole, something like that. I advise a light evening meal. If you do have anything at night, you could have maybe some avocado and rice crackers, or a bowl of soup, or a salad. Or some steamed veggies. I guess it depends on what lunch is. If you've eaten breakfast like a king, lunch like a queen, then tea can be quite light. So that's an illustration of the meals that you can have. And I advise have a handful of nuts after every meal. Very small handful, about 8 to 10 nuts is advisable. So this is how you can go a long way to conquer candida or yeast problems in your body.
Kodimuza pezekako kuziko laku mwamba. Kodimuza pezekako kuziko laku mwamba. Mutapilira yawi yaitali, mutadota uzowawa nikutuluke jikwala kwa tuko jikola kumwamba mutapilira nthawi yayitali mutadusa muzowawa ndikutulukira dziko la kwatuko dziko la kumwamba Sadana makon akaona inendakwa amadziwa wako ngetsa komatisa mumve wakeni kupa ndikulepeletsa mwamba Sadana makon akaona inendakwa amadziwa wako ngetsa komatisa mumve mwamba titapilira nthawi yayitali titadusa muzowawa ndikutulukira dziko la kwatuko dziko la kumwamba titapilira nthawi yayitali titadusa muzowawa ndikutulukira dziko la kwatuko dziko la kumwamba.
Strange things are happening on the Earth with something that influences every region of this planet, the weather. Two storms hit the Indian Ocean coastline of northern Mozambique and southern Africa in one season in a space of 6 weeks in 2019, something never seen before, the worst recorded storms in the history of the Southern Hemisphere. Was it a natural disaster or was it man-made?
Have you ever had a storm like this in this area? I've never heard or seen.
And why did it hit a region that has the world's biggest ruby and sapphire deposits and one of the world's biggest untapped offshore gas fields that displaced thousands of people, affected millions, and weakened the little-known Islamic insurgents who, since 2017, were attacking petroleum contractors of the multi-billion-dollar liquefied natural gas project of Anadarko Petroleum Corporation in northern Mozambique. Iran, also called Persia in Western Asia, has the largest offshore gas field on Earth, and its economy is dependent on its hydrocarbon sector. It has been threatened with war by the United States, as well as economic sanctions, more than any other nation in history, that has crippled its economy, caused many to get sick and die, halved the value of its currency, increased inflation that has also increased the cost of living, the rise in food prices that has cleverly caused many of the civilian population to riot and turn on its government, and countries and corporations are being forced by the United States Secretary of the Treasury to not buy or sell with Iran, which in turn has affected the global oil market.
Trump gambles the world economy on shutting down Iran's ability to sell oil overseas.
Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves in the world, and in 2018 ranked behind only Canada and Saudi Arabia as the largest importer of oil to the United States. And, like Iran, nations, banks and corporations are also being pressured to not buy or sell with Venezuela? Are these sanctions on these nations a micro model of a future macro project that will eventually be imposed on the entire world? And why has American businessman and former Navy SEAL Eric Prince, who created the most controversial modern mercenary army, Blackwater, whose sister Betty DeVos is in the Trump administration and who himself also works with the administration, is winning contracts to send security and mercenary soldiers to both Mozambique in Southern Africa and to Venezuela in South America? And have men stepped outside of their ethical boundaries, broken international law, and frighteningly mastered the technology to control and to manipulate the weather to destabilize nations? Let us take a look at a not much talked about but a highly sensitive subject in the field of climate alteration: geoengineering. We are living in a climate where many people are claiming that they are woke. They don't actually tell you what they've woken from to what they've woken to, but they claim to be awakened. In this study, I really want to wake you up to an area called geoengineering that is manipulating the environment through weather control. And as I always encourage at all times, as you go through this study, scrutinize, analyze, and look through everything, please research everything you see in this study. Nature. It is one of the best places to escape to for peace of mind and to de-stress. If you have the economic means and you can find transport, you should always take every opportunity to escape voices that usually surround you. We can just stop and hear your own thoughts.
For 15 years.
Man has been given a divine mandate that in order to learn the most potent object lessons in life, we need to study and learn from nature. But ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the fowls of the air, and they shall tell thee, or speak to the earth, and it shall teach thee, and the fish of the sea shall declare unto thee. Who knoweth not in all these that the hand of the Lord hath wrought this? Man has unconsciously taken heed to that counsel, and today it has been titled biomimicry, from the Greek words bio, life, and mimic, to imitate. London's Financial Times, that specializes in economics, published an article on how modern man has learned from nature to build up and enhance the modern world. The dome of the Florentine Cathedral in Italy is made up of 4 million bricks, has 8 sides, and is the largest known growing vault ever built. Modern engineers are deeply puzzled on how this level of mathematical genius that defies gravity was built 6 centuries ago by a trained goldsmith, the Italian architect and inventor Filippo Brunelleschi. He learned to keep it stable after studying, guess what? Eggshells. Another Italian inventor, Leonardo da Vinci, was learning about flight by observing both the flight patterns of birds and bats. The pigeon was carefully observed by 2 American aviation pioneers, the brothers Orville and Wilbur Wright. Their studies led to the development of modern airplanes that we now use to travel around the world, but they weren't the first. On the front building of the University of Westminster's Regent Street campus is a plaque of an unknown science and naval architect, Sir George Cayley. This British inventor studied the fins of dolphins and their swimming technique to make ships more streamlined. And like Leonardo da Vinci, he studied the flight of birds, where he is recognized as the originator of the modern aeroplane. Cat's eyes were closely studied for their unique feline look and how they work in the dark. And the late British inventor Percy Shaw patented the cat's eyes in 1934 so we can see at night while driving where there are no street or road lights. How was modern paper developed for printing and for writing? It was by studying the wasp's use of wood pulp in nest building that French entomologist René Runot suggested a shift from using cotton and turn to fibers. So man is constantly learning from nature to improve their everyday conditions. And one scientist and inventor advised that this is the best method to follow. And George Washington Carver said that the study of nature is not only entertaining but instructive, and the only true method that leads up to the development of a creative mind and a clear understanding of the great principles which surround every branch of business in which we may engage. The singing birds, the buzzing bee, the opening flower, and the budding trees, along with other forms of animate and inanimate matter, all have their marvelous creation story to tell each searcher for truth. Aside from this, it encourages investigation, stimulates and develops originality in a way that helps the student to find himself more quickly and accurately than any plan yet worked out. Today, in the tech scientific business world, they are incorporating biomimicry as a template to govern almost every field of study. And as Carl advised, they are seeing how nature can indeed streamline your business for innovation. And as people are carefully observing that mankind is heading towards a destructive path, he is following that divine mandate: speak to the earth, and it shall teach thee. But what happens when you think that you can control nature, especially the weather? There has been a dramatic rise in global environmental disasters in recent years, and they are increasing ever so frequently, one after the other. But there are many who are speculating that they are not all natural. Is man tampering with nature? If you ever want to see what governments are doing, or what they plan to do, Hollywood always gives a heads up so that you're not totally ignorant of what is going on.
Thanks to a system of satellites, natural disasters have become a thing of the past. We can't control our weather.
And now we're learning that scientists and researchers are looking at how to change the weather on purpose. That's right. Lasers now could one day manipulate rain and lightning.
This is an image of cloud seeding that China conducted last year. Its purpose was to create cloud condensation to increase the amount of precipitation as a way to fight air pollution.
To ensure stability in its agriculture sector, China is not leaving things to Mother Nature. The Chinese government is planning to employ upgraded weather control systems in Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning. A project which will continue until June involves creating artificial rain using cloud seeding, special aircraft, rockets, and much more.
It is very difficult for people to comprehend and face the reality that there are men who are dangerously messing around with the weather and altering the climate by experimenting with particles in the air. It is not about making money. It is way beyond that. It is all about control. There are a few news reports that mentions weather control, but it is still a subject that very few dare to touch for fear of being labeled as crazy. But the reality is, men are injecting things into the air, and their justification is they are protecting the planet from global warming. But they are messing around with something that is absolutely vital to life on this planet, the atmosphere. When astronauts launch their shuttle into space, they see a view of the world your average person can only dream of. When they look outside of their window, they see a light blue gaseous envelope that surrounds the Earth. That's the atmosphere. It is the atmosphere that produces the blue color of the sky, and its properties of bending the rays of light and reflecting them in all directions gives us the northern lights and the morning and evening twilight. The humidity-sensitive wood tissue in pine cones responds to changes in moisture levels in the atmosphere. Its connection to the weather helps flowers to bloom in the morning, helps the seeds of dandelions to blow in the wind. It helps birds to test the air currents to help them to lift off at the right time in flight. The atmospheric pressure guides insects to know when is the right time to mate. The air is considered as a conveyor of the different thoughts of mankind. The atmosphere is the vehicle that helps us to detect all different types of smells. We respond to different types of sounds through the ministration of the air, whether it is a musical of an orchestra or people talking to each other, either on the phone or face to face. The weather affects our moods. The sunshine can wake us up with a beaming smile on our face, but dull weather can lead to seasonal affective disorder that can lead to very low mood swings, states of depression, and sometimes suicide. As men are getting a much more clearer understanding of the weather, they are seeing that it can affect the mood in society, and if it can be controlled, it is possible to cleverly influence human behavior. It was on day 2 of creation that the atmosphere was formed from the different materials of day 1, when air was separated from water, and the water was divided into 2 portions, atmospheric and oceanic. A British science teacher from Scotland and church minister, Thomas Dick, documented how central this gaseous envelope is to the entire safety of this planet. The atmosphere is now ascertained to be a compound substance formed of 2 very different ingredients, termed oxygen gas and nitrogen gas. The atmosphere is one of the most essential appendages to the globe we inhabit, and exhibits a most striking scene of divine skill and omnipotence. The term atmosphere is applied to the whole mass of fluids consisting of air vapors, electric fluid, and other matters which surround the Earth to a certain height. Were the Earth divested of its atmosphere, or only 2 or 3 of its properties changed or destroyed, it would be altogether unfit for the habitation of sentient beings. Were it divested of its undulating quality, we should be deprived of all the advantages of speech and conversation, of all the melody of the feathered songsters, and of all the pleasures of music. And, like the deaf and dumb, we could have no power of communicating our thoughts, but visible signs. It forms an essential requisite for carrying on all the processes of the vegetable kingdom, and serves for the production of clouds, rain, and dew, which nourish and fertilize the earth. So the atmosphere affects the whole planet, especially with the weather, and without it life wouldn't exist. But what happens when you don't believe that God is the creator of this earth, and you put your complete trust in mortal men in white coats, who believe that they do not have to give an account for any of their actions, and think that only their brand of unquestionable science can answer and solve all of life's mysteries and problems? During the term of the 36th US President Lyndon B. Johnson, he said in a lecture,
"And he who controls the weather will control the world."
He who controls the weather will control the world. One of his scientific advisors, the late Gordon James Fraser MacDonald, was a highly respected geophysicist and environmental scientist. He wrote a chapter in a book titled Unless Peace Comes, that was published in 1968, where he foretold of climate alteration. The chapter he wrote was titled How to Wreck the Environment, that shows his credentials of working for the University of California and as being an advisor to President Lyndon B. Johnson. And this accredited scientist said, among future means of obtaining national objectives of force, one possibility hinges on man's ability to control and manipulate the environment. Weapon systems that could use nature in new and unexpected ways could be worldwide, as in the case of altering climate, or regional, as in the case of locally excited earthquakes or enhanced precipitation. A controlled hurricane could be used as a weapon to terrorize opponents over substantial parts of the populated world. Modification of storms could have major strategic implications. The environment knows no political boundaries. It is independent of the institutions based on geography, and the effects of modification can be projected from any one point to any other on Earth. We are beginning to understand several kinds of instabilities in the atmosphere. At heights of 40 to 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface, substantial numbers of charged particles are found, which make this part of the atmosphere, which is the ionosphere, a good conductor of electricity. One can imagine several ways in which to increase the intensity of such electrical oscillations. The Brain Research Institute at the University of California is investigating the effect of weak oscillating fields on human behavior. The proper geographical of the source of lightning, coupled with accurately timed, artificially excited strokes, could lead to a pattern of oscillations that produce relatively high power levels over certain regions of the Earth and substantially lower levels over other regions. In this way, one could develop a system that could seriously impair brain performance in very large populations in selected regions over an extended period. No matter how deeply disturbing the thought of using the environment to manipulate behavior for national advantage is to some, the technology permitting such use will very probably develop within the next few decades. This was written just over 50 years ago, and to paraphrase what he said, they are tampering with the atmosphere that is altering the environment, and now they are not even hiding what they are doing.
Well, instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts. This is potentially a game changer.
But this is experimental.
It's experimental. However, in the laboratory so far it works. When you have water vapor and you have dust particles or ice crystals, you can precipitate rain. It condenses around the seeds. These seeds can also be created by laser beams. By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what are called ions, and these ions act like seeds, like dust particles, bringing down rain and even lightning. However, for floods, for agriculture, farmers, for people planning wedding parties, football games, you name it, out events and agriculture and flooding and even hurricanes, all of them could be subject to weather modification.
The narrator took his camera and filmed a number of environmentalists who had parts of central London on lockdown. A number of bridges and roads were not accessible for vehicles, where many were campaigning outside and its connection to geoengineering. The movement is called Extinction Rebellion, and when observing, passers-by commented that it looked more like a New Age 1960s hippie flower power Woodstock Glastonbury festival than a sit-in demonstration against environmental destruction. Some were singing songs about worshipping the earth. Others were meditating in an open tent. Others protested by climbing up into trees and camping there. Whether they were successful in their campaign or not, the narrator cannot say. One man challenged them and said that the government wouldn't listen to them and take them seriously. They were offended. To the narrator, it was very interesting to observe and capture the moment. Though it may not be a common household discussion, geoengineering is a concern in political circles, where the British Parliament has published a 2009-2010 report explaining what geoengineering is and warning of its dangers. In the US state of Rhode Island, they have pushed for a bill, the Geoengineering Act of 2017, in order to counter the influence of geoengineering. The US government, on the other hand, is in full support of geoengineering. And as you look through the many different peer reviews, periodicals, PDFs, scientific journals, and mainstream media newspaper articles, though your average person around the world is oblivious to it, geoengineering is a very hotly debated topic, where one side of the debate thinks that it is totally justifiable and believes that it will protect the planet against global warming, and the other side believes that it is unethical and very dangerous when you believe that you can alter the atmosphere and play the role of God. Though it may be a relatively new discussion, men have been experimenting with the weather before most of us were even born. General Electric were already trying to make rain since 1946, and what is termed cloud seeding has been around for years.
Using a home freezing unit such as this, which has a temperature of around 0 Fahrenheit, we can form supercool clouds just like those in the natural atmosphere by breathing into the box. The moist air from the breath condenses and forms a cloud, and this cloud cools to a temperature of about 0 degrees Fahrenheit in a few seconds. Any moist thing placed in this box will produce such a cloud.
That was Vincent Schaeffer, who was an American chemist and meteorologist, and in his eulogy in the New York Times, it documented that he was the first to conduct cloud seeding that started, according to National Geographic, in 1946. But some of the most influential millionaires and billionaires are pumping gazillions into the funding of geoengineering, Bill Gates being the most famous, where he wants to control the weather. That includes hurricanes, and he has also taken out a patent to go forward with this. The London Guardian documents others who also want to finance geoengineering and control the weather. Bill Gates is using his money to fund men like Ken Caldeira of the Carnegie Institution of Science and David Keith from Harvard University, and Canadian oil tycoon Murray Edwards and English businessman Richard Branson are both financing geoengineering. And when you have money, you can accumulate a percentage of power. While this may or may not shock people, you will be surprised at how many countries around the world are using cloud seeding. According to the Financial Times in 2012, there are currently more than 150 legitimate weather modification programs taking place in 37 countries, according to the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Colorado. Bloomberg in 2015 said, according to the World Meteorological Organization, more than 52 countries have cloud seeding operations, up from 42 years ago. There are 34 private companies that do weather modification. Besides China, that has already been covered, Dubai is one of those countries that use cloud seeding by creating fake rainstorms in an $11 million project. 10 to 15% of the United Arab Emirates rain in 2018 was caused by cloud seeding in the desert, where the salt rockets are released from a plane that seeds the clouds that triggers downpours. And this has been ongoing for a number of years by many of the big corporations, starting with General Electric, but other companies have continued with weather modification. According to Bloomberg, for decades, Pacific Gas and Electric has spent millions annually on cloud seeding in the cold mountain range of the Sierra Nevada. But as American geophysicist Gordon MacDonald said, it can also be used in warfare. During the Cold War, the United States invaded Vietnam, a country in Indochina in Southeast Asia. The largest military in the world was defeated by a predominantly Buddhist peasant community. When America realized she had lost, Monsanto's Agent Orange was sprayed all over Vietnam's vegetation that has left many Vietnamese born with deformities. Some of them are even born without eyes. is very sad and uncomfortable to look at, and to know that children are robbed of a normal life for the nation's national interest. One man described the effects of Agent Orange.
For America, the war ended in 1975. For the Vietnamese, the war has still not ended.
Under Henry Kissinger, the then United States Secretary of State, some very dark chess moves were set in order that most in Congress were very uncomfortable in supporting, manipulating the environment via weather modification to defeat the Viet Cong. The CIA and the US Air Force were the two forces to act out this unethical task. The Central Intelligence Agency initiated the use of cloud seeding, were key to the two main monsoon seasons that affected both Laos and Vietnam from years of experimenting with rainmaking in the United States and elsewhere. This is documented in a July 1972 edition of the New York Times, and there are a number of other US declassified documents to confirm that the USA was using cloud seeding during the Vietnam War. They are also openly admitting this, but others are trying to downplay these obvious truths.
Well, this fascinates me in part because, too, I remember reading the stories that China had used this during the Olympics, that the USSR had used this after Chernobyl to create rain clouds. I mean, did those really work then? We have some of these capabilities now?
Inconclusive. Even in the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons during the Vietnam War to wash out the Viet Cong. Governments have been playing with this thing.
Alleged to.
Alleged to, right.
Yeah.
Now, we realize that for decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive.
Hollywood released a number of films as a sort of coping method to ease their conscience so that they could come to terms with that embarrassing defeat. But not everybody was happy with the use of weather modification in war. The different countries that make up the United Nations signed a multilateral agreement adopted by the General Assembly on December 1976, where it is prohibited to use environmental modification techniques in any type of warfare. But if anybody knows anything about the United States, she is above international law and plays by her own rulebook and does how she pleases, and very rarely is held accountable to nobody. In 1996, the US military published a document titled Weather as a Force Multiplier, Owning the Weather in 2025. They tried to disassociate it from the US Air Force. When you read the names, the military-industrial complex is all over it. It documents how it wants to use weather mapping, a method first introduced by Sir Francis Galton, the father of eugenics and the cousin of Charles Darwin. It is a method that most news channels use today to tell about weather forecasts. It also wants to use the 21st century's most effective spying cameras, known today as drones, an effective tool that can be both used for good, where it can deliver medicines to people in Rwanda, and it is also available to the average citizen, or it can be used for evil, where they vary in size from a small copter that can fit in your hands to the size of a small insect, or to the much larger size of a huge airplane that flies with no pilot, called a UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle. And this document says it wants to use them in future warfare to manipulate the weather. A portion of it says, weather affects everything we do. Weather modification is the alteration of weather phenomena over a limited area for a limited period of time. In 2025, uninhabited aerospace vehicles, UAV, are routinely used for weather modification operations. From enhancing friendly operations or disrupting those of the enemy via small-scale tailoring of natural weather patterns to complete dominance of global communications and counter-space control, Weather modification offers the war fighter a wide range of possible options to defeat or coerce an adversary. By 2025, the world, or parts of it, are able to shape local weather patterns by influencing the factors that affect climate, precipitation, storms and their effects, fog, and the use of the ionosphere and near space control and communications dominance, with political, environmental, economic, legal, and moral considerations. General Gordon Russell Sullivan, the 32nd U.S. Chief of Staff and also the Secretary of the Army, said that the technology is there, waiting for us to pull it together. In 2025, we can own the weather. There are other portions of the US government who are also verifying this.
Most especially, I want to thank you, the dedicated men and women of the Central Intelligence Agency. It is a true honor to stand here today before the most elite intelligence professionals on the planet Earth. Nobody even close.
In one breath, the CIA is cleverly warning that nations are using weather modification that's triggering droughts and floods. But then they also, continuing from Vietnam, want to control the weather for her own self-interest. Strange things are happening on the Earth with something that influences every region of this planet: the weather. Two storms hit the Indian Ocean coastline of northern Mozambique and southern Africa in one season in a space of 6 weeks in 2019, something never seen before, the worst recorded storms in the history of the southern hemisphere. Was it a natural disaster, or was it man-made?
Have you ever had a storm like this in this area? I've never heard or seen anything like it, she said.
And why did it hit a region that has the world's biggest ruby and sapphire deposits and one of the world's biggest untapped offshore gas fields that displaced thousands of people, affected millions, and weakened the little-known Islamic insurgents who, since 2017, were attacking petroleum contractors of the multi-billion-dollar liquefied natural gas project of Anadarko Petroleum Corporation in northern Mozambique? Iran, also called Persia in Western Asia, has the largest offshore gas field on Earth, and its economy is dependent on its hydrocarbon sector. It has been threatened with war by the United States, as well as economic sanctions, more than any other nation in history, that has crippled its economy, caused many to get sick and die, halved the value of its currency, increased inflation that has also increased the cost of living, the rise in food prices that has cleverly caused many of the civilian population to riot and turn on its government. And countries and corporations are being forced by the United States Secretary of the Treasury to not buy or sell with Iran, which in turn has affected the global oil market.
Trump gambles the world economy on shutting down Iran's ability to sell oil overseas.
Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves in the world, and in 2018 ranked behind only Canada and Saudi Arabia as the largest importer of oil to the United States. And, like Iran, nations, banks and corporations are also being pressured to not buy or sell with Venezuela. Are these sanctions on these nations a micro model of a future macro project that will eventually be imposed on the entire world? And why has American businessman and former Navy SEAL Eric Prince, who created the most controversial modern mercenary army, Blackwater, whose sister Betty DeVos is in the Trump administration and who himself also works with the administration, is winning contracts to send security and mercenary soldiers to both Mozambique in southern Africa and to Venezuela in South America? And have men stepped outside of their ethical boundaries, broken international law, and frighteningly mastered the technology to control and to manipulate the weather to destabilize nations? Let us take a look at a not much talked about but a highly sensitive subject in the field of climate alteration: geoengineering. We are living in a climate where many people are claiming that they are woke. They don't actually tell you what they've woken from to what they've woken to, but they claim to be awakened. In this study, I really want to wake you up to an area called geoengineering that is manipulating the environment through weather control. And as I always encourage at all times, as you go through this study, scrutinize, analyze, and look through everything, please research everything you see in this study. Nature. It is one of the best places to escape to for peace of mind and to de-stress. If you have the economic means and you can find transport, you should always take every opportunity to escape the fast-paced life of the city. We can spend time outside of a man-made environment in natural surroundings. Inhale the pure air, detach from negativity, filter out all the distractions and the noises that usually surround you. We can just stop and hear your own thoughts. Man has been given a divine mandate that in order to learn the most potent object lessons in life, you need to study and learn from nature. But ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the fowls of the air, and they shall tell thee, or speak to the earth, and it shall teach thee, and the fish of the sea shall declare unto thee. Who knoweth not in all these that the hand of the Lord hath wrought this? Man has unconsciously taken heed to that counsel, and today it has been titled biomimicry, from the Greek words bio, life, and mimic, to imitate. London's Financial Times, that specializes in economics, published an article on how modern man has learnt from nature to build up and enhance the modern world. The dome of the Florentine Cathedral in Italy is made up of 4 million bricks, has 8 sides, and is the largest known groin vault ever built. Modern engineers are deeply puzzled on how this level of mathematical genius that defies gravity was built 6 centuries ago by a trained goldsmith, the Italian architect and inventor Filippo Brunelleschi. He learned to keep it stable after studying, guess what? Eggshells. Another Italian inventor, Leonardo da Vinci, was learning about flight by observing both the flight patterns of birds and bats. The pigeon was carefully observed by 2 American aviation pioneers, the brothers Orville and Wilbur Wright. Their studies led to the development of modern airplanes that we now use to travel around the world, but they weren't the first. On the front building of the University of Westminster's Regent Street campus is a plaque of an unknown science and naval architect, Sir George Cayley. This British inventor studied the fins of dolphins and their swimming technique to make ships more streamlined. And like Leonardo da Vinci, he studied the flight of birds, where he is recognized as the originator of the modern aeroplane. Cat's eyes were closely studied for their unique feline look and how they work in the dark. And the late British inventor Percy Shaw patented the cat's eyes in 1934 so we can see at night while driving where there are no street or road lights. How was modern paper developed for printing and for writing? It was by studying the wasp's use of wood pulp in nest building that French entomologist René Runner suggests the shift from using cotton and turn to fibers. So man is constantly learning from nature to improve their everyday conditions. And one scientist and inventor advised that this is the best method to follow. And George Washington Carver said that the study of nature is not only entertaining but instructive, and the only true method that leads up to the development of a creative mind and a clear understanding of the great principles which surround every branch of business in which we may engage. The singing birds, the buzzing bee, the opening flower, and the budding trees, along with other forms of animate and inanimate matter, all have their marvelous creation story to tell each searcher for truth. Aside from this, it encourages investigation, stimulates and develops originality in a way that helps the student to find himself more quickly and accurately than any plan yet worked out. Today, in the tech scientific business world, they are incorporating biomimicry as a template to govern almost every field of study. And as Carver advised, they are seeing how nature can indeed streamline your business for innovation. And as people are carefully observing that mankind is heading towards a destructive path, he is following that divine mandate: speak to the earth, and it shall teach thee. But what happens when you think that you can control nature, especially the weather? There has been a dramatic rise in global environmental disasters in recent years, and they are increasing ever so frequently, one after the other. But there are many who are speculating that they are not all natural. Is man tampering with nature? If you ever want to see what governments are doing, or what they plan to do, Hollywood always gives a heads up so that you're not totally ignorant of what is going on.
Thanks to a system of satellites, natural disasters have become a thing of the past. We can control our weather.
And now we're learning that scientists and researchers are looking at how to change the weather on purpose. That's right. Lasers now could one day manipulate rain and lightning.
This is an image of cloud seeding that China conducted last year. Its purpose was to create cloud condensation to increase the amount of precipitation as a way to fight air pollution.
To ensure stability in its agriculture sector, China is not leaving things to Mother Nature. The Chinese government is planning to employ upgraded weather control systems in Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning. A project which will continue until June involves creating artificial rain using cloud seeding, special aircraft, rockets, and much more.
It is very difficult for people to comprehend and face the reality that there are men who are dangerously messing around with the weather and altering the climate by experimenting with invisible particles in the air. It is not about making money. It is way beyond that. It is all about control. There are a few news reports that mentions weather control, but it is still a subject that very few dare to touch for fear of being labeled as crazy. But the reality is, men are injecting things into the air, and their justification is they are protecting the planet from global warming. But they are messing around with something that is absolutely vital to life on this planet: the atmosphere. When astronauts launch their shuttle into space, they see a view of the world your average person can only dream of. When they look outside of their window, they see a light blue gaseous envelope that surrounds the Earth. That's the atmosphere. It is the atmosphere that produces the blue color of the sky, and its properties of bending the rays of light and reflecting them in all directions gives us the northern lights and the morning and evening twilight. The humidity-sensitive wood tissue in pine cones responds to changes in moisture levels in the atmosphere. Its connection to the weather helps flowers to bloom in the morning, helps the seeds of dandelions to blow in the wind. It helps birds to test the air currents to help them to lift off at the right time in flight. The atmospheric pressure guides insects to know when is the right time to mate. The air is considered as a conveyor of the different thoughts of mankind. The atmosphere is the vehicle that helps us to detect all different types of smells. We respond to different types of sounds through the ministration of the air, whether it is a musical of an orchestra or people talking to each other either on the phone or face to face. The weather affects our moods. The sunshine can wake us up with a beaming smile on our face, but dull weather can lead to seasonal affective disorder that can lead to very low mood swings, states of depression, and sometimes suicide. As men are getting a much more clearer understanding of the weather, they are seeing that it can affect the mood in society, and if it can be controlled, it is possible to cleverly influence human behavior. It was on day 2 of creation that the atmosphere was formed from the different materials of day 1, when air was separated from water, and the water was divided into 2 portions, atmospheric and oceanic. A British science teacher from Scotland and church minister, Thomas Dick, documented how central this gaseous envelope is to the entire safety of this planet. The atmosphere is now ascertained to be a compound substance formed of 2 very different ingredients termed oxygen gas and nitrogen gas. The atmosphere is one of the most essential appendages to the globe we inhabit and exhibits a most striking scene of divine skill and omnipotence. The term atmosphere is applied to the whole mass of fluids consisting of air vapors, electric fluid, and other matters which surround the earth to a certain height. Were the earth divested of its atmosphere, or only 2 or 3 of its properties changed or destroyed, it would be altogether unfit for the habitation of sentient beings. Were it divested of its undulating quality, we should be deprived of all the advantages of speech and conversation, of all the melody of the feathered songsters, and of all the pleasures of music, and, like the deaf and dumb, we could have no power of communicating our thoughts but visible signs. It forms an essential requisite for carrying on all the processes of the vegetable kingdom and serves for the production of clouds, rain, and dew, which nourish and fertilize the earth. So the atmosphere affects the whole planet, especially with the weather, and without it life wouldn't exist. But what happens when you don't believe that God is the creator of this earth, and you put your complete trust in mortal men in white coats, who believe that they do not have to give an account for any of their actions, and think that only their brand of unquestionable science can answer and solve all of life's mysteries and problems? During the term of the 36th US President Lyndon B. Johnson, he said in a lecture,
"And he who controls the weather will control the world."
He who controls the weather will control the world. One of his scientific advisors, the late Gordon James Fraser MacDonald, was a highly respected geophysicist and environmental scientist. He wrote a chapter in a book titled Unless Peace Comes that was published in 1968, where he foretold of climate alteration. The chapter he wrote was titled How to Wreck the Environment, that shows his credentials of working for the University of California and as being an advisor to President Lyndon B. Johnson. And this accredited scientist said, Among future means of obtaining national objectives of force, one possibility hinges on man's ability to control and manipulate the environment. Weapon systems that could use nature in new and unexpected ways could be worldwide, as in the case of altering climate, or regional, as in the case of locally excited earthquakes or enhanced precipitation. A controlled hurricane could be used as a weapon to terrorize opponents over substantial parts of the populated world. Modification of storms could have major strategic implications. The environment knows no political boundaries. It is independent of the institutions based on geography, and the effects of modification can be projected from any one point to any other on Earth. We are beginning to understand several kinds of instabilities in the atmosphere. At heights of 40 to 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface, substantial numbers of charged particles are found, which make this part of the atmosphere, which is the ionosphere, a good conductor of electricity. One can imagine several ways in which to increase the intensity of such electrical oscillations. The Brain Research Institute at the University of California is investigating the effect of weak oscillating fields on human behavior. The proper geographical of the source of lightning, coupled with accurately timed, artificially excited strokes, could lead to a pattern of oscillations that produce relatively high power levels over certain regions of the Earth and substantially lower levels over other regions. In this way, one could develop a system that could seriously impair brain performance in very large populations in selected regions over an extended period. No matter how deeply disturbing the thought of using the environment to manipulate behavior for national advantage is to some, the technology permitting such use will very probably develop within the next few decades. This was written just over 50 years ago, and to paraphrase what he said, they are tampering with the atmosphere that is altering the environment, and now they are not even hiding what they are doing.
Well, instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts. This is potentially a game changer.
But this is experimental.
It's experimental. However, in the laboratory so far it works. When you have water vapor and you have dust particles or ice crystals, you can precipitate rain. It condenses around the seeds. These seeds can also be created by laser beams. By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what are called ions, and these ions act like seeds, like dust particles, bringing down rain and even lightning. However, for floods, for agriculture, farmers, for people planning wedding parties, football games, you name it, outdoor events and agriculture and flooding and even hurricanes, all of them could be subject to weather modification.
Offended. To the narrator, it was very interesting to observe and capture the moment. Though it may not be a common household discussion, geoengineering is a concern in political circles, where the British Parliament has published a 2009-2010 report explaining what geoengineering is and warning of its dangers. In the US state of Rhode Island, they have pushed for a bill, the Geoengineering Act of 2017, in order to counter the influence of geoengineering. The US government, on the other hand, is in full support of geoengineering. And as you look through the many different peer reviews, periodicals, PDFs, scientific journals, and mainstream media newspaper articles, though your average person around the world is oblivious to it, geoengineering is a very hotly debated topic, where one side of the debate thinks that it is totally justifiable and believes that it will protect the planet against global warming, and the other side believes that it is unethical and very dangerous when you believe that you can alter the atmosphere and play the role of God. Though it may be a relatively new discussion, men have been experimenting with the weather before most of us were even born. General Electric were already trying to make rain since 1946, and what is termed cloud seeding has been around for years.
Using a home freezing unit such as this, which has a temperature of around 0 Fahrenheit, we can form supercool clouds just like those in the natural atmosphere by breathing into the box. The moist air from the breath condenses and forms a cloud, and this cloud cools to a temperature of about 0 degrees Fahrenheit in a few seconds. Any moist thing placed in this box will produce such a cloud.
That was Vincent Schaeffer, who was an American chemist and meteorologist, and in his eulogy in the New York Times, it documented that he was the first to conduct cloud seeding that started, according to National Geographic, in 1946. But some of the most influential millionaires and billionaires are pumping gazillions into the funding of geoengineering. Bill Gates being the most famous, where he wants to control the weather. That includes hurricanes, and he has also taken out a patent to go forward with this. The London Guardian documents others who also want to finance geoengineering and control the weather. Bill Gates is using his money to fund men like Ken Caldeira of the Carnegie Institution of Science and David Keith from Harvard University, and Canadian oil tycoon Murray Edwards and English businessman Richard Branson are both financing geoengineering. And when you have money, you can accumulate a percentage of power. While this may or may not shock people, you will be surprised at how many countries around the world are using cloud seeding. According to the Financial Times in 2012, there are currently more than 150 legitimate weather modification programs taking place in 37 countries. According to the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Colorado. Bloomberg in 2015 said, according to the World Meteorological Organization, more than 52 countries have cloud seeding operations, up from 42 years ago. There are 34 private companies that do weather modification. Besides China, that has already been covered, Dubai is one of those countries that use cloud seeding by creating fake rainstorms in an $11 million project. 10 to 15% of the United Arab Emirates rain in 2018 was caused by cloud seeding in the desert, where the salt rockets are released from a plane that seeds the clouds that triggers downpours. And this has been ongoing for a number of years by many of the big corporations, starting with General Electric. But other companies have continued with weather modification. According to Bloomberg, for decades, Pacific Gas and Electric has spent millions annually on cloud seeding in the cold mountain range of the sea. Gordon MacDonald said, it can also be used in warfare. During the Cold War, the United States invaded Vietnam, a country in Indochina in Southeast Asia. The largest military in the world was defeated by a predominantly Buddhist peasant community. When America realized she had lost, Monsanto's Agent Orange was sprayed all over Vietnam's vegetation that has left many Vietnamese born with deformities. Some of them are even born without eyes. It's very sad and uncomfortable to look at, and to know that children are robbed of a normal life for a nation's national interest. One man described the effects of Agent Orange.
For America, the war ended in 1975. For the Vietnamese, the war has still not ended.
Under Henry Kissinger, the then United States Secretary of State, some very dark chess moves were set in order that most in Congress were very uncomfortable in supporting, manipulating the environment to defeat the Viet Cong. The CIA and the US Air Force were the two forces to act out this unethical. The Central Intelligence Agency initiated the use of cloud seeding, were key to the two main monsoon seasons that affected both Laos and Vietnam from years of experimenting with rainmaking in the United States and elsewhere. This is documented in a July 1972 edition of the New York Times, and there are a number of other US declassified documents to confirm that the USA was using cloud seeding during the Vietnam War. They are also openly admitting this, but others are trying to downplay these obvious truths.
Well, this fascinates me in part because, too, I remember reading the stories that China had used this during the Olympics, that the USSR had used this after Chernobyl to create rain clouds. I mean, did those really work then? We have some of these capabilities now?
Inconclusive. Even in the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons during the Vietnam War, to wash out the Viet Cong. Governments have been playing with this thing.
Alleged to.
Alleged to, right.
Yeah.
Now, we realize that for decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive.
Hollywood released a number of films as a sort of coping method to ease their conscience so that they could come to terms with that embarrassing defeat. But not everybody was happy with the use of weather modification in war. The different countries any type of warfare. But if anybody knows anything about the United States, she is above international law and plays by her own rulebook and does how she pleases and very rarely is held accountable to nobody. In 1996, the US military published a document titled Weather as a Force Multiplier, owning the weather in 2025. They tried to disassociate it from the US Air Force. When you read the names, the military-industrial complex is all over it. It documents how it wants to use weather mapping, a method first introduced by Sir Francis Galton, the father of eugenics and the cousin of Charles Darwin. It is a method that most news channels use today to tell about weather forecasts. It also wants to use the 21st century's most effective spying cameras, known today as drones, an effective tool that can be both used for good, where it can deliver medicines to people in Rwanda, and it is also available to the average citizen, or it can be used for evil, with a vary in size from a small copter that can fit in your hands to the size of a small insect, or to the much larger size of a huge airplane that flies with no pilot, called a UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle. And this document says it wants to use them in future warfare to manipulate the weather. A portion of it says, weather affects everything we do. Weather modification is the alteration of weather phenomena over a limited area for a limited period of time. In 2025, uninhabited aerospace vehicles, UAV, are routinely used for weather modification operations. From enhancing friendly operations or disrupting those of the enemy via small-scale tailoring of natural weather patterns to complete dominance of global communications and counter-space control, weather modification offers the war fighter a wide range of possible options to defeat or coerce an adversary. By 2025, the world, or parts of it, are able to shape local weather patterns by influencing the factors that affect climate, precipitation, storms and their effects, fog, and the use of the ionosphere, and near space control and communications dominance, with political, environmental, economic, legal, and moral considerations. General Gordon Russell Sullivan, the 32nd U.S. Chief of Staff and also the Secretary of the Army, said that the technology is there, waiting for us to pull it together. In 2025, we can own the weather. There are other portions of the U.S. government who are also verifying this.
Most especially, I want to thank you, the dedicated men and women of the Central Intelligence Agency. It is a true honor to stand here today before the most elite intelligence professionals on the planet Earth. Nobody even close.
In one breath, the CIA is cleverly warning that nations are using weather modification that's triggering droughts and floods. But then they also, continuing from Vietnam, want to control the weather for her own self-interest. And for those who think that it is not a part of her future plans, if we are to be fair to the agency, the former head of the CIA, John Brennan, said that geoengineering will be used at a lecture at the Council on Foreign Relations.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do.
So do you have a clearer picture of what geoengineering is? It is manipulating whole populations by tampering with the atmosphere. But this is only one means of control. Almost 50 years ago, one man documented that weather control is only one part of the package, and it goes into the details of the different things they will use to manipulate populations.
Zbigniew Brzezinski, Columbia University foreign policy expert, Carter's Kissinger during the campaign, the new White House advisor for national security affairs.
U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski flew to Pakistan to set about rallying resistance. He wanted to arm the Mujahideen without revealing America's role. On the Afghan border near the Khyber Pass, he urged the soldiers of God to redouble their efforts.
We know of their deep belief in God, and we are confident that their struggle will succeed. That land over there is yours. You'll go back to it one day because your fight will prevail and you'll have your homes and your mosques back again because your cause is right and God is on your side.
The British military historian Nigel West is known as the unofficial historian of the Secret Services. In his 2000 book, The Third Secret, he said it was Brzezinski that started the CIA's 1979 clandestine support for the Afghan Mujahideen. American investigative journalist Robert Dreyfuss published a book in 2005 titled The Devil's Game that also documented that Brzezinski created the Afghan Mujahideen jihadis to weaken the Soviet Union. In his eulogy in 2017, the Washington Post said that the late Zbigniew Brzezinski will be remembered for the way he shaped the American role in the Cold War. Declassified documents show that he did work with the CIA, and he also worked with another geopolitician, his fellow Polish countryman, the late Pope John Paul II, to also weaken the Soviet Union during the Cold War. He was an advisor to the late David Rockefeller, who he co-founded the Trilateral Commission with in 1973. And while a professor at Columbia University, he wrote a book in the late 1960s that he published in 1970. It is titled Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era. And this book details half a century ago exactly what the world would be like today, and weather control was only one of the many things mentioned that would be used to control portions of the earth. Let us take a review of this insider's work. He documented that the majority of the world's population would be crammed into cities that would lead to social unrest, an increase in crime, which is the most effective way to control the civilian population, on pages 16 and 17. He said the United States of America is a sort of a laboratory that will set the leading trends for the rest of the world to follow, on pages 24 and 25. People will be able to talk to each other more intimately through a video link on their electronic devices, on page 19. This was written 50 years ago. All of our personal information will be stored on a database where different bodies and agencies can have access to it. This is on page 32. Racial tensions will flare up in the United States when blacks feel that there is a grave injustice against them. This is on pages 212 and 252. Scientists will create biological weapons in the lab that would or could be used on innocent civilians to keep certain nations or populations in check. That is crazy. As hinted at in the film I, Robot, man-made jobs will be replaced by robots and machines that will reduce jobs all over the world. That is on page 11. The newspapers and the news channels that make up the mass media will work together to influence and shape how the global masses will think. For journalists are one of the most powerful people on this earth who, under the instructions of their corporate control bodies, can emotionally draw you into a narrative. We will embrace it hook, line, and sinker, even if it is a complete lie. Let us look at one example. 9/11 hit the world at the opening of the 21st century. Whether you believe it is an inside job or not, the narrator will let each individual come to their own conclusions. But 3 years prior, a film called The Siege came out in 1998. It showed New York being attacked by Islamic terrorists, the US government using torture, concentration camps and prisons being set up, a heavy military presence on the streets, and emergency terror laws were passed without the people's consent, which accurately happened in post 9/11. We were constantly bombarded with anti-Islamic messages throughout the whole of the Western media, especially through the news channels and films, to whip up our emotions into a climate of fear and paranoia, with this idea that Islam wants to take over the world. But it was all propaganda and lies to justify US-led wars in a geographical region that has around 65% of the world's natural oil and gas reserves. But what has been the effects of mass media manipulation? Pew Research said it has led to a mass increase on attacks on Muslims in the United States that has escalated under the US President Donald Trump, provoked by pro-Israeli right-wing evangelical preachers and left-wing liberal comedians like Bill Maher, and promoted in the educational system to children from a very early age. The very sad reality is that it is all disinformation. In the UK, people hugely overestimate the number of Muslims in the country, and the same attitude is throughout the rest of Europe. But in a study in 2016 titled Perils of Perception, when people were surveyed in over 40 countries around the world, you can clearly see how the media have shaped their worldview without them even knowing it, especially in the West. The British population think that 1 in 6 Britons are Muslim, when actually fewer than 1 in 20 are. The findings show we think 15% of the population are Muslim, when actually only 4.8% are, less than a third of our guess. In France, the average guess is that 31% of the population is Muslim, when it is actually 7.5%. Other Western European countries such as Germany, Italy, and Belgium are also massively out. The US and Canada are similarly inaccurate, with both having average guesses of 17% against actual figures of 1% and 3.2%. This is the power of the media. It can shape your reality. Brzezinski also documents that the banks are going to play a central role in global affairs that will affect every one of us. One of the most famous of these banks is Goldman Sachs, that have plenty of its alumni in key positions. Skull and Bones Yale graduate and former Hollywood financier and film producer Stephen Mnuchin, who worked for Goldman Sachs for 17 years, is the 77th Secretary of the US Treasury, the Chief Economic Officer of the United States. How much power does this man have? American sanctions, according to the Financial Times, carry particular force because of the crucial role of the US dollar and American banks in the global financial system, which allows the US Treasury to effectively cut off a country from access to much of the international banking system. In the past, European banks have complained loudly about the ability of the US authorities to dictate who they can do business with. Canadian-born economist and central banker Mark Carney is the current governor of the London-based Bank of England, who worked for Goldman Sachs for 13 years. He is a member of the BIS, the Bank for International Settlements. But who are they? An advisor to the US Department of Defense and the US Army, and a former professor to Bill Clinton in Georgetown University, the late American historian and author Carol Quigley said that the Bank for International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, is a private bank owned and controlled by the world's central banks, which were themselves private corporations, dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. It was these bankers in England and Germany who financed Adolf Hitler's Nazi war machine, according to London's Telegraph newspaper. And this elite private club of the world's central bankers, according to Bloomberg, still have immense power. When Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, wanted to boost his economy from the sanctions of the US Treasury, the Bank of England rejected him from having access to his $1.2 billion worth of Venezuelan gold in the vaults of the Bank of England. They can wield power that brings heads of states to their knees if they don't toe the line. Specially appointed revisionists are rewriting history so that we have a very skewed and distorted view of the past. And how you look at the past affects how you view the present and how you will prepare for the future. They're using two forms of education to accomplish this. The school system is where more and more children are being robbed of having a knowledge of very crucial historical events. For how you look at the past also affects how you look at yourself and how you view other people. And Hollywood is using the power of film to, as one journalist put it, implant fake memories in our collective consciousness, where it is also shaping people's worldview, where they will have a paganized secular approach to the past. This has become successful, for in 1998, the British newspaper The Daily Mail said that as a result of entertainment, more people believe in the paranormal than believe in God. And Brzezinski said that one of the objectives of those who want to control the future is to reject creation and the fall, de-Christianize the thinking of the current generation, where they will have a nihilistic approach to everyday problems. And once you can erase the memories of man's past experiences, where they will not be able to learn from the mistakes of their forefathers, the world will be ripe and their minds will be open to go back to the pagan ideas that once dominated every pre-Christian culture, and entertainment will continue to paganize their thinking so that the current generation will all think alike with one mind.
I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven.
13.8 billion years ago, the Big Bang.
Why would you do this something? Then ikafichwa kwa Nazareti. Angalia, alianzia na
The universe has a way of leading you to where you're supposed to be at the moment you're supposed to be there.
While people's realities are being shaped through edutainment, Hollywood always foretells a future where the majority of the planet has turned into a global surveillance state. And as previously shown, what was once seen as being just a form of entertainment has now become an everyday reality. And it is becoming ever so clearer that men plan things years in advance. And in order to make a global surveillance state more effective, you have to skillfully incorporate the civilian population to be a part of this system by the use of their own electronic devices, by cleverly reintroducing the principles of the spying system of the Papal Inquisition, keeping an eye on your neighbors.
At Ring, we want to make neighborhoods safer by keeping you informed. The Ring Neighbors app is a new way for neighbors to connect and share events. Now, when something happens, you can be one of the first to know, helping you stay one step ahead of crime. Together, we can build a smarter, safer community. Welcome to the new Neighborhood Watch.
Zbigniew Brzezinski also documented that there will be a closer and tighter surveillance on civilians, and this will be as a result of the digital technology of the multinational corporations. Since launching its first satellite into space in 2001, Digital Globe, a US-based company, helps geospatial businesses and professionals, where it has collected more than 7 billion square kilometers of imagery. Its satellites are the most accurate imaging sensors in the world that produces high-resolution satellite images where they have digitally mapped out every portion of the Earth, a digital inventory of the surface. Its top customers are NASA, the United States Department of Defense, and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Its most famous client that it provides imagery to is Google, the most used search engine on the World Wide Web across all platforms. Most of Google Earth and Google Maps high-resolution imagery is provided by Digital Globe, where Google has become the largest information data gathering organization on the Earth, where it spies for each of the states. And its CEO admits that it has surveillance over all of its users, and all the tech companies, along with Google, are a part of a global signals intelligence spy network, where there is technically no escape, as we are all a part of that digital world. Digital Globe migrated its entire 18-year archive of 100 petabytes of digital imagery into a digital cloud storage database, whose services are provided for by the Amazon Web Service Snowmobile of Amazon.com Inc. Amazon's founder and CEO, the richest man in the world, billionaire Jeff Bezos, owns the newspaper The Washington Post and is a business partner of the CIA, has loudly complained about the National Enquirer tapping into his emails and exposing his private photos of his infidelity. But he has no problem with doing the exact same thing to innocent people by selling to many of the top intelligence agencies a spy cloud server where they can spy on civilians and preserve their private data and use it against them in the future as blackmail if they step out of line. Amazon is one of the most powerful organizations on this earth and is already laying the groundwork for a global surveillance state. It has its own airline, plans to do its own shipping, has its own mail service, has a $575 million deal with Deliveroo, and it provides facial recognition for many of the top agencies and police which civil liberty campaigners have allowed violates their privacy. Alongside Siri, Alexa is the most powerful voice recognition system in the world that stores the algorithm of your voice pattern in a database. And Amazon is also one of the leading advocates of a cashless society, where she has set up Amazon Go, a 24-hour walk-in food store where there are no tills or checkouts, where you pay digitally. This is a global trend among some of the leading corporations, and Visa, the global credit card company, is also another company that is also pushing for a cashless system to be set up. Visa sits at the center of a global network of more than 1,500 banks linked by 1.5 million miles of secure fiber optic lines. And it does seem more convenient when you can just click one button and make a transaction in just seconds without going into your wallet and taking out coins and paper. But cashless is going into a direction where there is no reversing the trends. And Visa is also working with another system to make all of this possible, Apple Inc. Apple has teamed up with most of the major banks across the world to also push for this cashless system to eventually be implemented all over the world. And when one of the big four American multinational technology companies pursues a business partnership with one of the largest investment banking enterprises in the world, the US-based Goldman Sachs, everything the geopolitician Zbigniew Brzezinski said half a century ago is now coming to pass before our eyes. That also includes weather modification. We shall look at some excerpts from this 334-page book. Zbigniew Brzezinski said that the nation state as a fundamental unit of man's organized life has ceased to be the principal creative force. International banks and multinational corporations are acting and planning in terms that are far in advance of the political concepts of the nation state. He knew. Another threat, less overt but no less basic, confronts liberal democracy, more directly linked to the impact of technology. It involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled and directed society by using the latest modern techniques for influencing public behavior and keeping society under close surveillance and control. The courtship of the press and the mass media is a necessary concomitant of courting the masses, since the masses are influenced not only by direct appeal, but also through the intermediary of an image which is in part built up by the media themselves. The rejection of conscious history, thus striking the heart of the ideological religious approach that has dominated Western thinking, is itself a reflection of the contemporary crisis in values, assumptions, and beliefs, and of the collapse of all integrated and simultaneously purposive historical interpretations. Future developments may well include chemical and biological weapons, death rays, and still other forms of warfare. Even the weather may be tampered with. And to solidify that statement, he quotes from the geophysicist Gordon MacDonald, who writes a chapter in the 1968 book Toward the Year 2018. As one specialist noted, he said, by the year 2018, technology will make available to the leaders of the major nations a variety of techniques for conducting secret warfare, of which only a bare minimum of the security forces need to be appraised. One nation may attack a competitor covertly by bacteriological means, thoroughly weakening the population, though with a minimum of fatalities, before taking over with its own overt armed forces. Alternatively, techniques of weather modification could be employed to produce prolonged periods of drought or storm, thereby weakening a nation's capacity and forcing it to accept the demands of the competitor. So you see, it's not just weather control, it is the bankers, it is the media, it is manipulating history through the educational system in schools and through the educational system of Hollywood. And you can see when they want to target the people, they can use the media to manipulate your worldview. Let us look at one example how they can target one group of people and make the world believe that they are evil. Stanford University in California holds many precious documents that are archived in the library of the Hoover Institution on War, and one of its former researchers took advantage of some of its unpublished material. The late Anthony Cyril Sutton was a British and American professor, economist, historian, and one of the best investigative writers of the 20th century. One of the many books he wrote was titled Energy, the Created Crisis, published in 1979. And if you want to have a clear understanding of modern conflicts, take note of these quotes. There is no absolute shortage of energy resources for our planet in the foreseeable future, Sutton says. We conclude that the proven reserves of these 5 major fossil fuels, oil, natural gas, coal, shale oil, and tar sands alone could provide the world's total energy requirements for about 100 years. The theme of the energy debate simply has been who is to control the future use and mix of energy. It is a debate over future control, not future supply. The US Geological Survey that maps, understands, and forecasts Earth's processes and changes has divided the world into 8 energy regions. The Caribbean and Central and South America is in Region 6, and underneath its soil, off the shores of its seabed, lies some treasures that the multinational corporations have already capitalized on. According to the Seattle Times in 2010, the Great Antilles, which includes Cuba and highlighted in red Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and the offshore waters, probably hold at least 142 million barrels of oil and 159 billion cubic feet of gas, according to a 2000 report by the US Geological Survey. Undiscovered amounts may be as high as 941 million barrels of oil and 1.2 trillion cubic feet of gas, according to the report. The multinational and transnational corporations have the latest high-tech drills that can penetrate deep into the earth. But it has created quite a bit of a problem. Modern drilling for oil and gas reserves have triggered many earthquakes in a number of states in North America and within countries in Europe that includes the Netherlands and in the UK. And if the drilling happens to hit a country that lies on fault lines, the results would be devastating. Is it possible that some of the earthquakes of recent times have been deliberately created as a result of geoengineering?
We did understand that water injection does cause earthquakes.
For the first time, state scientists in Ohio are making a direct link between fracking and earthquakes. The drilling process shoots a mix of water, sand, and other chemicals into rock more than a mile underground. That's where some say it can trigger activity along earthquake fault lines.
A major earthquake shook the Caribbean nation of Haiti late today. It hit just 14 miles from the capital city, Port-au-Prince. The U.S. Geological Survey reported a magnitude of 7.0, the largest ever recorded in that region.
The 2010 earthquake in Haiti was devastating, with a huge loss of human life, a lot of damage to its infrastructure, and exploitation by NGOs. But was this a normal earthquake? Gordon MacDonald, the top US government geophysicist, said that man can create man-made earthquakes. The Serbian-American inventor Nikola Tesla created technology that could not only take out a number of planes out of the sky, as recorded in the New York Times, but technology that could also create earthquakes. The late Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez, who supplied oil to Haiti on a scheme called PetroCaribe, accused the United States of deliberately causing the earthquake in Haiti in 2010 through pyrotechnic technology. But if this is true, why target Haiti? What impact has Haiti had on the modern world? Let us take a brief look at the history of Haiti. The Citadel Henry has been a UNESCO heritage site since 1982. It is situated in the mountains of northern Haiti and perched at 910 meters and covers an area of 108,000 square feet. It is the largest fortress in the Western Hemisphere, designed with impeccable engineering genius to house up to 5,000 people, with food and water to last up to 1 year, with 365 cannons, as well as wells and dungeons, an enduring icon of Haitian independence. It was constructed with a labor of 20,000 workers between 1805 and 1820 to protect the former black African slaves in their new republic against the invasion of France. It was commissioned by General Henry Christophe, an ex-waiter, former soldier, an English Negro born in the Caribbean island of Grenada, who ended up in Haiti, where he quickly learned French and spoke it fluently. He married and had children, and appointed himself the first king of Haiti, where he minted coins of his likeness. He appointed Prince Saunders, an African-American teacher, scholar, diplomat, and author, to govern the educational system in northern Haiti, where he became Christophe's advisor. He created a printing press, a newspaper, and a code to govern the island, called Henry's Code. He had regular correspondence with Thomas Clarkson, the British abolitionist, whose letters are in the British Museum, and he traded with Britain that kept the northern Haitian economy stable, and the British Royal Navy shared intel with his government about a French invasion as long as Haiti wouldn't threaten British Caribbean colonies, where to this day Britain has preserved Haitian history.
The next station is Kew Garden.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
The National Archives in Kew in southwest London, which the narrator has been a member of for years, is the only place in the world that has a preserved original copy of the Haitian independence of 1804. It is so valued that it is stored in a special room with other priceless documents, and after taking pictures of it, it cannot be left alone. You have to call a member of staff so that they can safely put it back in the drawer. This constitution outlines in detail a free, liberated Haiti, where Haiti became the first place in the world to abolish slavery. At the end of the declaration is the name of the Governor General of Haiti, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, an individual who is still controversial to this very day.
The Haitian dictator Jean-Jacques Dessalines. In the early 1800s, Dessalines ordered the genocide of all white people on the island. That included men, women, and children. And he did it. It's what he is best known for.
Dessalines did order the massacre of men, women, and children, but those who were French, in response to the burying alive, drowning, murdering, and the hunting down of black Haitians by dogs by a French general. The British and Americans watched the French get massacred. They could have stopped it if they wanted to, but allowed it to take place so that France wouldn't become a threat to American and British economic interests. This is documented by the late Trinidadian intellectual C.L.R. James in his classic work The Black Jacobins, the most respected and the best literary work on the Haitian Revolution. Never forget that how you look at the past affects how you view the present, and how you prepare for the future, and how you will view yourself and view and treat others. When the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus arrived in the Caribbean, in honor to the Catholic monarchs of Spain, the first place he landed he named La Hispaniola, meaning Little Spain. But in 1804, when it was declared an independent nation, the Governor General Dessalines wanted to honor the indigenous Taino people who were wiped out by the Spanish, and he renamed it the Land of Mountains. But the America's first black head of state abolished a system that his fellow black revolutionaries spent a 13-year intense civil war to eradicate: slavery. It is an episode of modern human history that many are still uncomfortable discussing. A Haitian-American architect designed a monument that is on display at the United Nations headquarters in New York as a memorial to the slaves of the diaspora. The slave depicted was carved from Zimbabwean black granite. Though the UN has played a key role in Haitian exploitation, she still had to honor the Haitian Revolution as paving the way for the abolition of blacks throughout the Americas. What are the effects that slavery has left on our modern world? We are living in a climate where people are looking for racial identity, but they're going about it the wrong way. Since slavery, when individuals of black African or white European descent get married, they risk the rejection of both family and friends, and the fear of being labeled as a sellout, and many do feel the pressure and strain of that liaison. When children are born from that union, which is called genetic admixture, depending on where they live, they may face pressure of cultural identity, not knowing which ethnic group they should have stronger loyalties to, especially, which we hope will never happen, a race war was to kick off. If the child is light-skinned, they are guaranteed to have preferential treatment in the black community. And if a woman, she'll be resented by women of a darker complexion who have not dealt with their own post-slavery insecurities. Since slavery, blacks view whites as very cold, heartless, lacking empathy, very two-faced, setting the world standard of beauty, loving animals more than they do humans, lacking seasoning in their food, consistent bloodthirsty warmongers, and colonialists, with a deeply ingrained superiority complex and having no culture and having no rhythm. Blacks are seen as people who always turn up late. The males are seen as violent thugs, comical and athletic, not businesslike at all, or hardworking, and men who don't spend quality time with their children. Black women are viewed as hypersexual, entertaining, mystical and not attractive, having an attitude and wanting to dominate a workspace once you just give them a bit of power. The Asians are neutral, but if you spend enough time with them, their post-slavery prejudices will start to leak out and you will get to see where they really stand, especially if you ask their parents that you want their daughter in marriage. While the corporate business world and secular society are making some efforts to heal these stupid man-made rifts, the church is still the most racially divided institution on the earth that still functions on the segregated plantation codes of slavery. Instead of being a model for the world to follow, that city that is set on a hill, she holds onto her prejudices with pride, where outsiders looking in, documented in their secular journals, are very, very disappointed. They even say that Christians have rebuilt the wall that Jesus tore down. Nobody comes to the churches when they want to resolve racial divisions in society, for they're the worst example, and if you address them, they will only get defensive.
This here does the talking for me.
I have a Bible.
Well, then you ought to know.
No, what?
Same God made you, made me.
This is the effects of the Atlantic slave trade. It has built up and shaped the structure of global economics. It has affected how different ethnicities view and relate to each other. And it even affects how people view religion and how they view God. It still lingers with us to this very day, but very few have the courage to admit it. But why exactly did they use blacks as slaves? When young students are being trained to pursue a career as a dentist, many of them are taught that the strongest teeth that they will ever drill are from people of black African descent, who seem to have a harder bone structure than other ethnic groups. Scientists in the UK were carefully studying the bone mass index of different ethnic groups in Britain, and they closely looked at men of South Asian descent, white European descent, and of black African descent. The study was titled Ethnic Differences in Bone Geometry Between White, Black, and South Asian Men in the UK, and a portion of this 6-page study concludes that black men had higher BMD, an acronym for bone mineral density, at the whole body, total hip and femoral neck compared to white and South Asian men, independent of body size adjustments, with no differences between the latter two groups. Black men have larger bones, thicker cortices, and greater CSMI, an acronym for cross-sectional moment of inertia, compared to white and South Asian men.
Yes, she speaks facts. Yes.
When typhus, cholera, diphtheria, chickenpox, parathyroid fever, scarlet fever, bubonic plague, and whooping cough, diseases that were alien to the indigenous population. Within 100 years, according to the most recent closely scrutinized scientific data, over 3/4 of the indigenous people in the Caribbean, Latin America, North America, and Canada had died out who interacted with Europeans through the diseases, and not by war. Some Europeans panicked and didn't want to be responsible for the culling and extermination of an entire ethnic group off the face of the earth, who were already being worked to death. So Bartholomew de las Casas, a 16th century Spanish colonist and Dominican friar, in order to protect the Taino people, suggested the idea to replace them with black African labor. But why blacks? The Oxford-educated Howard professor and the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, quoted from Antonio de Herrera, the Spanish chronicler, historian, and writer, who said and highlighted in red that the labor of one Negro was more valuable than that of 4 Indians. That is why they used black people. But the black Haitians who fought in the French army, who were military trained, and even if some were illiterate, highly educated, stood up against the French Empire so that they could gain their independence from slavery. They were inspired by the French Revolution, when the French people rose up against a religious, autocratic bureaucracy. In an age of revolutions that was to steer the course of modern history, France was to also inspire another one in the Americas that also wanted to separate from the monarchical rules of the old world, the British Crown. But North America's ideals of liberty was originally only catered for one ethnic group. The United States, Thomas Dix said in 1823, form of government is that of a republic, and in religion they have adopted a system of cutting off all connection between church and state. A beautiful structure for liberty, but it is much to be regretted that the system of slavery still prevails, a species of madness altogether inconsistent with the character of any nation that denominates itself civilized and Christian. When the founding fathers separated the original 13 colonies and the embryonic stages of the United States was being laid, these slaveholders did not see blacks nor Native Americans as neither their equals or citizens. For by the time the Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776, white people were simply referred to as the Americans. The man who was standing in the center with a red waistcoat, who was later to become the 3rd U.S. President, Francophone Thomas Jefferson, is credited as authoring the U.S. Constitution. He has monuments dedicated to him in the United States, for he is seen as the embodiment of U.S. independence and liberty. But he hated and deeply feared the Haitian Revolution because he was one of the top southern slave owners in the United States, where he kept his property at the infamous Monticello, where he fathered children with one of his slaves, Sarah Sally Jennings, that his zealous followers have tried to deny and conceal. He did not want his slaves to hear about the Haitian Revolution for fear of an uprising, but he himself benefited from it, where America more than doubled inside under his presidency. When he wrote the Declaration of Independence announcing the self-evident truth that all men are created equal, he owned some 175 slaves, according to the New York Times. As president, he acquired the Louisiana Territory, that will be further explained in a bit, but did nothing to stop the spread of slavery into that vast empire of liberty. In the archives of the largest library in the world, the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, is a letter addressed to Thomas Jefferson, dated to the 23rd of June, 1803. It was written by Jean-Jacques Dessalines to Jefferson to recognize Haiti and to do trade with the United States' 13 colonies. Thomas Jefferson never responded and created an embargo against Haiti that backfired on him, for it posed a threat to the business interests of the merchants who still conducted trade with Haiti. As U.S. history is being doctored by revisionists, and a poll in 2016 shows that 70% of North Americans have no clue about their own past, they would not clearly understand the current political climate and hostility the U.S. government's foreign policy is towards Haiti if they don't know the background to how Haiti greatly contributed to why North America is what it is today. One man knew the importance of Haiti. He was a Guyanese historian and political activist, the late assassinated British educated intellectual Walter Rodney. He published a book in 1972 titled How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, one of the most scholarly works ever written on colonial history, and he mentioned a military strategist who helped to shape modern history. The continents of both North and South America were to be influenced by a man by the name of Francois Dominique Toussaint Louverture. He is best known by the latter two names. He fought the Spanish, British, and French armies and was victorious. His military genius was to be the thorn in the side of another military genius, a man who saw Toussaint as a threat to expanding his empire, the Corsican-born French military leader Napoleon Bonaparte. Like Jefferson, he despised blacks, and while Jefferson had slaves, Napoleon wanted to reintroduce slavery back into the French colonies, a grand scheme that was a part of his French world order, but something was blocking him. Today, many of the foods and drinks we put into our mouths have the ingredients of sugar. The sugar industry grew as a result of people's sweet tooth in Europe, and in the 1780s, Haiti exported 60% of all the coffee and 40% of all the sugar consumed in Europe, more than all of Britain's West Indian colonies combined. The slave insurrection of Saint-Domingue in Haiti sent the prices of sugar in the European markets spiraling, Dr. Eric Williams said. Prices rose by 50% between September 1788 and April 1793. This was the economic effects of the Haitian Revolution, for slavery was not based on racism, but on economics. If you were to ever visit Britain and see Waterloo Station and other famous places and landmarks, you would see the monuments of the men who ended Napoleon's career of creating a world empire for France. Though it ended with Britain, it started with the blacks of Haiti, who said, you know what, enough is enough. And in one of the most downplayed periods of recorded modern human history, guerrilla warfare was first being waged in Haiti against the French. Their freedom depended on it, for they knew that if they lost that war, they would be going right back into slavery under Napoleon, under even more brutal and harsher conditions. But they had something in their favor. Something that was to totally alter New World geopolitics, that was to wipe out French soldiers in their thousands. Mosquitoes. The Aedes aegypti is a yellow fever mosquito that originated in Africa that arrived in the Caribbean in the 1640s. Unlike people of East Africa and South Africa who get malaria, people of Western and Central Africa have an immunity to it. The mosquito bite goes into the red blood cells and produces a parasite called Plasmodium vivax that is currently a global epidemic in warm regions that is causing malaria. People of West Africa have a 95% blood type called Duffy negative, and this protected the black Haitian revolutionaries against the mosquitoes in Haiti. The first African American to get a doctorate from Harvard, W.E.B. Du Bois, said in 1915 that Napoleon Bonaparte, master of France, had at this time dreams of a great American empire, and replied to Toussaint's new government by sending 25,000 men under his brother-in-law to subdue the presumptuous Negroes as a preliminary step to occupation and the development of the Mississippi Valley. Fierce fighting and yellow fever decimated the French. Almost 100 years later, in 2011, Forbes magazine said the most well-known slave uprising, of course, was in Haiti during the 1790s. Toussaint Louverture used malaria and yellow fever against the French. Though it is not common discussion in history courses, current Western journals have to admit that yellow fever altered the course of modern history. And when Napoleon's dreams were dashed, he almost became bankrupt, for its cash cow was now lost, and Napoleon had to sell his French territory in the United States to Thomas Jefferson, known as the famous Louisiana Purchase. It was Haiti that changed the world. But what exactly does the Louisiana Purchase consist of? The US benefited from the colonial strife next door. Broke after its Haitian defeat, France sold a large region, 828,000 square miles, from the western banks of the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains, to the US for $15 million. The Louisiana Purchase would prove to be one of the most profitable real estate transactions ever made, nearly doubling the size of the US at a cost of about 4 cents an acre. The map of the United States was forever changed when Thomas Jefferson was able to acquire the Louisiana Territory from Napoleon because the French general was unable to subdue Haitian troops trained by Toussaint Louverture. Napoleon wanted an empire in the West, But first he had to suppress the slave revolt in Hispaniola, where Toussaint Louverture had led the Haitians to victory. The French lost thousands of soldiers in trying to do so and returned to France defeated. That prevented the French from going to Louisiana. Without Haiti, one of France's richest colonies, Napoleon gave up on his dreams of a Western empire and made the deal to sell Louisiana. This history is often overlooked. For those who want to make America great again, please try not to forget Haiti. If you do, that's fake news. North America was not the only region to benefit from Haiti. South America would also be liberated from Spain with Haiti's help. The 45th US President Donald Trump had a meeting with members of CARICOM, Caribbean heads of state, who were receiving oil from Venezuela through Petrocaribe. It was a political strategy from the United States to weaken Venezuelan influence in that region. The Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro is a large painting of Simón Bolívar, a Latin American revolutionary who separated most of Iberoamerica from Spanish rule. In central London, just around the corner from Oxford Street, is Duke Street. It was on that road where Simón Bolívar stayed, where he learned revolutionary ideas in London, England, before he returned and liberated Latin America. In London's Belgrave Square, that has a high number of foreign embassies, there is a statue of this little-known revolutionary from an aristocratic background. It has the names of the 6 countries that he liberated. One is even named after him. There is Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Panama, and Bolivia. He even abolished slavery throughout most of Latin America, and today the Afro-Colombians, the Afro-Panamanians whose forefathers helped to build the famous canal, the Afro-Bolivians, the Afro-Venezuelans, the Afro-Ecuadorians, and the Afro-Peruvians have only been recently recognized by their government. But who instructed Latin America's most famous military hero to liberate the slaves? A man told Simón Bolívar that he would supply him with arms only on the condition that he would abolish slavery throughout Latin America. It was the first president of Haiti, and the 1973 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica documents that since neither Great Britain nor the United States would promise aid, Bolívar turned to Haiti, a small republic that had freed itself from French rule. President Alexander Pétion, on the right, gave Bolívar a friendly reception and granted him both money and weapons. While some may say that greedy blacks assisted whites in the building up of the global economic Western-run capitalist system, it was their efforts that led to the abolition of slavery, the expansion of the United States, and a free and liberated Latin America. But when the earthquake struck in 2010, it came out that Haiti was one of the poorest countries it was declared an independent nation, the Governor General Dessalines wanted to honor the indigenous Taino people who were wiped out by the Spanish, and he renamed it Haiti or Haiti, its original name by the Taino people, which means the land of mountains. But the America's first black head of state abolished a system that his fellow black revolutionaries spent a 13-year intense civil war to eradicate: slavery. It is an episode of modern human history that many are still uncomfortable discussing. A Haitian American architect designed a monument that is on display at the United Nations headquarters in New York as a memorial to the slaves of the diaspora. The slave depicted was carved from Zimbabwean black granite. Though the UN has played a key role in Haitian exploitation, she still has to honor the Haitian Revolution as paving the way for the abolition of blacks throughout the Americas. What are the effects that slavery has left on our modern world? We are living in a climate where people are looking for racial identity, but they're going about it the wrong way. Since slavery, when individuals of black African or white European descent get married, they risk the rejection of both family and friends, and the fear of being labeled as a sellout, and many do feel the pressure and strain of that liaison. When children are born from that union, which is called genetic admixture, depending on where they live, they may face pressure of cultural identity, not knowing which ethnic group they should have stronger loyalties to, especially, which we hope will never happen, a race war was to kick off. If the child is light-skinned, they are guaranteed to have preferential treatment in the black community, and if a woman, she'll be resented by women of a darker complexion who have not dealt with their own post-slavery insecurities. Since slavery, blacks view whites as very cold, heartless, lacking empathy, very two-faced, setting the world standard of beauty, loving animals more than they do humans, lacking seasoning in their food, consistent bloodthirsty warmongers, and colonialists, with a deeply ingrained superiority complex and having no culture and having no rhythm. Blacks are seen as people who always turn up late. The males are seen as violent thugs, comical and athletic, not businesslike at all, or hardworking, and men who don't spend quality time
He's
well as wells and dungeons, an enduring icon of Haitian independence. It was constructed with a labor of 20,000 workers between 1805 and 1820 to protect the former black African slaves in their new republic against the invasion of France. It was commissioned by General Henry Christophe, an ex-waiter and former soldier, an English Negro born in the Caribbean island of Grenada, who ended up in Haiti, where he quickly learned French and spoke it fluently. He married and had children, and appointed himself the first king of Haiti, where he minted coins of his likeness. He appointed Prince Saunders, an African-American teacher, scholar, diplomat, and author, to govern the educational system in northern Haiti, where he became Christophe's advisor. He created a printing press, a newspaper, and a code to govern the island called Henry's Code. He had regular correspondence with Thomas Clarkson, the British abolitionist, whose letters are in the British Museum, and he traded with Britain that kept the northern Haitian economy stable, and the British Royal Navy shared intel with his government about a French invasion, as long as Haiti wouldn't threaten British Caribbean colonies, where to this day, Britain has preserved Haitian history.
The next station is Kew Garden.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
My friend, you have to know.
The National Archives in Kew in southwest London, which the narrator has been a member of for years, is the only place in the world that has a preserved original copy of the Haitian independence of 1804. It is so valued that it is stored in a special room with other priceless documents, and after taking pictures of it, it cannot be left alone. You have to call a member of staff so that they can safely put it back in the drawer before you leave. Written in French, this constitution outlines in detail a free, liberated Haiti, where Haiti became the first place in the world to abolish slavery. At the end of the declaration is the name of the Governor General of Haiti, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, an individual who is still controversial to this very day.
The Haitian dictator Jean-Jacques Dessalines. In the early 1800s, Dessalines ordered the genocide of all white people on the island. That included men, women, and children. And he did it. It's what he is best known for.
Dessalines did order the massacre of men, women, and children, but those who were French, in response to the burying alive, drowning, murdering, and hunting down of black Haitians by dogs by a French general. The British and Americans watched the French get massacred. They could have stopped it if they wanted to, but allowed it to take place so that France wouldn't become a threat to American and British economic interests. This is documented by the late Trinidadian intellectual C.L.R. James in his classic work, The Black Jacobins, the most respected and the best literary work on the Haitian Revolution. Never forget that how you look at the past affects how you view the present, and how you prepare for the future, and how you will view yourself and view and treat others. When the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus arrived in the Caribbean, in honor to the Catholic monarchs of Spain, the first place he landed he named La Hispaniola, meaning Little Spain. But in 1804, when it was declared an independent nation, the Governor General Dessalines wanted to honor the indigenous Taino people who were wiped out by the Spanish, and he renamed it Haiti or Haiti, its original name by the Taino people, which means the land of mountains. But the America's first black head of state abolished a system that his fellow black revolutionaries spent a 13-year intense civil war to eradicate: slavery. It is an episode of modern human history that many are still uncomfortable discussing. A Haitian-American architect designed a monument that is on display at the United Nations headquarters in New York as a memorial to the slaves of the diaspora. The slave depicted was carved from Zimbabwean black granite. Though the UN has played a key role in Haitian exploitation, she still had to honor the Haitian Revolution as paving the way for the abolition of blacks throughout the Americas. What are the effects that slavery has left on our modern world? We are living in a climate where people are looking for racial identity, but they're going about it the wrong way. Since slavery, when individuals of black African or white European descent get married, they risk the rejection of both family and friends, and the fear of being labelled as a sellout, and many do feel the pressure and strain of that liaison. When children are born from that union, which is called genetic admixture, depending on where they live, they may face pressure of cultural identity, not knowing which ethnic group they should have stronger loyalties to, especially, which we hope will never happen, a race war was to kick off. If the child is light-skinned, they are guaranteed to have preferential treatment in the black community, and if a woman, she'll be resented by women of a darker complexion who have not dealt with their own post-slavery insecurities. Since slavery, blacks view whites as very cold, heartless, lacking empathy, very two-faced, setting the world standard of beauty, loving animals more than they do humans, lacking seasoning in their food, consistent bloodthirsty warmongers and colonialists, with a deeply ingrained superiority complex and having no culture and having no rhythm. Blacks are seen as people who always turn up late. The males are seen as violent thugs, comical and athletic, not businesslike at all or hardworking, and men who don't spend quality time with their children. Black women are viewed as hypersexual, entertaining, mystical and not attractive, having an attitude and wanting to dominate a workspace once you just give them a bit of power. The Asians are neutral, but if you spend enough time with them, their post-slavery prejudices will start to leak out, and you will get to see where they really stand, especially if you ask their parents that you want their daughter in marriage. While the corporate business world and secular society are making some efforts to heal these stupid man-made rifts, the church is still the most racially divided institution on the earth that still functions on the segregated plantation codes of slavery. Instead of being a model for the world to follow, that city that is set on a hill, she holds onto her prejudices with pride, where outsiders looking in, documented in their secular journals, are very, very disappointed. They even say that Christians have rebuilt the wall that Jesus tore down. Nobody comes to the churches when they want to resolve racial divisions in society, for they're the worst example, and if you address them, they will only get defensive.
This here does the talking for me.
I have a rival.
Well, then you ought to know.
No, what?
Same God made you, made me.
This is the effects of the Atlantic slave trade. It has built up and shaped the structure of global economics. It has affected how different ethnicities view and relate to each other. And it even affects how people view religion and how they view God. It still lingers with us to this very day, but very few have the courage to admit it. But why exactly did they use blacks as slaves? When young students are being trained to pursue a career as a dentist, many of them are taught that the strongest teeth that they will ever drill are from people of black African descent, who seem to have a harder bone structure than other ethnic groups. Scientists in the UK were carefully studying the bone mass index of different ethnic groups in Britain, and they closely looked at men of South Asian descent, white European descent, and of black African descent. The study was titled Ethnic Differences in Bone Geometry Between White, Black, and South Asian Men in the UK, and a portion of this 6-page study concludes that black men had higher BMD, an acronym for bone mineral density, at the whole body, total hip and femoral neck compared to white and South Asian men, independent of body size adjustments, with no differences between the latter two groups. Black men have larger bones, thicker cortices, and greater CSMI, an acronym for cross-sectional moment of inertia, compared to white and South Asian men. When Europeans landed in the Americas, they brought with them smallpox, influenza, measles, typhus, cholera, diphtheria, chickenpox, parathoroid fever, scarlet fever, bubonic plague, and whooping cough, diseases that were alien to the indigenous population. Within 100 years, according to the most recent closely scrutinized scientific data, over 3/4 of the indigenous people in the Caribbean, Latin America, North America, and Canada had died out who interacted with Europeans through the diseases and not by war. Some Europeans panicked and didn't want to be responsible for the culling and extermination of an entire ethnic group off the face of the earth, who were already being worked to death. So Bartholomew de las Casas, a 16th century Spanish colonist and Dominican friar, in order to protect the Taino people, suggested the idea to replace them with black African labor. But why blacks? The Oxford-educated Howard professor and the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, quoted from Antonio de Herrera, the Spanish chronicler, historian, and writer, who said and highlighted in red that the labor of one Negro was more valuable than that of 4 Indians. That is why they used black people. But the black Haitians who fought in the French army, who were military trained, and even if some were illiterate, highly educated, stood up against the French Empire so that they could gain their independence from slavery. They were inspired by the French Revolution, when the French people rose up against a religious, autocratic bureaucracy. In an age of revolutions that was to steer the course of modern history, France was to also inspire another one in the Americas that also wanted to separate from the monarchical rules of the old world, the British Crown. But North America's ideals of liberty was originally only catered for one ethnic group. The United States, Thomas Dix said in 1823, form of government is that of a republic, and in religion they have adopted a system of cutting off all connection between church and state. A beautiful structure for liberty, but it is much to be regretted that the system of slavery still prevails, a species of madness altogether inconsistent with the character of any nation that denominates itself civilized and Christian. When the founding fathers separated the original 13 colonies and the embryonic stages of the United States was being laid, these slaveholders did not see blacks nor Native Americans as neither their equals or citizens. For by the time the Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776, white people were simply referred to as the Americans. The man who was standing in the center with a red waistcoat, who was later to become the 3rd U.S. President, Francophone Thomas Jefferson, is credited as authoring the U.S. Constitution. He has monuments dedicated to him in the United States, for he is seen as the embodiment of U.S. independence and liberty. But he hated and deeply feared the Haitian Revolution because he was one of the top southern slave owners in the United States, where he kept his property at the infamous Monticello, where he fathered children with one of his slaves, Sarah Sally Jennings, that his zealous followers have tried to deny and conceal. He did not want his slaves to hear about the Haitian Revolution for fear of an uprising, but he himself benefited from it, where America more than doubled inside under his presidency. When he wrote the Declaration of Independence announcing the self-evident truth that all men are created equal, he owned some 175 slaves, according to the New York Times. As president, he acquired the Louisiana Territory, that will be further explained in a bit, but did nothing to stop the spread of slavery into that vast empire of liberty. In the archives of the largest library in the world, the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, is a letter addressed to Thomas Jefferson, dated to the 23rd of June, 1803. It was written by Jean-Jacques Dessalines to Jefferson to recognize Haiti and to do trade with the United States' 13 colonies. Thomas Jefferson never responded and created an embargo against Haiti that backfired on him, for it posed a threat to the business interests of the merchants who still conducted trade with Haiti. As US history is being doctored by revisionists, and a poll in 2016 shows that 70% of North Americans have no clue about their own past, they would not clearly understand the current political climate and hostility the US government's foreign policy is towards Haiti if they don't know the background to how Haiti greatly contributed to why North America is what it is today. One man knew the importance of Haiti. He was a Guyanese historian and political activist, the late assassinated British educated intellectual Walter Rodney. He published a book in 1972 titled How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, one of the most scholarly works ever written on colonial history, and he mentioned a military strategist who helped to shape modern history. The continents of both North and South America were to be influenced by a man by the name of Francois Dominique Toussaint Louverture. He is best known by the latter two names. He fought the Spanish, British, and French armies and was victorious. His military genius was to be a thorn in the side of another military genius, a man who saw Toussaint as a threat to expanding his empire, the Corsican-born French military leader Napoleon Bonaparte. Like Jefferson, he despised blacks, and while Jefferson had slaves, Napoleon wanted to reintroduce slavery back into the French colonies, a grand scheme that was a part of his French world order, but something was blocking him. Today, many of the foods and drinks we put into our mouths have the ingredients of sugar. The sugar industry grew as a result of people's sweet tooth in Europe, and in the 1780s, Haiti exported 60% of all the coffee and 40% of all the sugar consumed in Europe, more than all of Britain's West Indian colonies combined. The slave insurrection of Saint-Domingue in Haiti sent the prices of sugar in the European markets spiraling, Dr. Eric Williams said. Prices rose by 50% between September 1788 and April 1793. This was the economic effects of the Haitian Revolution, for slavery was not based on racism, but on economics. If you were to ever visit Britain and see Waterloo Station and other famous places and landmarks, you would see the monuments of the men who ended Napoleon's career of creating a world empire for France. Though it ended with Britain, it started with the blacks of Haiti, who said, you know what, enough is enough. And in one of the most downplayed periods of recorded modern human history, guerrilla warfare was first being waged in Haiti against the French. Their freedom depended on it, for they knew that if they lost that war, they would be going right back into slavery under Napoleon, under even more brutal and harsher conditions. But they had something in their favor, something that was to totally alter New World geopolitics, that was to wipe out French soldiers in their thousands. Mosquitoes. The Aedes aegypti is a yellow fever mosquito that originated in Africa that arrived in the Caribbean in the 1640s. Unlike people of East Africa and South Africa who get malaria, people of Western and Central Africa have an immunity to it. The mosquito bite goes into the red blood cells and produces a parasite called Plasmodium vivax that is currently a global epidemic in warm regions that is causing malaria. People of West Africa have a 95% blood type called Duffy negative, and this protected the black Haitian revolutionaries against the mosquitoes in Haiti. The first African American to get a doctorate from Harvard, W.E.B. Du Bois, said in 1915 that Napoleon Bonaparte, master of France, had at this time dreams of a great American empire, and replied to Toussaint's new government by sending 25,000 men under his brother-in-law to subdue the presumptuous Negroes as a preliminary step to occupation and the development of the Mississippi Valley. Fierce fighting and yellow fever decimated the French. Almost 100 years later, in 2011, Forbes magazine said the most well-known slave uprising, of course, was in Haiti during the 1790s. Toussaint Louverture used malaria and yellow fever against the French. Though it is not common discussion in history courses, current Western journals have to admit that yellow fever altered the course of modern history. And when Napoleon's dreams were dashed, he almost became bankrupt, for its cash cow was now lost, and Napoleon had to sell his French territory in the United States to Thomas Jefferson, known as the famous Louisiana Purchase. It was Haiti that changed the world. But what exactly does the Louisiana Purchase consist of? The US benefited from the colonial strife next door. Broke after its Haitian defeat, France sold a large region, 828,000 square miles, from the western banks of the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains, to the US for $15 million. The Louisiana Purchase would prove to be one of the most profitable real estate transactions ever made, nearly doubling the size of the US at a cost of about 4 cents an acre. The map of the United States was forever changed when Thomas Jefferson was able to acquire the Louisiana Territory from Napoleon because the French general was unable to subdue Haitian troops trained by Toussaint Louverture. Napoleon wanted an empire in the West, but first he had to suppress the slave revolt in Hispaniola, where Toussaint Louverture had led the Haitians to victory. The French lost thousands of soldiers in trying to do so and returned to France defeated. That prevented the French from going to Louisiana. Without Haiti, one of France's richest colonies, Napoleon gave up on his dreams of a Western empire and made the deal to sell Louisiana. This history is often overlooked. For those who want to make America great again, please try not to forget Haiti. If you do, that's fake news. North America was not the only region to benefit from Haiti. South America would also be liberated from Spain with Haiti's help. The 45th US President Donald Trump had a meeting with members of CARICOM, Caribbean heads of state, who were receiving oil from Venezuela through Petrocaribe. It was a political strategy from the United States to weaken Venezuelan influence in that region, for Haiti has had strong ties with Venezuela that go back 2 centuries ago. Behind the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro is a large painting of Simón Bolívar, a Latin American revolutionary who separated most of Iberoamerica from Spanish rule. In central London, just around the corner from Oxford Street, is Duke Street. It was on that road where Simón Bolívar stayed, where he learned revolutionary ideas in London, England, before he returned and liberated Latin America. In London's Belgrave Square, that has a high number of foreign embassies, there is a statue of this little-known revolutionary from an aristocratic background. It has the names of the 6 countries that he liberated. One is even named after him. There is Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Panama, and Bolivia. He even abolished slavery throughout most of Latin America. And today, the Afro-Colombians, the Afro-Panamanians whose forefathers helped to build the famous canal, the Afro-Bolivians, the Afro-Venezuelans, the Afro-Ecuadorians, and the Afro-Peruvians have only been recently recognized by their government. But who instructed Latin America's most famous military hero to liberate the slaves? A man told Simón Bolívar that he would supply him with arms only on the condition that he would abolish slavery throughout Latin America. It was the first president of Haiti, and the 1973 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica documents that since neither Great Britain nor the United States would promise aid, Bolívar turned to Haiti, a small republic that had freed itself from French rule. President Alexander Pétion, on the right, gave Bolívar a friendly reception and granted him both money and weapons. While some may say that greedy blacks assisted whites in the building up of the global economic Western-run capitalist system, it was their efforts that led to the abolition of slavery, the expansion of the United States, and a free and liberated Latin America. But when the earthquake struck in 2010, it came out that Haiti was one of the poorest countries in the world. Nobody was actually telling you why. People accuse it of voodoo. But who did the Haitians cry out to when the earthquake hit?
Haiti play a role in the world, but you can't forget that. You cannot take that away from us. If it is that, because of that, you said we have a curse, we have a contract with the devil. No, my friend. We got the freedom from God because God created everybody equal.
Kounya mwen tande yon bay ki koup li pete. Lèl pete mte de bay kap tout ap kriye. Ma pa la mwen Chelsea sauve Chelsea petit mode yo.
Why are so many corporations flooding into Haiti? For its natural resources. Nobody tells you of the high number of farmers that are being kicked off their land for corporations to extract the minerals. What about NGOs? Nobody asks about the missing $500 million of aid money that was donated to the Red Cross. Nobody talks about the prostitution rings of Oxfam who are totally now banned from Haiti. The exploitation by Doctors Without Borders. The paedophile rings of the United Nations who also deliberately put cholera in Haiti. Why does Hillary Clinton's brother own the gold mines in Haiti? All of this in post-earthquake Haiti. But what did they discover just after the earthquake? The Seattle Times informs us that the earthquake revealed, guess what? Oil reserves and potential gas reserves. The oil reserves are worth $120 billion, and they are larger than the oil reserves in Venezuela, that has the current highest oil reserves on Earth. If this 2010 earthquake in Haiti was orchestrated through geoengineering that disrupted a whole nation, we can only imagine what they have planned for the not too distant future.
So with Haiti, you can see a people who can be eradicated out of modern human history, demonize them, exploit their natural resources, and wipe out thousands of them through cholera, which is population control. In this last section of the study, we're going to see what the overall agenda of geoengineering is.
When protesters had parts of central London on lockdown, they sprayed graffiti in protest to a corporation that has played a role in damaging the environment, Shell, one of the big oil supermajors. Shell and other oil companies have always known what would be the future environmental damage of their drilling for the Earth's natural resources. But whether you like them or not, energy companies play a key role in our everyday lives, which makes them almost untouchable. In the English-speaking world in the 1980s, the public was raised on the wealth of oil dynasties and the filthy-rich lifestyles of those who profit from it. And even when they occupy indigenous sacred lands without the people's consent, which they are known for doing, ruining whole communities and ecosystems to expand their already profit-rich multi-gazillion monopolies. When you want to keep warm in your houses in the winter, or you want to cook your food, unless you live completely off the grid, we are totally dependent on the energy companies that daily supplies us with the Earth's natural resources. Why is oil so resilient? Forbes magazine asks. Because demand growth for oil in sectors like petrochemicals, heavy industry, aviation, and other heavy transport keeps expanding significantly, with increased demand from petrochemicals, trucks, shipping, and aviation. Remember what the late economist Anthony C. Sutton said: it is not about the future supply of energy, but future control. When the largest marine oil spill in the history of the petroleum industry hit the Gulf of Mexico in April 2010, ruining the environment, though the Anglo-American oil company BP settled a number of federal criminal damages, her largest customer, the US Department of Defense, the Pentagon, continued doing business with her, supplying BP with million-dollar contracts so that BP will continue supplying her with oil that fuels the US military-industrial complex's tanks, trucks, aviation industry, and our huge warships heading for Iran. The American-British businessman Bob Dudley is the current chief executive of BP. 2013 of Russia's leading oil company, Rosneft. When it comes to making profit, Cold War beefs die. But there is a global player that is overlooked that also conducts business with these major oil giants. We are all pawns on a global chessboard, innocently naive to what takes place behind closed doors. But in the game of chess, there are some key pieces: the king, the queen, the rooks, the knights, and the bishops. The Bishop of Rome, Pope Francis I, is the most powerful geopolitician on this earth. He sits on a throne between two angels, a model of God's throne, clearly showing whose place he wants to take on this earth. He meets with the founders and current heads of the technotronic digital age, whose companies collect all of our data and is preparing for a global cashless society. The top players in the most popular sport on earth, football, show their honor to the Bishop of Rome. And it's not just in the entertainment of sport. The chairman and CEO of the largest multinational mass media and entertainment conglomerate, Disney's Bob Iger, also visits the Vatican to get a photo op with the Pope. Mr. Alfred Francis Kelly Jr., chairman of the board at Visa Inc., who is also pushing for a cashless society, organized the visit of his fellow Catholic Pope Francis I and his entourage in New York, and others all over the business world flood to the Vatican, taking economic advice from the Bishop of Rome, which also includes the members of the top energy companies that includes men like Bob Dudley, the CEO of BP, where the Pope talks to them about protecting the environment. The Vatican has also attracted some of the most famous individuals on this earth to discuss climate change and the effects of geoengineering. But not everybody is sucked into the vortex of papal hype. There are still a few people with open minds who have not brought into the cunning strategy of this smiling Jesuit. Greenpeace, one of the most organized NGOs and probably the world's leading advocates on preserving the environment, did a little digging into the economic profits of the Institute of Religious Works, better known as the Vatican Bank, one of the leading money laundering institutions on this earth. Wall Street banker and French financier Jean-Baptiste Deauville of Francois is the current president of the Vatican Bank since July 2014. On the official website of the Vatican Bank, it says that he is the non-executive of Targes LLP. Targes have investments in a number of energy companies that includes, to name a few, Shell, Total, and Occident Petroleum. British-Australian billionaire, hedge fund, a papal knight, a Goldman Sachs alumni, and financial backer of Brexit, is also a member of the board of the Vatican Bank, who is the chief executive and senior investment officer of CQS, one of Europe's leading multi-strategy asset management firms that also has assets into these top energy companies that has a huge monopoly in the earth. This Jesuit Pope outwardly advises the energy companies on caring for the environment, but is covertly investing into these very same monopolies. Your average person would find it absurd if you were to tell them that this system wants to take over the world. She has openly declared it in her own words. It's not a secret. Only a few scattered people who still diligently study the prophetic charter are aware of this, but most overlook this. Why? Remember, how you look at the past affects how you look at the present, how you prepare for the future, and how you will see yourself and view others. So how will all roads lead to Rome? You carefully condition minds into the fantasy of the Middle Ages when papal Rome once ruled most of Europe, so you can familiarize the world's minds into the past by using the most popular shows. You then cleverly and carefully implant Roman Catholic imagery into the public. This will slowly break down people's resistance when they see heroes like Robin Hood, played by Russell Crowe, and John Wick, played by Keanu Reeves, and by musicians like Beyoncé. This will put people's guards down to the papacy. Then you can create the atmosphere of the Inquisition of the Dark Ages by encouraging people to spy on their neighbors, and the whole world will be reliving once again the time period of the Dark Ages. While they become distracted, the Vatican, who has the most ancient and the most experienced State Department in existence, will continue what she has been doing for over 1.5 millennia, covering the width of 5 continents, dealing with the different nations and kingdoms and expanding her influence. But she knows that she can only accomplish her lifelong dream with the assistance of a much younger power, who she is only second to with the number of nations she has diplomacy with, the United States. How will the papacy influence the United States in fulfilling her will? Well, let's see. The United States is building a huge wall to separate it from Mexico's border. The Pope said that Donald Trump shouldn't build a wall. Remember, the Pope is a Latino from the US southern neighbor, and Latinos have turned into a powerful voting bloc that can influence who will become the next US president. When you see Catholic bishops rooting for the immigrants to illegally flood into the borders, it is not that they care for the families, but that it will increase the Roman Catholic population in the United States that has greatly dwindled in recent years. dressed in Vatican Protocol black, gives homage to the Godfather who is dressed in white. But you'll see that they will follow the same geopolitical destiny. President Donald Trump meets with Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, to strengthen military ties. Pope Francis I also meets with the Secretary General of NATO, and not for world peace with NATO's horrific bloodthirsty track record. President Donald Trump from his office converses with astronauts from NASA on their space program. Pope Francis I from his office also converses with NASA on their space program. And NASA is also into geoengineering. We get a little heads up from Hollywood of what they are capable of doing.
Your father was experimenting with a highly classified material that could threaten our entire solar system. All life would be destroyed. We're counting on you to find out what's happening out there.
Though NASA says that geoengineering on Mars won't work, she plans to pursue it on Earth, where she will attempt to cool the Earth. Since 1984, the United States has continued diplomatic relations with Vatican City. The papacy needs to retain that political liaison to fulfill her overall and ultimate goal. And the Pope also has his official nuncio or ambassador in the United States to shape US-Vatican relations and influencing US foreign policy. And the Vatican will continue to strengthen geopolitical ties with the United States. While most of us will be distracted and the world is carrying down a road of no return, the papacy's true colors will start to come out when you start to see her supporting the US energy wars. This is a continuation of Cold War politics when these two kingdoms strengthen their unholy alliance. But what may shock people is that the United States has been fighting wars on behalf of the Vatican for years. What was the real overall objective of the Vietnam War? And why was the United States out there? Investigative journalist Diana Johnstone in her book Fool's Crusade said that in Vietnam, the United States failed in its most ambitious project to impose a Western-style, Catholic-led satellite regime on the territory of an Asian nation. Before 1990, Yugoslavia was a relatively peaceful region in the Balkans. But then something changed drastically, and one ethnic group was falsely accused of starting the conflict.
The Serbs started this war. The Serbs are the original cause of the war.
They are the complete aggressors and wrongdoers.
The Serbian people were unfairly targeted as the instigators of the Balkan Wars. Bosnian Serbs face trial at the International Criminal Court, but the Catholic Croats like Ante Gotovina get off scotch-free for war crimes. But the Pope apologized to the Serbs for the war crimes committed against him, for it was the Vatican, not the Serbs, that instigated the wars in Yugoslavia in the early 1990s, where they supplied arms to Catholic Croatia to build up her military arsenal. And the Catholic Croat Ante Gotovina received full support from the late Pope John Paul II, the true instigator of the Second Balkans War. The British-trained Tutsi Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda, paid a visit to Pope Francis I in the Vatican, and he received a message from the Pope that was quite interesting. In the film Hotel Rwanda, it gives a fairly balanced account of the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, but it shows scenes of nuns and priests being victims of the genocide, a distorted portrayal of history, for the case of the perpetrators showed that it was the Catholic nuns and the Catholic priests who were leading out in the massacres, and they were the instigators of the genocide, and that is why the Pope apologized to the Tutsi Paul Kagame, for it was the Catholic Church-inspired Hutu militias, the Interahamwe, who led out in the genocide. When civil war was kicking off in Ireland from the 1960s to the early 1990s, though the British government was not innocent, the IRA had assistance from an unseen force, and recent evidence has shown that it was the Catholic priests who were at many times responsible for the IRA bombings that blew up and killed many innocent people. So why didn't they face trial? Because they were protected by the police, ministers, and the Catholic Church. She gets away with murder. And the Second World War was her greatest attempt ever to regain total global supremacy. It has already been shown that the international banking cartel financially propelled the Nazis into power. But who gave the fascist states the religio-political support? The late Walter Rodney said that the fascist colonial powers were retarded capitalist states where the government police machinery united with the Catholic Church and the capitalists. Most schools were controlled by the Catholic Church as a reflection of the unity of church and state. The British newspaper The Daily Mirror in 1944 said that the Vatican was in bed with fascism, and more articles are reluctantly coming to the light of the Vatican's greatest attempt of realigning herself with despotic regimes to take over this earth, whether it was Franco's Spain, Hitler's Germany, or Pavelich's Croatia, or other states. A former spying agent for Britain's intelligence agency MI5 during World War I, Benito Mussolini, was to give the Vatican the economic springboard she needed. The Vatican denies that she has any connection to Mussolini, but the articles of the day and the photographic evidence of the Lateran Treaty in 1929 prove otherwise. Italian dictator Benito Mussolini had one piece of an ego and forced conscription on Italian men who did not want to join the war effort. One man fled fascist Italy and came to London, England, and became a permanent resident. He worked for the British government during World War II, wrote political commentaries for the BBC, studied at the London School of Economics, became a member of the British Interplanetary Society, and as a prolific writer, became a member of the Society of Authors. In 1954, in the London Gazette, he changed his name from Teofilo Gardini to Avro Manhattan. When he wasn't hobnobbing with the elite, as one of the best writers of the 20th century, he sometimes put his life at risk for the truth, receiving many death threats. He published many books, but one of them was titled The Dollar and the Vatican, that gives us a picture of American foreign policy and how the Vatican will capitalize on America's global bloodbaths. Avro Manhattan said that it is big business that is the promoter of practically all subsequent North American aggressions, the most persistent destroyers of the civil liberties of the American masses, blatantly advocating economic expansionism by the use of violent economic and financial aggression supported by brute force. When people spend endless time blasting each US president who comes into office, they're wasting their time. They're all a part of a system, and they are nothing but figureheads. Let us look at some breaking news so we can clearly understand what is going on in geopolitics, especially its connection to geoengineering.
The scale of foreign interest is unprecedented. Between 2010 and 2016, 320 new embassies were opened in Africa, probably the largest embassy building boom anywhere ever.
You now have a fund, a mining fund, that you're setting up.
Yes.
What is that about?
Well, like your previous segment was talking about, huge growth in electrification or hybridization of vehicles.
Right.
And to do that, for all that technology and all that development, it actually takes minerals coming from generally rugged places. You know, cobalt is what you need to concentrate all those electrons to make a battery more efficient. 2/3 of the world's cobalt supply comes from the DRC.
Because, of course, the lifeblood of every economy is oil and gas.
The continent of Africa is bigger than China, India, Argentina, the United States, and most of Europe combined. But it seems to be attracting opportunists from all over the world. A video called Coney 2012 was aired online that attracted millions of viewers on YouTube. Its role was to coerce the public into tracking down Ugandan warlord Joseph Kony. But what was its real objective? Ugandans clicked that it wasn't about Joseph Kony at all, but the Western corporations needed an excuse to monopolize on Ugandans' newly discovered oil reserves. The US military bombed a number of al-Shabaab Islamic Jihadi militants in Somalia and East Africa. Was it because they wanted to cleanse Islamic extremists from Africa? No, not really. It's because Somalia, like Uganda, has oil and gas reserves, where the Somali government welcomed the drone strikes to protect them, where they would supply the West with oil. Somalia's next-door neighbor, Djibouti, is flooded with 3 different militaries that is creating a bit of a problem. Camp Lemonia is the headquarters of US African Command, better known as AFRICOM, the only permanent US military base in Africa. But Djibouti is in debt to China, who also has a military base in that African country that is creating a geopolitical tension. But why are all these countries flooding into the African continent? What does this continent have that is shaping the technotronic digital age? Almost 100 years ago in 1923, Jamaican-born Pan-Africanist Marcus Garvey said, "Most of us know or ought to know the value of minerals. Oil, coal, iron, copper, and all other minerals are to be found in Africa in abundance. We can readily realize the vast amount of wealth lying buried in Mother Africa, awaiting development. Europe today are trying to interest American capitalists in the exploitation of the wealth of the great continent." In 2007, the London Guardian published an article titled "Scramble for Africa," verifying what Garvey said. With oil, gas, timber, gold, coltan, and bauxite, Africa is home to some of the largest deposits of natural resources in the world. The US is interested in the region as a cheap and reliable alternative to the increasingly volatile Persian Gulf. We live in an era called the technotronic digital age. But all these things we use in our everyday lives, whether it be cars, phones, laptops, and even space satellites, cannot function without the highly rich, heat-resistant minerals of the African continent. And while we are benefiting from these minerals, others are working on the continent, being exploited by militias and corporations. One man said that if the corporations were to leave the Congo's $24 trillion worth of mineral alone, the earth would not be able to function. It was the African slave trade that built up the modern world and the wealth of the West and to modern capitalism. And Africa's natural resources and exploitative labor is still the main drive that steers our modern world in the digital age, whether it be for electronic cars or the 4 different metals that help our mobile cell phones to function. Informal Trump advisor Eric Prince, former Navy SEAL and US businessman, made it very clear that the technotronic digital electronic age is dependent on the minerals of the Democratic Republic of Congo. His sister Betty DeVos, the current United States Secretary of Education, is in the Trump administration, and he is also still working with the administration, where, as Arrow Manhattan said, it is business as usual. And one of the major drives of the US government is, guess what? Geoengineering, manipulation of the weather. Eric Prince runs a security firm called Frontiers Services Group that provides security to big corporations. He has financial investments in Mozambique, and not just in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But what is in Mozambique? It has been recently titled the next oil and gas hub. But as these citizens are not benefiting from their own land, it has created a backlash of frustrated Islamic insurgents. And as the Trump administration is pursuing the path of weather modification, is it possible that this can be used on a battlefield to crush insurgents who are in the way of the West drilling for natural resources? Well, let's see.
Eye of the storm edges closer and closer to the Mozambican coastline as the day continues. In fact, we're expecting it to make landfall between about 10 and 11 this evening. Here it is on our satellite. This is current imagery at the moment. You'll see it's a very wide eye of the storm, and it's heading almost towards Beira.
Have you ever had a storm like this in this area? I've never heard or seen anything like it, she said.
Relief agencies say there may never have been a disaster like this anywhere in the entire southern hemisphere.
Two cyclones hit Mozambique in one season, something never seen before in its entire history. The first one being described as the worst disaster in the southern hemisphere, very similar to the earthquake in Haiti that was also described as the worst in that region. And just as a cholera outbreak hit Haiti, one was already in Mozambique but exploded when the cyclone hit. Interesting. Haiti is poor because France kept it in a permanent economic stranglehold since its independence in 1804. And reports from Friends of the Earth, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International have documented that many people of Mozambique are being kicked off their own land by force, like the farmers in Haiti, by foreign multinational corporations to drill and extract its natural resources. And nobody tells you why they are poor. The legacy of hundreds of years of colonialism and a 15-year civil war has left Mozambique extremely poor, according to the London Guardian. But this is what you don't see. It has a lot of natural beauty, something that is usually deleted by Western corporate-controlled media channels who always portray Africa in a very negative way. There is a lot of construction, and though the Chinese are in Africa for its own natural resources purposes, with their own exploitations, it is at least building some solid infrastructure to Mozambique to boost its economy and to help its civilians. That also includes the longest suspension bridge in the whole of Africa, built by Chinese engineers, that wasn't hit by the cyclone in the north. But there is a reason this Southeast African country is being exploited. When people are getting bone implants, the strongest metal that doesn't rust or erode is tantalum. It is found in Mozambique and other parts of the world. But as these civilians are not reaping the benefits, rioters have attacked a tantalum mine in Mozambique. Tantalum is used in the production of electronic equipment, including medical implants, mobile phones, and computers. The London-based natural resource company Gemfields has a complete monopoly of Mozambique's rubies. The American actress Mila Kunis is the ambassador for the company. But there's something unique about the rubies in Mozambique that sets it apart from the rest of the world. Situated in the north of Mozambique is Cabo Delgado. It has the world's biggest ruby and pink sapphire deposits, the location of 40% of the world's rubies, according to the Telegraph. Mozambique now accounts for as much as 80% of global ruby output, according to Bloomberg. Mozambique also has a lot of coal, and foreign companies are monopolizing it. But the people of Mozambique is not benefiting from their own land's resources. But Mozambique's Cabo Delgado in the north, where the ruby and sapphire deposits are, has one of the world's biggest untapped offshore gas fields. Mozambique has so much natural resources that it is attracting corporations to just flood into that country and just take it. For it has become a gas supplier to the world, and corporations like the US ExxonMobil, Japan's Tokyo Gas, the UK's British Gas, and Italy's ENI are looking to the banks to help finance them for their projects. But not everybody is happy that these Eurasian corporations are colonizing their lands, and it is breeding resentment. A number of African channels and one Chinese news channel were the only media outlets that were reporting the frequent attacks of Islamic jihadis in northern Mozambique. Except for a few online articles from Western newspapers, there was a complete media blockout by Western journalism concerning the jihadi attacks in the Anadarko gas field in Mozambique. Could the double cyclones in the northern Mozambique be a response to the jihadi attacks? According to the already quoted document Weather as a Force Multiplier, Owning the Weather in 2025, it reads that weather modification is a force multiplier with tremendous power that could be exploited across the full spectrum of war-fighting environments. Weather modification offers the warfighter a wide range of possible options to defeat or coerce an adversary. The ability to modify the weather may be desirable both for economic and defense reasons. Attacks started to intensify against the Anadarko gas fields. Beheadings started to threaten the billion-dollar gas project in June 2018. In January 2019, there was an increase in insurgency attacks that took place in the gas-rich sector in the north. And in February 2019, Islamic insurgents intensified their attacks. Then something happened in March that was to displace and kill hundreds and thousands of people in the north.
1,000 people are feared dead after a cyclone smashed into Mozambique. Villages have disappeared, roads been destroyed, homes razed to the ground, communication and power lines cut. The southern African country's president said he saw bodies floating in the water when he visited the affected area on Monday.
Were these two storms in one season the worst in its history, the product of climate change? Or were they as a result of weather tampering, of geoengineering? That is something for you to think about. But Mozambique is not a unique case. Taking natural resources by force under the camouflage of a global war on terror is an ongoing colonial trend, and as this study draws nearer to completion, we shall see where this is leading to. The economist Anthony C. Sutton said that the Earth has enough gas, coal, and oil that will last for about 100 years. But Zubina Brzezinski published a book in 1997 titled The Grand Chessboard that shows that up in his book, Pipeline. Hollywood has flooded the box office with films about Afghanistan, not taking into consideration the civilian casualties, that's overlooked, but presenting US soldiers as heroic war veterans, where influential actors are brilliant marketing the people. 19, there was an increase in insurgency attacks that took place in the gas-rich sector in the north. And in February 2019, Islamic insurgents intensified their attacks. Then something happened in March that was to displace and kill hundreds and thousands of people in the north.
1,000 people are feared dead after a cyclone smashed into Mozambique. Villages have disappeared, roads been destroyed, homes razed to the ground, communication and power lines cut. The southern African country's president said he saw bodies floating in the water when he visited the affected area on Monday.
Were these two storms in one season the worst in its history, the product of climate change? Or were they as a result of weather tampering, of geoengineering? That is something for you to think about. But Mozambique is not a unique case. Taking natural resources by force under the camouflage of a global war on terror is an ongoing colonial trend, and as this study draws nearer to completion, we shall see where this is leading to. The economist Anthony C. Sutton said that the Earth has enough gas, coal, and oil that will last for about 100 years. But Zubina Brzezinski published a book in 1997 titled The Grand Chessboard that shows that America plans to control and monopolize all of these resources. And a key word comes up in his book, pipeline. Hollywood has flooded the box office with films about Afghanistan, not taking into consideration the civilian casualties, that's overlooked, but presenting US soldiers as heroic war veterans, where influential actors are brilliant marketing tools to promote the US military-industrial complex. But why is the United States in a country that borders China? The region named the Golden Crescent is where 90% of the world's opium poppy fields are grown, and since the 2001 US-led coalition invasion, the heroin narcotic trade has catapulted, lining the pockets of Turkish and Albanian drug cartels and members of the Western secret services. The Afghan civilians have their mouth swabbed to take their DNA, as well as being on a biometric database, where they have their fingerprints taken and an eye scan. It looks like a kind of Mark of the Beast trial run, a laboratory test for a wider future program, so that each civilian's detail is on a digital file, so that no one is off the grid, just like we are tracked by our digital devices, where we have traveled, what we serve, how long we have served for, and the gazillion cameras in the airports and in the cities that also tracks our facial recognition. One of the main reasons for the US in Afghanistan is, guess what? A pipeline that feeds different countries with the energy of oil and gas. The conflict in Afghanistan is over a pipeline, and these pipelines in Eurasia are increasing the spread and number of internally displaced people. The narrator took his camera to central London to see what the conflict in Ukraine was all about a number of years ago. The best way to learn about a nation is to speak to different people of that nation, and you will realize how much the news is lying to you on a daily basis. The narrator watched RT to see from a Russian perspective, and the BBC, Fox, and CNN from a Western perspective, but the most insightful approach was when listening to the Ukrainian civilians themselves. When you live in the UK, you are totally unaware how much the conflict affects you until you discover that a high volume of Europe and UK's gas supplies comes from Russia. And like Afghanistan, the conflict is over a pipeline. How many civilians are dying each day, and how many families are being destroyed and torn apart over a pipeline? This is where Syria comes in. Whole communities have been bombed and left desolate, and drone footage shows whole cities that were once flourishing now looking like a ghost town, where chemical weapons that burn through skin and bone are dropped on civilians, killing innocent women and children. That's disgusting. And the White Helmets praised by the West as Syrian humanitarian aid rescuers is a jihadi group funded by a British army officer, as documented in the London Guardian, to destabilize the Syrian army. And while thousands flee the conflict, neighboring countries in the Middle East and countries in the West are reluctant to take them in, not just because they are hostile to outsiders, but for fear that these refugees could be harboring some disgruntled jihadi sleeper cells. And what is the Syrian war over? You guessed it, oil and gas. Yep, a pipeline. Al Jazeera calls it Syria's Pipelinistan War, and everything the narrator is sharing with you is from mainstream media journals. It is open and available to the public to see. And the $10 billion gas pipeline deal signed between Iraq, Iran and Syria in 2011, where America did not get a bring-in, is what the conflict is over. And Syria's neighbor Iran has sanctions imposed on her energy industry, where President Donald Trump has pressured Iraq not to buy energy from Iran because Iran has the biggest gas field that she co-shares with Qatar, which is the key reason why Iran has become the US's #1 new foe, because the United States cannot control another nation's energy resources, and she will gamble the world's financial markets to make a point.
Trump gambles the world economy on shutting down Iran's ability to sell oil overseas.
We have the greatest military, thank God, on the face of this earth. We have the most advanced weapon systems, and a strong message needs to be sent that a huge price will be paid if you take on the United States of America. Simple peace through strength, and it works.
Today, the United States is alone in the world and cannot create a coalition. Countries that are its friends are too ashamed of being in a coalition with them.
Mike Pompeo, the incumbent 70th U.S. Secretary of State, claimed that Iran poses a threat. In May 2019, he attended the infamous Bilderberg Conference, privy to the secretive dynamics of global geopolitics. In June 2019, a tanker was attacked. Many believe it was a false flag, but the US government blamed the Iranians. In that same month, the Iranians bombed a US drone out of the sky that Iranians said was in their airspace. It should be noted that Iran is no easy pushover. As powerful as Google is as the world's top information gathering system, it is not infallible, for the Iranians in 2018, working with the Chinese, hacked into a CIA system using Google and killed dozens of US spies, which may be the reason Google deleted many Iranian accounts as a response. This tension has been building up for a while, for at the 2013 US Oscars, the First Lady Michelle Obama announced the award for Best Film to Ben Affleck, Argo. That's when you know how strongly tied the US government is with Hollywood. And when you see another actor, Gerard Butler, doing a lecture at the Department of Defense, better known as the Pentagon, whether he was conscious of it or not, he also helps the anti-Iranian war effort.
You threaten my people with slavery and death. This is madness! Madness. This is Sparta!
The film 300, though based on an actual war, unfairly depicted the Iranians as very ugly and deformed. It was blatant anti-Iranian propaganda, and the Iranians were not impressed, for they knew it was clever psyops programming, a build-up to war, and they picked up that Hollywood was shaping global public opinion about the Iranian people. But as a war is building up with Iran, which many are hoping and praying does not kick off, there is still another one being waged against Iran, and it is not military but economic, where US sanctions on Iran has affected its oil, banking and shipping industry that has halved the value of its currency, increased inflation, increased the cost of living, and the rise in food prices. But the United States has also afflicted her with sanctions that are greatly affecting people's health. With her global economic strength, the United States has influenced some of the biggest Western pharmaceutical companies who refuse to have anything to do with Iran. When you are sick and the best medical treatment can only be imported from abroad, and you are denied to have that human right, it would breed frustration. And as patriotic as Iranians are, these sanctions have made many riot and turn on their own government, which the US wants to happen. But many are still getting very sick and are suffering, like the Vietnamese, because of the US self-interest. And this includes the most vital body fluid for all humans: blood. There are over 8,000 hemophiliacs who are finding it harder to get blood clotting agents. Operations on hemophiliacs have been virtually suspended because of the risk created by the shortages. The society representing the 8,000 Iranians suffering from thalassemia, an inherited blood disorder, has said its members are beginning to die because of a lack of an essential drug, deferoxamine, as seen on the left, used to control the iron content in the blood, according to The Guardian. If the United States can pressure the entire corporate and business world to not buy or sell with Iran, you are seeing a foundation being laid for something a lot bigger. For another country is experiencing a similar economic abuse.
Yeah, look, we're in conversation with major American companies now that are either in Venezuela or, in the case of Citgo, here in the United States. I think we're trying to get to the same end result here. You know, Venezuela is one of the three countries I call the troika of tyranny. It'll make a big difference to the United States economically if we could have American oil companies really invest in and produce the oil capabilities in Venezuela.
Angel Falls in Venezuela is the highest uninterrupted waterfall in the world. But even among such beauty, Venezuela's northern neighbor, the United States, made it openly clear that she is after her oil interests. These are her own words. It has already been shown that the Bank for International Settlements has chosen who has the right to Venezuela's wealth. And like Iran, Venezuela is being crippled by economic sanctions so that it will bend to outside pressure and cave in. This has also had a tremendous effect on the civilian population, where millions have fled to neighboring countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And like Iran, civilians who are unable to either work or eat to provide for their families are demonstrating en masse. But who is covertly supporting these demonstrations? And who has given their support to the US-educated Venezuelan politician and opposition leader Juan Guaido? It is the United States and the papacy, the two kingdoms. When Pope Francis I addressed the energy companies, he taught them to incorporate the Catholic social teaching, the common good, that President Donald Trump incorporated into his State of the Union speech.
But we must reject the politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good.
Though the Pope has given the world an impression that the papacy is neutral concerning Venezuela, they fully support regime change. For the London Economist documented that in an overwhelmingly Catholic country, Venezuela, the country's Catholic bishops expressed their backing for the protests sweeping the country. They described the National Assembly, whose leader Juan Guaido has declared himself interim president, as the only legitimate organ of popular sovereignty. Former Special Rapporteur Alfred de Zayas, who finished his term in the UN in March, has criticized the US for engaging, and highlighted in red, in economic warfare against Venezuela, which he said is hurting the economy and killing civilians. US sanctions also target individuals and stop US-based companies or people from, and highlighted in red again, buying and selling new debt issued by PDVSA, which is the Venezuelan state-owned oil and gas company, or the government, according to the London Independent. The United States and its sanctions, through its connections to the global banking system, is the only power on earth that could prevent individuals, companies, or nations from buying and selling. If you were to tell individuals in love that the United States plans to impose this economic bullying system on the entire earth, they will have this global economic embargo, our cultures and communities who are off the grid and live and survive in nature, completely off the land that they currently occupy, which is the original divine mandate that was set up for mankind. But for most of us who are integrated into this global digital system, who haven't got the foggiest idea about agriculture and living off the natural land, how would we survive? Just say that all social privileges were stripped. They decided to turn off your gas, your running water, your electricity, and your access to the internet. Stop and think for a second. How would you survive? It is often said that it is in a crisis where true characters are revealed. And if a global law was to be passed where all these social privileges were taken away from you, you will see who you really are, who are your true friends, and how real your family copes under global pressure. One man who was definitely woke, who was streetwise by becoming all things to all men that he could reach them, knew that if such a law was passed, some call it the New World Order, others call it the Mark of the Beast, it would be ushered in with such stealth that you wouldn't be able to be aware of what's happening. And 2 centuries ago, Dr. James Aiken Wiley said, "Tyranny, that is cruel and oppressive despotic government rule, comes with a muffled foot, quietly and secretly. It steals upon us like the night. It deposits while a nation sleeps the seeds of arbitrary or autocratic rule, and under pretense of redressing wrong or of advancing liberty, it strikes when you least expect it, a fatal blow at justice and freedom."
Today, if you say the wrong thing, think a different thought. You must be silenced.
There are many who are concerned for the environment and the effects of geoengineering, and they feel powerless. The narrator can help you to start on how to understand the true mechanics of the environment. But ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the fowls of the air, and they shall tell thee. Or speak to the earth, and it shall teach thee, and the fishes of the sea shall declare unto thee, who know that in all these that the hand of the Lord hath wrought this.
Are you now woke? And do you have a clear understanding of what geoengineering is? And do you realize that if you do not understand the past, you can't make sense of the present? And as I encourage at all times, everything you've seen in this study and all the previous studies of Even at the Doors, please go and research everything for yourself. I just want to say a big thank you for all of those who have supported Even at the Doors through finances. I really want to say thank you because it has helped this video to go forward. And if you want to continue supporting Even at the Doors, please click on the link below. Thank you.
The days I know when you get so discouraged, it seems that all hope is gone. And there's one, the only one, who can give you courage and strength to carry on. Never give up, Jesus is coming. It's the darkest hour before dawn. Never give up, Jesus is coming. Never give up, just keep holding on. This whole world I know won't last much longer. It seems soon pass away, and my faith in God simply keeps growing stronger. For Jesus is coming someday. Never give up, Jesus is coming. It's the darkest hour before dawn. Never give up.
Good evening, everyone. It's good to be back. I think Supper Club, I spoke out maybe a year ago. I'm not sure about that. But I'm going to be talking about allergies tonight. It's very, very common. And where allergies are probably first noticed would be a child having eczema or a child having asthma. Most people don't realise that eczema and asthma are both allergies. So the million-dollar question is, what is it an allergy to? The most common allergens are wheat, dairy, and refined sugar. Dairy milk is excellent milk for baby calves. Got that? Baby calves. And if you give a newborn baby calf the milk in the supermarket, did you know that calf will die? Now it is true that some people have in their heritage dairy. So if you've got a 5th or 6th generation dairy farmers, they usually can handle a little dairy, but the dairy they can handle is the raw milk straight from the cow. But the milk from the supermarket, I don't know whether anyone can really handle that because it has been altered. And the reason pasteurisation happened really was because of dirty dairies. My daughter lives in Wisconsin, and she lives opposite a dairy farm. And she said, the dairy's not very clean. And what happens is, if you go, it's a bad smell, and they put those things on the udders, to get the milk out. And sometimes the udders would fall on the floor, and there's manure on the floor, and they just put them on the next udder. Eventually, after about 10 years, they did test the milk and found E. coli in the milk, and the dairy was closed down. Down the road, there's another dairy, and it's spotlessly clean. You could actually eat off the floor in the dairy. It is so clean. And yet when the milk truck picks up the milk, what happens? All In fact, the current figures in Australia are 60% of people can't handle the dairy milk. Now, there is a reason for that, and as I mentioned, it is in the heritage. Some who are dairy farmers for centuries do have those enzymes to break it down. But what has been found is in me who can't handle the dairy, let's say I'm drinking a lot of cow's milk because my mother says it's good for me and it's going to build my bones, and I'll have a look at that in a minute too. But I'm feeling ill. What's happening when it gets into my gut? It's not being broken down properly. So it breaks down to a molecule, let's say, that looks like that. It gets into the blood, and the blood sees it as a pathogen, meaning it doesn't recognize it. So it creates antibodies. And these antibodies come along and consume what they see as the enemy. Nothing wrong with that. The body does that. But then these antibodies, because I'm trying not to drink much milk because I can't handle it, they look over and they see my pancreas. And my beta cells in my pancreas, sorry, I'll do this correctly, my beta cells in my pancreas are the same shape. So these antibodies that were created to clean up those molecules because I couldn't break down milk, they come along, and what do they start consuming? My beta cells in my pancreas. In fact, the current figures are 70% of children that have cow's milk in the first year of life can develop type 1 diabetes. So that's a well-known fact. And in the book China Study, Dr. Colin Campbell, he quotes some of that research, so you can check that out. But what about the eczema, and what about the asthma? See, when a body cannot handle the cow's milk, one of the ways the body reacts is creates a lot of mucus. And it creates a lot of mucus in the eustachian tubes. And are you familiar with your eustachian tubes? They connect your ears and your mouth and your nose and your eyes. So a lot of mucus is created there, and then congestion builds up in the chest. There's your asthma. These are the children that have to have their adenoids out, their tonsils out. Do you know what your tonsils are? They're the watchmen at the gate. They're just saying, hey, there's a problem. Oh, we'll just take out the watchman of the gate. We're sick of their loud cries. Now, what's going to tell the body that there's a problem now? You see that? Now, what, unfortunately, is not often addressed in medicine is this. Why are the adenoids swelling? Why does the asthma keep returning? Why are the tonsils swelling? I get a few emails. Barbara, what can we do for tonsillitis? So I say to them, the first thing is you must stop the dairy and the wheat and the refined sugar. But a word of warning here, it can take up to 2 months before the full effects of stopping it are seen. So a person can eat a slice of bread and it'll be out of the body in 24 hours, but the effect can remain for up to 2 months. One lady said, aha, she said, I stopped for 2 weeks. Different. So she said, I started up again. And one lady said, well, I stopped the dairy. That didn't seem to make a difference. So I went back on that and stopped the wheat. So it all has to be stopped at once. And what I say to people is, don't stop today. Don't stop tomorrow. You've got to go home and seriously assess the kitchen cupboards. Seriously assess the fridge and the freezer. And then you've got to make those adjustments and then start. Otherwise, it's too hard. You come home, you're hungry, open the fridge, bread, pasta, everything that you actually don't want to eat. And did you know that hunger is the strongest urge in the human body? And so some of your senses go out the window and you just want to eat. You see that? To make the changes before you actually take the step. So that's one of the reasons why dairy causes so many problems up in the respiratory because of the excess mucus that it creates. Did you know in China, tonsillitis was unheard of? Adenoids going out, unheard of? And now, in the last 20 years, the Time magazine says that China's now eating the meat-sweet diet. What's the meat-sweet diet? Very typical to the typical Australian or American diet, which is a lot of meat, a lot of dairy, a lot of sugars, a lot of refined things. Do you know those Chinese children are now getting tonsillitis, adenoids, eczema, asthma, things that were not known of, hardly. And yet now that these are being introduced. And when you think of it, how many Americans have cereal and toast for breakfast, sandwiches for lunch, coffee with tea, coffee with milk, tea with milk and sugar and biscuits. You know, I think the Australian and the American diet in many ways are similar. Now, Australians settled mostly from England, Scotland, but we really have taken on the American way of eating. See, we used to have, and still in many places, have little towns, but I notice in America you have these big shop malls, don't you? Well, Australia's starting to do that as well. So these foods are just so easy, they're just there. So that's one main allergen, is the dairy. So why is wheat an allergen? Well, in the 1950s, Dr. Norman Brulag and a team of scientists put wheat through intensive crossbreeding, and they did it to produce a plant with a higher yield. It was to save the starvation crisis somewhat. You see, traditionally, wheat always grew that high. But if you look at wheat today, you know how high it grows? It only grows that high. You see, they got it with a high yield, but before the grain was ready to harvest, the stalk would break and they would lose their grain. Back to the drawing board. Now that they now have a plant that only grows this high and has a thick stem and it can hold the heavy yield. So 1969, Dr. Norman Brulag got a Nobel Prize for his hybridized wheat. 1970s, this wheat went worldwide. Oh, and how the farmers love it. Sometimes 10 times more grain per acre. What does that mean for the farmer? 10 times more money per acre. They've got to pay their bills. So no wonder they love it. So let's have a look at what's happening by the 1990s. This is in America, in Australia. Let's have a look at what's made out of the wheat. So you've got cereal, you've got bread, you've got cookies, and in America you have biscuits. They're like a roll, is that right? In Australia, biscuits are cookies. So I'll say biscuit, because I think I drive along and I see it says biscuits and gravy, so we think biscuits and gravy? To us, that's like cookies and gravy, but it's like scones, like a scone, okay? Donuts, I think that's how you spell it. Donuts and pizza. Now, Australians love their pies. I think you have pies too, yeah? Pies, yeah? So they're crackers and pretzels too, yeah? We don't have many pretzels. So can you see that a large part of the American diet is made up of this hybridized wheat? So the wheat that God made originally was called encorn. An encorn wheat has a very fragile protein or gluten structure. Now, that fragile protein or gluten structure is very important because it means that in the grinding process, in the cooking process, in the chewing process, in the enzymes in the gut, it is easily broken down. And it is not sure when, a couple of thousand years ago, a wild grass did a field hybrid with the inkhorn and came up with the emmer form of wheat. And this emmer form of wheat is not as fragile as the inkhorn, but still fairly fragile. Then in the 1950s, this emmer wheat was put through intensive crossbreeding and came up with a hybridized wheat. First was the effect of that hybridized wheat on the human body. No one objects to more grain coming so the farmers can pay their bills and more grain coming to help with the starvation crisis. But what was never addressed was the effect of that grain on the human body. It created an incredibly complex protein or gluten structure, and almost only a cast iron gut can break down that complex structure. So you look at the time frame. Worldwide in the 70s, by the 1990s, this is all the hybridized wheat. I've got a friend who's a physician. She said, Barbara, 40 years ago, you never heard of gluten intolerance. Notice? Even 20 years ago, you didn't hear of much. But today, it is so common, isn't it? So many people. All you have to do is to go into a section in the supermarket and look at gluten-free. It's huge. And, of course, all the supermarkets have on their shelves are what the public demands. Is that right? There's so many people with the gluten intolerance. It's almost only a cast iron gut that can break that down. And so when the gut can't break it down, again, partially digested molecules are getting into the blood. It increases the mucus coming in the eustachian tubes and lining the gastrointestinal tract are villi. And over the gastrointestinal tract is a thick mucosa wall. And it's made up of Lactobacillus acidophilus. You've heard of those friendly bacteria. Now, the cells that line this gut are remade every 3 to 5 days. They're made here. I think we all know that. And if I know it's been in the news a lot lately, how many deaths in America a year to opiates? Lot of Americans, it's no different in Australia either, are becoming addicted to the over-the-counter pain-killing medication. So this cell lining the gut is a very happy cell because it's nourished by the gut flora. This cell here is a very unhappy cell. No, sorry, it's got gut flora. Here. This cell here is a very unhappy one. There's no gut flora to nourish it. Now, when dairy and wheat break down in the gut and the enzymes aren't breaking it down efficiently, the wheat breaks down to glutamorphine. And the dairy breaks down to caseomorphine. Now, what's morphine? It's an opiate derivative. So this is caseomorphine, and this is glutamorphine. Let's follow the journey of glutamorphine. It comes here to the happy cell, and because it's well nourished and working well, it can knock off the morphine so only gluto gets in. Same with the caseo. It can knock off the morphine so only caseo gets in. So that person can handle the wheat and the dairy a little better. But if the caseomorphine and the glutamorphine come here, that undernourished cell cannot knock off the morphine. So glutamorphine and caseomorphine are getting into the blood, going to the brain. The opiate receptor sites pick it up And there are several books showing the link between mental illness and these foods today. Whoa. Now, can you see we've got a couple of problems there? One problem is this difficult to digest foods. Another problem is a breakdown in gut flora, because unfortunately we are a highly medicated society today, aren't we? Now, I'm not here to bear all bad news. There is a remedy, and the remedy is to build up that gut lining. You know, Hippocrates, the father of medicine, he said all disease begins in the gut. So how do we build the gut? How to build the gut is to take probiotics. And probiotics can come in and build up that nice gut lining. Also aloe vera. And you can get quite nice aloe vera bottles of juice. You just check the ingredients. You don't want sugar, but you can sometimes get it in apple juice. Not a bad idea to give the family a dose of that 3/4 of an hour before breakfast, and then a little bit of aloe vera juice before breakfast. That certainly helps. They help to build up the gut lining. And there's another herb that helps, and that's slippery elm. And as the name implies, when you put water with it, it goes a bit slippery. So really it's that one or that one, because they both coat, soothe, heal and line the gastrointestinal tract. So that's building the gut. But to build the gut, you also must stop what irritates. So these three here must be stopped. Now, before I show you alternatives to those, because that's the good news, there is. Let me just show you a little bit more about the hybridized wheat. If that hybridized wheat is made into a sourdough bread, the culturing process in the sourdough can break down that gluten structure and make it a little bit more fragile. You can still get natural wild hybrids from the Emma wheat. It's called spelt. You may have heard of it. In fact, I think in America you can still buy the Enkhorn. If you search, you can still get that Enkhorn wheat. In fact, there's a book called Enkhorn. It's about a woman whose little girl had asthma and eczema and so sick. She went to doctor after specialist after specialist, who had a whole range of drugs for her, but she looked at the side effects and she thought, if my little girl takes this, what's her future? And then she noticed that whenever she had pasta or whenever she had bread, she'd always cry from the sore tummy and her symptoms would be worse. So she began to investigate the wheat, and she discovered what I have shown to you this evening, that it was hybridized. And she discovered you could still get Enkhorn. So her book is called Enkhorn. And she gives her story, her daughter's story, and she started to give her daughter Enkhorn. But do you remember what I initially said? How long does it take before you see the full effects? 2 months. It's not quick. It's not quick. But you know, the Bible says in Galatians 6 verse 9, let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we will reap if we faint not. Just keep going. You will eventually get the results. It's like a husband and wife in their late 30s came to a health retreat from Saudi Arabia. His story was fascinating. He'd had eczema from a child. And when I looked at his history, yes, tonsils out, that's typical of a wheat dairy intolerance as a child. Your adenoids out. Eczema as a child, so he was given cortisone. And cortisone, put it on and it goes away. But where does it go? Have you ever asked yourself? Further in, and guess what? It's going to come out again one day. And here he was in his mid-30s with cortisone-induced eczema. So the very cream that he was taking to heal, it did give a little bit of relief, but it was actually feeding his eczema. And he found a website, Cortisone-Induced Eczema, and there's a German doctor that resides over this. And the answer is, stop the cortisone. And they warn you, 3 months of suffering. You're going to go through sheer hell. Whatever it takes, live in the bath. And by the time he came to us, it was 4 months, so the worst was over. And he had little tiny outbreaks, just a little here and there, bit red, bit itchy. Back of his neck was like crocodile skin. He did 2 weeks with us, and from his history, I could see he had a gluten and a dairy intolerance, but no one had ever told him that. After 2 weeks, at the end of the 2 weeks, he and his wife sat in front of me. They were Asian. They said, "We have to be honest with you, we're disappointed." I smiled. I said, "I understand." But I said, "It'll be about 2 months. You have to wait for 2 months for it to get out of your body. I understand." 6 weeks later, so what's that exactly? 2 months. I get an email, "Gone! All the itchy spots gone. Back of his neck, all gone." They came back to our retreat 1 year later, and you couldn't wipe the smile off their face for the whole program. His skin was, as mine, not a mark. He said to me, "My specialist told me I would never be free of it." He said, "My specialist's children have eczema." What's the old saying? Physician, heal thyself. Do you know, I believe we all should be our own doctors, because only we know how we feel, only we know what we've been through, and only we know how our body responds or reacts to what's happening in our body. So try it, and what does the Bible say in 1 Thessalonians 5:21? Prove all things and hold fast to that which is good. And that's why it's important to know. Write it on the calendar when you stop, and then give it a good 2 months to see the full results. Now, the 2 books you might be interested that talk about wheat and mental illness is Gut and Psychology, and it's by Dr. Natasha Campbell McBride. Gut and Psychology.
Yes.
Gut. It's probably my accent, yeah? Yeah, I even say tomatoes, you say tomatoes. So Gut and Psychology, in fact, it's often called the GAP diet. The other book is Grain Brain, and by a neurologist named Dr. David Pertmuller, Pertmuller, I think. Grain Brain by Dr. David Pertmuller. Now, he quotes psychiatrists in his books who are taking their schizophrenic patients off wheat and getting a 50% improvement. Can you see it's not just the wheat, it's also the gut? So I find when people are sick, there's a few threads that come together. It's just not that, and it's just not that. And some say, how can it be wheat? Because that guy's all right on wheat. Well, he must have a strong gut. And you possibly find he doesn't eat that much. Once you stop the wheat, once the symptoms go, maybe in a year or so, you can have a little now and then. But as you can see by the list, Americans just overdo the wheat. And we should never overdo one article of food. That also contributes to building up an allergy to it. What's also happening is in America and Australia, a lot of the wheat is grown with superphosphate. That locks up the minerals in the soil and prevents the plant getting the minerals it needs, so that when you eat that food, you should have the enzymes to help break it down.
Is that the same with organic?
No, with organic, they don't grow superphosphate. But you can get organic hybridized wheat, and you still have a problem there. But In fact, they're often called ancient grains. So I'll give an asterisks to the ancient grains is Enkhorn, and if you search it, you can still get it. There's also spelt and kamut. These are all natural or field hybrids from the original wheat, and teff. Teff is another one. Someone told me of another one the other day, but I can't remember what it was. But they're often considered ancient grains. Now, the spelt, kamut and teff, they have this similar fragile structure to the emmer wheat. Not as fragile as the Enkhorn, but if all of these are made into a sourdough bread, that can bring that structure back to the original very fragile structure, because sourdough bread, it's just a way to make the bread, and traditionally all bread was sourdough. 100 years ago, all bread was sourdough. The reason why they extracted the yeast out and just have yeast bread is because they didn't want to wait all night for the bread to rise. But yeast bread will rise in half an hour, and they can actually get it, bake it and do it very quickly. Yeah?
The sourdough bread in the stores has yeast in it? Is that still okay?
No. And I'll tell you why. Because the yeast is so strong, it'll kill the sourdough. You see, the sourdough culture is a combination of wild yeast and lactobacillus. And what happens is the wild yeast causes the bread to rise, and the lactobacillus consumes the waste from the wild yeast. So you can eat sourdough bread hot out of the oven, but you can't eat yeast bread hot out of the oven, or everyone's going to go around with stomach pains. When you eat sourdough bread, it's almost like you're eating pre-digested grain. Now, when you first start making your spelt or your kamut or teff bread, my suggestion is make it with half wholemeal and half white spelt. It'll make it a little lighter. And it's not bleached like white wheat flour. And by the way, the bleach that bleaches the flour white, they're finding today that it kills off the beta cells in the pancreas. There's always an effect, isn't there? Yes?
You said half wholemeal?
Wholemeal spelt. So when you first start making it, do half wholemeal and half white spelt. It'll make it a little bit lighter. And you've got to win the family with delicious bread.
When you say wholemeal, you mean whole grain, essentially?
That's right. That's right. In fact, if you make your bread with half white, half whole meal or whole grain spelt, it's still better than anything you can buy. What I endeavoured to do was give you an understanding as to why these things are causing allergies. Yeah?
What about the herbicides they use on wheat? They use in the field before the wheat's planted?
That's true. The superphosphate in the soil to make the plant grow, and the herbicides and insecticides also are having an effect. That is true. It's almost like that. That's another one. That's another one again. But I tell you this because even organically grown, wholemeal, stone ground, sourdough, wholemeal bread still has that more complex structure. So ideally you go to organic spelt made sourdough, and most health food shops you find will sell the spelt sourdough. And there is a website. It's called www.simpleneeds. And this man, his name is Tristan, and he's a friend of my daughter's. And he makes the most beautiful sourdough bread. And I think he's in Idaho, and he will ship anywhere. Yeah. He makes the nicest gluten-free bread I have ever tasted. You can get some very nice gluten-free bread and some not very nice gluten-free bread. Yes?
What about Ezekiel bread?
What about Ezekiel bread? That's a very good question, because Ezekiel bread is sprouted wheat grain. Now, even though that wheat is still this hybridized wheat, because it's sprouted, it's basically just about brought back to a plant. So the sprouting process greatly breaks down that gluten structure. But a lot of people, especially with delicate digestions, find it a very heavy bread. So bottom line is, how does it sit with you? But if you have an allergy and you are wanting to test whether you have an allergy to these three, I initially would even stop that.
You said you would stop?
Yeah. Now the good news is you can get some cereals made out of other grains. You can get breads made out of these other grains. In fact, you can get just about anything made out of the other grains. Always be cautious to read the labels on gluten-free because sometimes they're highly refined and got a lot of sugar in them. As I said, there's some great gluten-free breads and some not so great. So some people will taste the gluten-free one that's not good and say, oh, I hate gluten-free bread. And I say, but you haven't tasted them all. And the other is, consider life without bread. Huh? Eat rice. Eat more legumes. Fill up on vegetables, other things, yes?
I have a question about sourdough starter. I tried it with the spell, but I could not get it to make the starter.
Okay. I can't comment on that because we have done it. Maybe your starter needs a little time. Sometimes starters go dormant for a little while. But I do know that one of the ladies that lives on our property, she makes her starter always on rye. Right. She says to me that the starter seems to love the rye. Now, rye has a little gluten in it. And if someone's celiac, often they can't even handle the rye. But if they only are slightly intolerant, they often can handle the rye. And often rye bread has wheat in it. So you have to investigate your labels. The other grain that has a little bit of gluten in it is barley. Now, some people who are gluten intolerant can handle oats, but some cannot. The gluten in the oats is a totally different structure to the one that is in the wheat. Some people have said to me, oh, I always get bloating. I say, what do you have for breakfast? And they say to me, oats. I said, well, try our oats for a while and see what happens. So there's a little bit of you, as your own doctor, feeling your way with this. It's a good idea to make a bit of a food diary and say you have breakfast. Now you do an assessment. 10 out of 10 is, my stomach feels fantastic. 1 out of 10 is, oh, I've got to go back to bed. Or the other way around. So it can be a very short diary. It doesn't have to be pages long, and you can use those little numbers. And often, weeks later, you can look back and you go, oh, and you can start to see a little bit of a pattern and say, actually, my stomach was much better on the millet. Millet makes a nice porridge. You buy hulled millet. But just remember, you've got to put 3 cups of water with millet. And if you serve the family a millet porridge with stewed apple, or you call it apple sauce, and coconut cream, and maybe a sweet cashew cream with chopped fruit on top and sprinkled with chia seed, you win them. Makes delicious breakfast. So what I'll do now is I'll make a list of your totally gluten-free grains. So your gluten-free grains are buckwheat. And buckwheat actually isn't from the grain family, it's from the seed family. And a nice way to get used to buckwheat is buckwheat pancakes. Millet. When you buy millet, buy hulled. because you can cook millet with the hull on for 2 weeks and it'll still be crunchy. You don't have budgies, do you? We have budgies in Australia. They're little birds, and you always give them millet, and they put it in their mouth and they throw the hull away and eat the kernel. Millet quinoa, spelt quinoa. That makes a nice breakfast. It's almost like a rice, and nice with applesauce and coconut cream and chopped fruit all the way over it. And it also makes a very nice base for tabbouleh. Now, usually tabbouleh, that Lebanese parsley dish, is made with cracked wheat. That's very nice with made with quinoa. Amaranth. Amaranth is a grain that's not very well known, but it is gluten-free, so it's becoming popular. And when you cook it up, it goes like a lump of glue. It's not very nice. But you might do 3/4 millet and 1/4 amaranth. You might do 3/4 quinoa and 1/4 amaranth. You can play around with it a bit. Buckwheat's a very strong flavour. The Polish love it, but a lot of Americans and Australians aren't used to it. So if my grandchildren come, because they love a porridge for breakfast, I will do 3/4 millet and 1/4 buckwheat, and it's quite nice through it like that. So these are your totally farmers only ever grew for the cows. But now they're growing it for human consumption because it's gluten-free and it's sorghum. I think that's how it's spelled. And corn is a gluten-free grain too. But it's pretty important, yes, rice is, to get non-GMO corn. Yep, rice is also gluten-free. So as you can see, you only have to stop one, and there's a whole lot you can eat. And the reason why this is so popular, because of the gluten in it, it makes a very elastic bread and cookies, and they all hold together. Because they have no gluten, it's difficult to make bread out of it, or it'll all just fall apart. So Tristan, who has made a very nice gluten-free bread, I think he puts flaxseed or chia or something in it to make it stick together. And this also is why these are more popular, because they do have a little bit of gluten in them, but it has a less complex protein structure. Yes?
What about, is barley gluten-free?
Barley has a little bit of gluten in it. Yes?
You can also put tapioca starch or tapioca flour. It helps.
That's true. Tapioca starch or tapioca flour can go in bread to bind it together. So there are a few things you can use binders because they don't have the gluten in them. So there, as you can see, there's quite a lot of alternatives to the wheat. What about alternatives to the dairy? Do you know we're the only creature past babyhood that drinks milk? And if people say to me, what milk do you drink, Barbara? I say, I'm weaned. I've got teeth. I eat food. But people like having a little bit of cream on an apple pie, so you can do coconut cream. But didn't the FDA say on a social media in June that it's now understood that coconut isn't as healthy as they thought it was? In fact, it's quite dangerous. Did you read that? Does that mean you quickly go to the South Pacific Islands and say, stop eating the coconut? And they've been eating it for thousands of years. And they had fine health until white man brought this over. Huh? And now they're overweight and they've got eczema and asthma and all the allergies. Yeah? Things that they never even heard of. So your coconut cream, or in Australia we call it cream, but here I think you call it milk. And you can make some very nice cashew milks. I'm sure Cynthia and Cynthia and Naomi can show you how to make delicious cashew creams, cashew milks, also almond. So that's why a blender's good. So that's what you can use to make your cereal nice. You can use soy milk as long as it's non-GMO. If it's non-GMO or organic, it's safe. But you really can't touch any other type of soy. Yes?
The pasta, it always says semolina.
Semolina.
Oh.
And couscous is from wheat. So you have to really read your labels. But I know my daughter lives in Wisconsin and she gets a very nice brown rice macaroni. So you've got Sprout and Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. They have a great range of gluten-free pastas. So
there's actually a brown rice quinoa pasta that is very good as well.
Brown rice quinoa pasta.
You get it at Aldi's.
Okay, brown rice quinoa pasta that you can even get at Aldi's. You know why? Because there's so much gluten intolerance. What are the symptoms of a gluten intolerance? How long's a piece of string? But the two most common are brain fog and bloating. And how many people have that? And how many people are blaming age?
Not everybody.
Not everyone?
Not everybody.
Yeah, not everyone. That's true. A lady said to me one day she got asthma, had asthma as a child. So I always put my detective hat on to find out why these things are so. I said, when did you first have asthma? Now, if a person says to me they had it as a child, then cow's milk, that's a common cause. Most formulas are cow's milk. So if a baby did have asthma or eczema, what would you give them? Goat's milk. Goat's milk is very similar to human milk. But this lady said to me at the age of 5. So then my question was, what happened at 5? She said, we moved into another house. And we kids were fascinated with this house. There were mushrooms growing in the carpet in the corner of the lounge room. So what are those children breathing in? Yeah, see, whenever you get respiratory problems, I like to use the process of elimination. And these are common causes. And if the child is breastfed, the mother has to stop the wheat, dairy, refined sugar. And if the mother doesn't want to stop the wheat, dairy and refined sugar, she will need to put the baby on goat's milk. But if after 2 months we've still got a problem, then you've got to investigate more. And one mother told me she pulled her baby's cot out one day and all behind it was black mould. And then there was another family with twin boys. One little boy was rushed to hospital almost once a week. And they were just beside themselves, because what happens when they go to hospital and they're put on medication and then you got the effect of that. So they got someone into the home and they pulled the beds out and behind this twin's bed was all black mould under the carpet. Whereas the other twin in the other corner, there was no mould there. And sometimes it can be a dripping tap behind the wall. Sometimes it can be a leaking moisture from an air conditioner. And sometimes it can be guttering that's all chopped up with leaves and not, that's why you've be private investigators investigating why these things are so. So these are the most common things that are causing allergens, but also mold can be a factor and also chemicals can be a factor. So that's the other thing that one must check. And what you'll often find is when a person has allergies and are reacting, and they get to the point where they react to just about anything, it could be that their cup is full, their body's full. That's chemical sensitivity. Maybe it's some molds, some chemicals, some allergies, And how many children have bad asthma as a child? They're given a lot of antibiotics. The gut flora is taken away. You see the vicious cycle? And then all you have to do is have one more drop come in and you get overflow. And that's when you get the bad reactions. So what do you got to do? You've got to assess the home. That if one of the members of the family smoke, it's got to be outside the house. Got to check that there's no chemicals. If you live in an area where all the fields around you are being sprayed, you really have to look at moving. And then you have to look at mould. Is there any mould in the basement? You've got to check all of these things out. And eliminate these foods and start to build up the gut. The body's very reliable. It's an incredible organism. It's got an inbuilt ability to heal itself. But it has to be given the right conditions. So the good news is, even today, in 2017, we can live a happy, healthy life if we give the body the right conditions. Some of the other symptoms of a gluten and a dairy intolerance can be eczema, can be asthma, can be tonsillitis, can be irritable bowel syndrome, can be constipation. Can you see that's why I said how long's a piece of string? Sinus, that's another one. So you see that there can be many, yes?
What about the ears?
Yeah, the ears. Now that's your eustachian tubes. And sleep apnea machines, the mutation tubes are all blocked off. So when children have recurrent ear infections, stop that. And many children would not need grommets if they were just taken off that. Yeah?
What about the orange juice? I've heard some people say about orange juice affecting the ears.
Oranges?
Orange juice.
Orange juice. It certainly can. In fact, in his book, The Body's Many Cries for Water, Dr. Batman Geheldage, he's an Indian doctor, he says if someone has asthma or eczema, don't give them orange juice. That can who have just done 2 days of juicing, and tomorrow is a very exciting day because solid food is coming. So that is true. In fact, it's been used for centuries, and that's how you can get those levels down is the detoxing, the detoxification process. And our lifestyle guests are very relieved because it was a little bit hard watching all you people eat. But tomorrow is coming. Are there any questions before we close?
I wonder if there's a link in dairy, wheat, sugar to obesity, for example.
Yeah.
And maybe even the way the body reacts to those things. I'm thinking, I'm the oldest of 14 first cousins.
Uh-huh.
And 11 of those first cousins are morbidly obese.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, there's a book that you can read up on this because what you say is absolutely right, and I didn't pursue that tonight because I'm pursuing allergies. It's called Wheat Belly by Dr. William Davis, and on just about every page of the book he says wheat belly. Yeah. Because what was also changed in the hybridization process was the structure of the starch, and it actually gets the blood sugar level up higher than sugar. So it's one of the biggest contributing factors to diabetes and obesity today is the wheat. So an easy way to lose weight is to stop the carbs, stop the wheat carbs. So that's another nice side effect of making this change is shedding the excess pounds.
Well, we started 2 weeks ago on a strictly vegetarian diet, no bread, no sugar, no wheat products.
Yep.
And now
So,
it's 9 pounds. And
that's great. It's
the first week, I have to tell you, my body was had a hard time adjusting.
See, that had a hard time adjusting because the wheat gets the blood sugar level up higher than sugar. It's addictive. And when you stop the addictions, what's going to happen?
But the second week's been great.
Yeah, the second week. So this was a divine appointment, yeah? Hearing this information 2 weeks into your eliminating those food. But I also have to remind you, and I think that you can identify with this, a lot of people stop meat and go on wheat.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
They stop the meat and go on the pasta and the bread and they think, I'll become a vegetarian and I'm worse. And when I look at what they've done, I say, no wonder. But many are sick through ignorance. And that's why I quote these books to you. And I'm very thankful to God for these doctors who have written these books. They've got decades of clinical practice up their sleeve and they're blowing the whistle. There's a book called Serial Killer. This is how the cereal by Alan Watson. And he shows in there that the grain and the cereal industries go to court and defend their right to brainwash our children to eat more cereal, more cookies, more bread. That's pretty bad, isn't it? Yeah?
I had a book called 5-Day Rotation Diet by, I think, Mandel. And I guess what that does, it doesn't tell you to stop eating things, but it's not at first. You keep going on this 5-day rotation where you have totally different foods every day, and then you begin to see what affects you what.
That is true. A rotation diet where you have different foods every day and you start to see. But can you see the problem with the wheat is it takes 2 months before you see the full result.
It would reduce your overload, though.
It would reduce your overload. And many people that start on the wheat-free diet, their results fairly quickly. The bloating stops, the brain fog starts to clear, but the full results can take 2 months, like with the guy that had the eczema. You had a question?
I know someone that has a child that has seizures and they can't figure out what's causing the seizures. And so I told them that I was coming here and I would ask you if you've heard any link to seizures and allergies.
Yes, and there is a book about that.
Okay.
And it's Stop Autism Now, and it's by Dr. Bruce Fife, F-I-F-E. And one of the chapters in the book is called The Ketone Miracle. And I know in Johns Hopkins Hospital they still do the ketogenic diet, which is drastically stopping all the carbohydrates, so that's absolutely wheat out, and supplementing with coconut oil.
Did you say eliminating coconut oil?
No, supplementing with the coconut oil. Because the liver breaks down the medium-chain fatty acids in coconut oil to ketones, and ketones are neurohealers, neuroprotectors. But that book, Stop Autism Now, is not just about autism, it's about all childhood neurodegeneration, including epilepsy.
What was the author's name?
Dr. Bruce Fife, F-I-F-E. It's an American book. We sell it, but we have to get it from America, so it'll be easier for you to get. In fact, in his book, he says there's almost no need to mention it because it's so well known. First of all, stop the dairy, wheat, and refined sugar. He said autistic children will have a 50% improvement once that's stopped.
And you know, many families with autistic children feed them highly processed food. I've seen this over and over.
That's right, that's right. And there's a book, Jenny MacArthur, I think she's an American actress. she conquered her child's autism, and her story is quoted in that book, Stop Autism Now. By the age of 3, he was virtually past it, and she stopped the wheat. Have you heard this before? Stopped the wheat, dairy, refined sugar. He also boosted his B12 a little bit and put him on an antifungal diet. See, every time he got a sniffle, she'd put him on antibiotics, because if he got a fever, he'd start to have seizures. So he had a yeast presence in his body too. So they're the 3 things that turned her child around. She said every now and then you see a little bit of this, which is a typical autism, but he basically conquered. So that's impressive too, very impressive. So you see, we're not just talking about allergies, this thing's big. And as you can see, I've had an hour to talk to you, and I have talked to you for an hour, but I think I've also tipped the iceberg. And that's why I give you these books, so you can explore these different things a little bit more. My aim was to whet your appetite and to get you inquisitive to find out these things.
Emily, the boy's favorite.
Pray God say that is to this, and we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. If you'll take your Bibles and turn to the book of Mark, chapter 1. We want to pick up right where we left off. Mark, chapter 1. Question. What is the system of living that is the solution to the problems of life? What does heaven call it? That tells me you're still sleeping. Amen. I'll say it again. What is the system of living that heaven says is the solution to the problems of life? Outpost sentence. Does he say it once or repeatedly? Repeatedly. What is the system of living that is the full and final display of Satan's system of living? The bottomless pit, anarchy, revolution. Good. All right. Now go to Mark chapter 1. Notice beginning in verse 35. Mark 1 beginning in verse 35. And when you get there, let me know by saying amen. The Bible is speaking of Jesus. Did Jesus have an outpost? Yes or no? Was he teaching? Was he preaching? Was he healing? Was he publishing? Was he living in the country? Was he ministering to the cities? Did he finish the work in the outer court? Did he have an outpost? Yes. Now, notice what the Bible says in Mark chapter 1. What was he getting first in that outpost? Mark 1 verse 35. Was the first thing he was getting groceries, produce? Was that the first thing he was raising in his outpost? No. The Bible says, and in the morning, rising up where? A great while before day, he did what? He went out. What do you think he went out into? He went where? He went into his outpost. He was in his country outpost. And this version says he went out where? Into a what? A solitary, and departed into a solitary place. Now question. When it says solitary, you know, sometimes we think of what's happening today, and most people think solitary is getting on the computer and playing cards. That's not what this is talking about. When it says solitary, what is it talking about? All alone. So he got into a place where he was not crowded with companies, inhabitants, but all alone. What do you do? All alone, what do you do? There he prayed. So in outposts, if we have not learned to get all alone in the scenes of nature and commune with God in prayer, do we have an outpost? No, we may be out, but we don't have an outpost. This is the secret to Christ's ministry. This was the secret to his life of power. This will give us power to work the cities just as God said. Do you want to be a part of the loud cry? Where would I find the loud cry in the Bible? Revelation what? Let's go there. Revelation 18. Go there. Revelation 18. Revelation 18 chapter. Now we're reviewing quickly. What is the reason of why the world is going to embrace the national Sunday law? Because today, the majority of the world do not go to church on Sunday. Am I right? Today, the majority of the world are not interested in God. So the question is, what is going to cause the majority of the world, what is the devil going to do to cause the majority of the world to believe that the Sunday law is what they need? Because the devil places the Sunday law in the context of what? Solution. Problem and solution. He points to the problem of their condition and then shows the Sunday law as a what? Solution to life's problems. When he does that, those who rejected the Sunday law now do what? Embrace it. This is what's going to make it Sunday law. Until the government is presented by the religious leaders that the Sunday law will solve its problems, the government will say separation of church and state. But when the government feels that it cannot solve the problem of its government until or unless it has a religious influence, then they will combine it. Are you with me? But it only happens when it's in the context of a solution to a social problem of life. Are you with me? Now, all the devil did was look at God's plan and then counterfeit it. The third angel's message has been preached to us since 1844. When is it going to become the loud cry? Somebody talk to me. No, don't tell me Sunday law. Don't tell me event now. Tell me the experience. Now, listen. Back up. I want to jog your mind and think now. What? Now, everything that God does, Satan has a what? What did the devil do to make the world accept the Sunday law? What did the devil do? You just told me. What did the devil do to make the world? He placed it in the context of solution to the problem. Let me say that again. Can I say that one more time? I know it's early in the morning. The reason why the world, let's read it. There are not many, even among educators and statesmen, who comprehend the causes that underlie the present state of what? Those who hold the reins of government are not able to solve the problem of more corruption, poverty, pauperism, and increasing crime. They are struggling how? In vain to place business operations on a more secure basis. If men would give more heed to the teaching of God's word, they would find a what? Solution of the problems that perplex them. So the papacy comes now as the problems are magnified in the revolution and says, I now have the solution to your revolution, and it's the Sunday law, the mark of the beast. And the whole world wonders after the beast. So I ask again, what is it that the devil does to make the whole world embrace the Sunday law? He puts it in the context of the solution of life's problem. Now, everything that God does, Satan has a counterfeit. So question, what is it that's going to make the third angel's message, what is it going to make it swell into a loud cry? When I put the gospel in the context of what? The solution to life's what? Now, where do I learn that from? In this little book, Ministry of Healing, does it tell me that? In this little book, Ministry of Healing, page 363, it says the gospel is a what? Wonderful simplifier of life's what? Problems. So unless we understand the gospel that way, we will never give it as the loud cry. You see, right now, the Outpost Center is nothing more than a demonstration of the principles of the gospel in everyday life. Are you with me? We found out about the revolution. The gospel would have brought to France the what? Solution of the political and social problems that baffled the skill of her clergy, her king, her legislators, and finally plunged the nation into anarchy and what? Ruin. It says, but under the domination of Rome, the people lost the Savior's blessed lessons of self-sacrifice and unselfish what? They had been led away from the practice of self-denial for the good of others. The rich, remember centralizing the wealth and power. The rich had found no rebuke for their oppression of the what? Why is there going to be a revolution? The oppression of the what? You see, do you know that 90% of the world have been so suppressed that they're now getting ready to express themselves in a revolution? It says, the poor, no hope for their servitude and degradation. The selfishness of the wealthy and the powerful grew more and more apparent and oppressive. For centuries, the greed and profligacy of the noble resulted in grinding extortion toward the peasant. The rich wronged the poor, and the poor did what? Hated the rich. But what would have solved that problem? The gospel. It would have been the solution to the French Revolution. And when it becomes worldwide, the same solution is there, and we must learn how to understand it this way. Now, has God put together a plan to teach us the gospel in a way that we can position ourselves as problem solvers? Who or what character in the Bible solved problems that we used yesterday? Joseph. And what Joseph did in Egypt, every Seventh-day Adventist is to do to the world. Am I right? Now let's read this now. We're talking about Revelation 18, the loud cry. This says, let's read it together. What did it say? There's no change in the message that God has sent in the past. Medical Ministry 304. The work where? In the cities. The work where? In the cities is the essential work for this time. When the what? Cities are worked how? As God would have them. What will happen? Let's remember, study from cause to. The result will be the setting in operation of a what? Mighty movement such as we have not yet what? What movement is that? Talk to me, somebody. That's the loud cry. In fact, I normally put this quotation up there, but I didn't put it in this time. But if you search through the spirit of prophecy and put mighty movement in, the only movement it comes to is the loud cry. So when it says setting operation the mighty movement, the only mighty movement is that work of the angel that comes down from heaven and lightens the whole earth with God's what? Now, what is going to make that angel come down? Talk to me, somebody. Look at the quotation. Does it mean just going into the cities and doing the work? Because false reformation says that the enemy of souls is going to bring in a supposition that we can go into cities and do a wonderful work, but the Sabbath will be lightly regarded. So there's a false reformation that will work the cities. So it's not working the cities. It says, work them as God would what? So you mean to tell me that God has a design in working the cities? He has a blueprint to work the cities? And when we work the cities as God has said, then what is the result? Now, our sisters up top. Our sisters up top, please don't do that. Praise God. So when we work the cities as God designs them to be worked, it says the result will be the setting in operation of a what? So when we work the cities the way God said work them, loud cry. Are you with me? So what do you think the devil's plan is? Stop the cities from being worked the way God said. Are you with me? Well, what is God's way of working the cities? It is God's design that our people should locate inside the cities, outside the cities. And from these outposts, do what? Warn the cities and raise in them memorials for God. There must be a force of influence in the cities, that the message of warning shall be heard. We are to be wise as serpents and harmless as doves in our efforts to secure country properties at a low figure. And from these outpost centers, we are to work the what? Now, when we do it that way, the result will be the setting in motion of a mighty movement. Are you with me? So the question then will be, what is going to give us the ability to raise means to work in these outposts to do it the way God designed? Is that a good question? Or you don't need no means. You have all the means you need. Is that right? Does heaven have a financial plan? Does heaven have a blueprint? Now, can you expect God to bring you out of the city into the country if you don't do the blueprint God said? You know that right now many are inventing ways to get out when God has already given us a way. And so what we have to do is find out what is written. Noah built an ark, but he didn't build it based on his own ideas. Was a blueprint given him of what he was to do? What if he said, well, I don't want that blueprint. I'm going to figure out my own way to make the ark so that I can go through this crisis? He would have drowned. That's right. That boat wouldn't have floated. Amen. So what we have to find out is, if that's a type, did God give us a design of how to get into outposts? Did he give us a design how to start sanitariums? Did he give us a design how to start institutions? So this says, volume 759, let's read together. The Lord will give to our sanitariums, whose work is already established, an opportunity to cooperate with him in assisting what? Newly established plants. Every new institution is to be regarded as a sister helper in the what? Now it is a great work, little time. Of proclaiming the third angel's what? God has given our sanitariums, our what? An opportunity to do what? Sit in what? Study the prophets' writings the same way you study the Bible. Did you notice set in operation? Look back. When the cities are work as God would have them, the result will be what? Setting in operation a what? So what's going to set in operation that work is the sanitariums have the opportunity to set in operation. So the devil then must destroy sanitariums and make you think you have one and you don't have one. He'll make you have a health facility that does not have a blueprint of a sanitarium. Now this says, God has given our sanitariums this operation, a work that will be as a what? Stone instinct with life, growing as it is rolled by a what? Do you understand that right now in 2015, the invisible hand has already started pushing this stone? Now, I don't know about you, but I'm going to jump on that stone. Praise God. Now, you may not jump on, but I'm holding on, brother. I'm holding on. Anyone who holds through this stone is going through. But if you let go, well, that's something else. God has given us an opportunity to set an operation that will be as a stone, instinct with life, growing as it is rolled with an invisible hand. Let this mystic stone be set in what? So what of those institutions are going to set in motion this mighty stone that will cause every other institution to be prepared so that there is an outpost for the finishing work so that the loud cry can begin? What is the central institution? Sanitarium. So then the question is, how do we start sanitariums and outposts the way God designed? Is that a good question? Volume 9, page 80. God's purpose, God's. Now, where does success come? When we align ourselves with God's what? Not our facilities, not our boasted greatness. It's when we are have fidelity to the Creator's purpose. Now, this says, God's purpose that by the sale of ministry of healing and what else? There they are again. I love those books. Don't you love them? Did you read your handout? No, you didn't read your handout. You need to read your handout. It says, Christ's lessons and ministry of healing, much means should be what? So you mean to tell me that this is a fundraiser? So much means should be raised for the work of our what? Now, how many sanitariums do you think are really raising their means this way? Well, that's interesting. I won't say none, but I'll tell you this. You'll be hard-pressed to find this. It says, for the work of our sanitariums and what? And that our people may thereby be free to give their means in other ways. We don't have to beg our people for this money. We can get this money the way God said get it. It says, if our people will, not tomorrow, but what? Now engage in the sale of what? Not simply every book. Now, there's nothing wrong with general canvassing. That has a place in God's work, but the relief work is not general canvassing. This is something very specific. It's not talking about carrying 100 books. It's talking about 2 particular books that must be used in a very special way. This is not happening right now. It says, if our people are now engaged in the sale of what? These books as they are, we shall have much more what? Means than we now have to do what? Carry the work in the way the Lord designed that it should be carried. What is the way the Lord designs to carry the work? From what? It is God's what? So how does the Lord design the work to be carried? It is God's design that our people should locate where? And work them from what? So the Lord designs that he should carry the work from outposts, but we don't have money to have outposts. Well, does he have a plan to raise these funds? What is it called? The relief work. Praise God. You want some more? All right, let's get some more. Education 175. I got to put this bit in there as we hasten on. Never forget this. When you study history, you'll learn this. Some people think that Madison, E.A. Sutherland, and McGann, that they were some great intellectual people, and that's how they was able to start Madison and do all these wonderful things. But I'm going to tell you something. It wasn't McGann or Sutherland. It was the fact that they embraced the purpose of God. Now this says, in the word of God only is this clearly set forth. Here is shown that the strength of what? Nations as of individuals is not found in the what? Someone says, well, that person had the opportunity to move to the country. They had a better opportunity than me. That's not the issue. Someone says, or what? Someone says, well, I have a health facility. I have a publishing house. I have a country land. But that's not the issue. It says, that appear to make them invincible. It is not found in their boasted greatness. It is measured by their fidelity with which they fulfill God's what? How could Medo-Persia take down Babylon? Medo-Persia was a silver kingdom. Babylon is a golden kingdom. Medo-Persia had a weaker military might. Babylon had a stronger military might. How in the world could a weaker nation overtake a stronger nation? God's purpose. How in the world could 13 little scrawny colonies declare independence from the largest nation of the world called Britain at that time? They didn't have the facilities. They didn't have the land. They didn't have the money. They didn't have the manpower. And yet a new nation came on the scene. How did they do it? Because they were so strong. The Bible says, I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. It was the purpose of God. This is history. In fact, this is the chapter on how to study history. It says, in the word of God, only is this clearly set forth. Here is shown that the strength, we repeat it. In the word of God, we said that. It says, the work of God on the earth represents from age to age a striking similarity in every great reformation or religious movement. We pass on. He directs his servants on earth for the great movements for the carrying forth of the work of salvation. Men are instruments in the hand of God, employed by him to accomplish his what? So all throughout the plan of redemption, purposes are carried out. And in the most holy place, does he have a purpose? Now, you should be able to tell me, please, I have faith in you. I have faith in you. All of you. What? Now, let me, Father, help us. Please, Lord, in Jesus' name, amen. I have faith in you, amen. What is the purpose of the most holy place today? Now you should know by now. Now, I would accept that because you're right, but I'm not going to let you, if you're a relief worker, I can't accept that. Now, if you're just a general Seventh Adventist, well, okay. But if you're a relief worker, I can't accept that. You know why? Because you got to know the purpose. You won't have success unless you get the purpose. Remember, you have to line up with the purpose. God's purpose in giving the third angel's message to the world is to prepare a people to stand true to him during the... This is why we have given what? Sanitariums, schools, publishing houses, hygienic restaurants, food factories, treatment rooms. This is why we carry forward every line of work in our cause. This is the purpose that if you don't align yourself with it, your relief work won't work. And that's serious. You have a relief, but no work. Now, so we got to line up with the purpose. Now, once we understand that purpose, then we begin to recognize the significance of what must take place. God's purpose in giving the third angel's message to the world. This is the purpose. This is why we have all of this. First manuscript 221. Now, we know that the judgment will pass from the dead to the living at the passing of a what? So that means that we should have our outposts in place by the passing of a Sunday law. Is that right? In fact, it will be best we need them before the revolution, which is just a little bit before the Sunday law, which means we need them now. Is that right? All right. Let's pass on that. We know that. We've been robbed of this vision, and without the vision, all these institutions have perished. Do we want to bring them back on the scene? Yes or no? Yes. Then we need the vision to come back. We don't want to be robbed of this vision. Well, how are we going to do this? These are these lovely books. It says many schools. Now, what I want to do briefly, before we hasten on, what I want to do briefly is look at, first we looked at the hygienic restaurant yesterday. Remember that? We saw the hygienic restaurant was started by the sanitarium. Now, we want to look at the school. How does God want to start the school? Look what it says. Published in Ministry 364. Let's read it together. It says many schools. How many? Do you want your school to be a part of it? Can you have an outpost without a school? No. Are to be established where? So what type of schools are these? Country outposts. These are part of an outpost. It says, and the proceeds from the sale of any book. Wait a minute. How do we come back to Christ's object lessons? From object lessons will be needed in what? What work? Remember, this is the purpose why we establish schools. Well, how are we going to establish schools? We have to have some books. Is that right? Every book or Christ's object lessons? Every book or Christ's object lessons? Proceeds from the sale of object lessons will be needed in this work. The sale of this book is under the Lord's what? You mean to tell me that God watches over these books? Now, if you read your handout, you will notice that she says that these two books, Christ's Object Lessons and Ministry of Healing, should be handled like none of my other books. Of all the 25 million words, of all of the 10,000 pages, she said these two books will be handled like none other. Now, he will continue to make it a blessing. Now, continuing on, Publishing Ministry 366. The book Ministry of what? May do the what? For our what? And health institutions that Christ's Object Lessons has done for our what? Well, what did Christ's Object Lessons do for our schools? They provided the means to establish the school. Did it say that? So then what will Ministry of Healing do for our sanitariums? They will provide the means to establish what? For what purpose? So we can just make people well. To prepare a people to stand true to God during the investigative judgment when it passes from the dead to the living at the Sunday law. You'll find very few health facilities even teaching that. Let's continue. It says, the book, this book, talking about Ministry of Healing. This book, notice what it says. Let's read together. What does it say? It says, this book contains the what? So what is our book called? No, what is our book called? The Wisdom of the Great Physician. Who told us that? The book contains the wisdom of the great physician to meet, and that was the book that was to bring about our sanitariums into existence. Are you with me? That's what happened in CMA. This is what McGann used way down when he wanted to start a new sanitarium. That's what he did in California. The sale of the book Ministry of Healing will bring in means for the help of our what? But health institutions today don't need any money. They have all the money they need. Am I right? All the health facilities have all the money they need. Am I right? If you're at a health facility, you know that's not right. If you're at one of our health facilities, you know that you're struggling. Now this says, and for the aid, not just for the institution, but for the aid of what? Those sick ones who could not unaided get the benefits of sanitarium. What? Are there people who want to come sometimes, but you don't have money to take care of them? And so you turn them away. Why? Because we're not doing the relief work. It says, now let those of our people who wish, do you want to help the sanitarium work? Do you want to start the Outpost? Do you want to set in motion the Mystic Stone? Do you want to do that? Well, how can you do that? The prophet tells you how. It says, now let those of our people who wish to help our schools and sanitariums unite in the work of doing what? These books as far and as what? So if you want to get Outpost started, get these books and get them out to as many people as you can. Now, did I say that or did the prophet say that? As the Lord's what? We may take a special interest in this word and help to get the precious light before the people. Now, I don't have time to go through all the quotations, but your hand, I'll give you more. I'm going to go through a few more, but you're going to find out the inspiration actually says there is no better home or foreign missionary work than to do this. Do you know that if we were to go to India or Africa or China, this is how you would start an outpost or a sanitarium. And this would make the people around you understand what your work is and disarm prejudice at the same time. Now, Christ's Object Lessons is a book that speaks for itself, and it has accomplished a good work as it has been sold. Now, notice why most people can't sell the book Object Lessons. The object of its sale is what? So when you carry the canvas for Object Lessons, you're supposed to tell why the book was brought into existence. But if I ask the average canvasser, why? What year was Christ's Object Lessons brought into existence? And what was its purpose? Do you know that that's not part of the canvas training in any canvassing program? I've canvassed before. That's not part of the training. Now, this says the object of the sale is related, and notice what happens. Money has been received that has relieved the what? But more than this, many by reading this book have been blessed by its lesson of truth, and many others will be blessed by reading it. Are you with me? Let's continue. Let the word of selling Christ's Object Lessons be taken up into this city. Endeavor to interest the what? These are the businessmen. And what you are trying to do. Tell them. Do what? It even tells us a canvas. Tell them that the proceeds from the sale of the book you are selling will help you simply get through school for missionary purposes. Go to the large schools. Tell the teachers about what you're trying to do. Now, you know, I was sitting on the plane. We just came back a couple weeks ago from doing a meeting in Canada. Some of you from Canada were there. When I came back, when I was going there, I sat next to a principal on the plane. A principal of one of our schools in Alabama. She was a very high position, the principal. And as I talked with her, guess what I talked to her about? She says, what do you do? I said that I am a relief worker. She says, what is this? And I began to tell her about the relief work. She was very interested. She talked about the problems she was having in her schools. We showed her the solution to those problems. She says, I would like to know more about this relief work. We're going to find out that this is the way that we're going to get into the cities to do the loud cry. Do you know we're told in Great Controversy that the Waldenses could not go into towns as missionaries or they would have been persecuted. The chapter says that the Waldenses would have been spurned as missionaries, but they were welcomed as merchants. So it was the entering wedge by which they could go into the door and do what God has said. The truth will be brought before those who need it. By these efforts, and let me go back. Tell them that the book you are selling contains truth that they need where? In their schools. It says, by these efforts, two objects will be gained. What are the two? Number one, the truth will be brought before those who need to hear it. Number two, what? Is there a plan? Yes or no? How can you complain that you don't have money or means to do this work if you haven't done what God told you to do? And someone said, well, I don't know it. At ignorance, God winks at it. But now he's opening up our eyes to what the work is. Let's continue. Nothing will help us more at this stage of our work than to understand, to fulfill the mission of the greatest medical missionary that's ever trod this earth. Who is that? The object of our mission is the same as the object of Christ's mission. He's given us a work identical to his. Now, you know that statement is cut off, but you know the statement. It says Christ's method. What's the next word? Alone. Christ's method what? What does alone mean? By itself. So you don't have to add anything to it. Christ's method alone will give us what? True success in reaching the people. Will the loud cry reach the people? Yes or no? So when we give the loud cry, we are succeeding in reaching the people. So whose method are we using when we give the loud cry? Christ's method. Now, where would I find that quotation? Ministry of Healing. Ministry of Healing 143. Christ's methods alone will give me true success. I hope you begin to find something out, that this book was designed to take the gospel and put it in the context of the solution to life's problems. And they were to teach us this. Now, it goes on. Watch now. My question is, do you want to know Christ's method? Yes or no? Have you ever wondered, does God have a plan of teaching you how to work how he worked? I wonder if the prophet tells us what the plan is. And I wonder if she says that the relief work is designed to do this. Volume 6, 471. Let's read together. A good beginning has been made in the sale of what? Christ. Listen, we're back at the books again. Someone says, I didn't know Sister White wrote so much about it. Yes, she did. We could fill hours talking about it, but we don't have that. We got to get ready to move on. It says, a decided work is to be done in accomplishing Brother Davis's plan. God's plan? Let every stroke tell for the master in the selling of Christ's object lessons. Young men, do we have any young men in here? Young men, you who think of entering the ministry, take up this what? Talking about the relief work. The handling of the book placed in your hands. What books? Christ's object lessons, ministry. Is to be your. In improving this opportunity, you will certainly advance, number one, in a knowledge of God. Do you want to know God? Number two, of the best what? So when you start carrying these books, you learn the best method. This is why I can sit and talk to anybody, non-Adventist, and we start talking, what do? I'm a relief worker. What is that? I talk about relief work. No matter who they are, no matter what they do. And do you know that every Seventh-day Adventist is to be a relief worker? Did you know that? I'm going to show you a quotation a little bit later on. You want some more? Let me use some more. Volume 6, 471. Pass on that. Continue. Now what? Now this is one of the most beautiful quotations. Beautiful. Sweet. 16 manuscript 24. Let's read it slowly together. What does it say? The Lord, not Brother Davis, but what? The Lord has made the sale of this book. You know what this book is talking about? Christ's object lessons, ministry of healing. Has made the sale of this book a what? Means of what? Teaching our people how to come in touch with those not of their faith. So someone says, how can we not reach the non-Adventists? Because we're not doing the relief work. This work teaches us how to take the message, not only to Seventh-day Adventists, but to those outside of our denomination as a solution to the problems of life. Isn't that what the gospel is? It says, and how to impart to them a knowledge of the truth for what? Many have been converted just by reading this book. You want some more? Is that what Joseph did in Egypt? Yes or no? He solved the problems. Now, what I want to do is take a few more moments now to look at some of the problems. Would you like to look at some of the problems? And let's look at it just for a few moments. We're going to move quickly through this and look at a few of the problems. We see now this is an inspired plan that is to start outposts, sanitariums, and every other institution. Let's continue a little further. We know that. I'm going to pass through that. Repeatedly, Outpost Centers has these institutions. We looked at that. And Outpost is not a branch. It is a tree. You say, what do you mean? I was walking and working in our little country retreat, and the Lord gave me this object lesson as I was there. He gave me this object lesson as I was there. I pulled the tree down. I broke off a branch and I dropped it on the ground, and I was working, doing other things. I come back to the branch, and guess what the branch is? Dead. Why is the branch dead? Because it's broken off to what it's supposed to be a part of. And the only way it can live, the only way the branch can live, is when it remains a part of what it is supposed to be a part of. Is that right? Now, you'll find institutions that have a sanitarium, which is only a branch, or a school, which is only a branch, or a publishing house, which is only a, you know, if you study through the writings, you'll hear that the right arm, it says this is the health work, is a branch of the work. That the publishing work is a branch of the work, and we break the branches off, take it into the country, and think it's going to live. It's not going to live like that. We need a tree of life in which all of the branches are formed into one tree, a system of living based on the plan of redemption as revealed in heaven's sanctuary. This is that plan. Jesus was doing all four of them at one time. Am I right? All right, let's continue. Let's look at this problem. We can get there. My heart is rejoiced that I've learned the revival of the what? Now, do you think that God is happy when the relief work is revived? Yes or no? You want to revive the heart? You want to revive the heart of this church? Relief work. Let's continue. Now, what are the relief works designed largely to do? We've been talking about this a little. Let's read this one. Many have never learned what? How to sell the books that are dedicated simply to giving money to individuals. How to sell the books that are dedicated to the what? Advancement of our what? You mean to tell me that there are books that can actually bring institutions into existence? Is that right? Now, most people don't know how to carry ministry of healing that way. Most people sell ministry of healing, they get it out in the community, if they do get it out, but they don't know how to get it out in a way that will start a sanitarium. They can get Christ object lessons out, but they don't know how to get it out in a way that will start a school or a publishing house. So my brothers and sisters, there is training that must take place to understand this, and this is what must go on. But this says, but such should not excuse themselves. Even if you don't know it, don't excuse yourself. You thought you was getting away, didn't you? They should do what? Study diligently how they may do their part faithfully in connection with the circulation of these what? Our schools and sanitariums. What if I have an institution that's not doing it the way God said do it? Our schools and sanitariums must be conducted on a what? How are we going to bring our institution on a high plane of sufficiency? Efficiency. And a solemn responsibility rests upon us all to help place these institutions on vantage ground by what? Giving the relief books a wide circulation. How are we going to help our institutions? You see, once you understand how to carry, I'm going to show you that just before we close. Once you understand how the relief work works, then you understand how it can help the institution. Ones that have never been established and those that are already established, but not according to the blueprint. Well, you say, what do you mean? Now, you'll find out if your institution is doing exactly what this book says, you have a sanitarium. But you'll find out that if you were to listen long enough, most institutions are not doing what this book says. And I don't say it in condemnation, only in education. Are you with me? In fact, if you were to listen to the average person talk on health, the first seminar, they begin to tell you about herbs. Am I right? Now, herbs are bad. Am I right? No, they're not bad. Do they have a place in God's plan? Yes, they do. But my brothers and sisters, if you were to read this lovely volume, how many times does the word herb appear? Once. And over 500 pages, one time. But when it's used, is it talking about the herbs the way we think about it? It's talking about food. Just food. Nothing wrong with herbs. It has its place. But brothers and sisters, do you know that a true sanitarium is to teach us not just to have herbs, but it's to teach us how to live. This book says that Christ, 365, Christ came as heaven's ambassador to teach us how to live. Now, my brothers and sisters, This says, we look at that and pass on that. What is problem number one? I was going to say, well, that's problem number one. Is that right? Outpost Center. We can pass this. We talk about some of this. I'll come back. I don't want to go through this right now. Well, and this talking about how the final phase, but it doesn't start this way. The relief work starts it all. Pass on this. We found out sanitarium starts it all. Found about the hygienic restaurant. I want to go there. Pass on that. Now, problem one. You ready? What do you think is one of the first problems that's going to exist in the world today in the last days? Because remember, we ought to be problem solvers, right? If you study the life of Christ, the reason why Christ was so effective was because all he was doing all day long was solving problems. Someone was sick, he solved their problem. Someone had family problems, he solved their problem. And as a result, it opened them up for the gospel. Am I right? So we have to learn how to solve problems. So problem number one, Crunch 11, page 9. The time is fast coming when the controlling power of labor unions will be very oppressive. This is the revolution. Will it come out of the States? For in the future, the what? The what? The problem of what? Buying and selling will be a what? Now I want to ask you a question. Do you know that if you do the relief work properly, it will solve your problems of buying and selling? Did you know that? You say, what do you mean? Joseph, do you remember what they began to start doing? What did they exchange for food? And what did they exchange in the time of Joseph? What were people exchanging when they didn't have money? Do you remember what they did? They started exchanging food. Go to Luke for a moment. Go to Luke chapter 8. Let me show you something. Go to Luke chapter 8. Luke chapter 8. Did Christ do the relief work? Yes or no? Yes, he did. Luke chapter 8. Notice what the Bible says. Beginning in verse 1. Luke 8, verse 1. What does it say? It says, and it came to pass afterward that he went throughout every city and what? He's doing a city mission right now. Preaching and showing the glad tidings of the kingdom of God. And the 12 were with him. Verse 2. And certain women which had been what? Had they been relieved? Yes or no? They were healed of evil spirits and infirmities. Mary called Magdalene, out of whom went what? Did he solve her problems? Yes or no? Verse 3. And Joanna, the wife of Chuza, Herod's, you know who Herod was? He was the leading government official of the largest nation at that time. So Christ's ministry reached to the upper echelons of society. Then it says it says as he healed her, the rich, the steward, and Susanna, and many others, which did what? Ministered unto what? Him of their what? So even when Jesus did not buy or sell, the people that he healed would buy and sell for him. So if we do this relief work and we help someone during the revolution and they say, do you need anything? You say, well, you don't have anything. They said, no, yes, you do. I will give you anything you need. This is the legacy of following the ministry of Jesus. Let's go a little further. So it solves this problem of buying and selling. If you do this, you don't have to worry about buying and selling if you do God's plan. Let's continue. I'm going to pass on, but nobody knows. I'm going to pass on. I think you get that. Problem 2. Is there another problem? Let's see another problem. Let's read it. As what? Religious aggression subverts the liberties of our what? This is getting ready to be anarchy, ruin. Those who stand for freedom of conscience will be placed in unfavorable positions. For their own sake, they should, while they have opportunity, become intelligent to 4 things. What 4 things? Disease, what else? Its causes, what else? Prevention, what else? Its cure. And those who do this will find a field of labor where? There will be suffering ones, plenty of them who will need help, not only among those of our own faith, but largely among those who know not the what? So if we will understand the ministry of healing and then begin to do the relief work, getting into the communities doing this, then those who are being helped by us, this tells us there will be a field of labor everywhere, because in the last days, sickness increases. During the revolution, sickness is terrible. Do you know that in every revolution, do you know that even Hitler let in the American Red Cross for healing? Now, let's continue. Healthcare crisis. Are we there? Yes or no? Yes. Who is that? Who is that? What was he known for starting? A what? revolution. Last night we talked about how the first American relief ships arrived there during the Russian Revolution, and they were the first one to respond. It says it says the relief what? Don't you like that? The relief workers were among the what? First outsiders to break through Russia, through this revolution. So if we're going to break through the revolution and reach people when we have to finish the work, then we have to come in as what? Did God tell us this? Yes. I told you about this. I'm passing on this. China, all over the world, same thing. Now watch what happens if we do this. Now this quotation is almost too beautiful. This quotation is almost too beautiful to read. Are you ready to read this one? Are you sure? Now you got to sit down and read this one. What did it say? Counselor, parents, teachers, and students, 550. Let's read together. Though some people say, they say, well, if I do this work, everybody will know that I'm out in the country. They have GPS, they have satellite, they can see me, so they're going to know. But if you do the relief work, it doesn't matter. Watch. Those who went what? Out to work for the what? Now, what was the method of how we're going to work for the neighbors? Doing what? Did the prophet say that? Instructed to report any case of sickness they might what? So when I go to a house and I find this, then I record if there's any sickness, and I record and I come back and relieve them of that sickness. It becomes a treatment room. A treatment room. Now, it says, I report this, it says, any case of sickness that I may find, those who had the what? From the sanitarium and giving treatment to the sick were encouraged to use their knowledge in a what? Practical way. They go out and use it. To work for the master came to be regarded as Christ-like what? So the relief work became Christian recreation. Someone says, well, we can't play basketball anymore. Well, there's a better recreation. What is it? Relief work. Someone says you can't play football. No, you got something better. What is it? Relief work. And don't get me excited up in here. We start another camp meeting. All right, Council and Parents Teaching 550. And now watch. After a time, the what? Sunday labor question came up for consideration. It seemed as if the lines were soon to be drawn so tightly about us that we should not be able to work on what? But guess what work they could still do on Sunday? Our school was situated in the heart of the what? Was there any neighbors around them? They were in the heart of the woods, far from any village, or very few even do this way. Even if you don't see neighbors around you, still are within people right around you still. It says no one was living near enough to be disturbed in any way by anything we might do. Somebody says that's blueprint living. Is that right? But still, there would have been a problem if you don't do relief work. Nevertheless, we were what? So they were in the middle of nowhere, but they were still being what? Now, if that was Sister White's day, what do you think they're doing today? Why, they have their eye on you right now. But look, watch. It says, the officers were urged, police, to observe what we were doing on the school what? Premises. And they did come. Did they come? But, praise God, they did not appear to notice those who were at what? Praise God. Why? Their confidence and respect for our people had been so by the work we had done for the what? In that community, that they did not wish to interfere with our armless labor on what? Because of the relief work in the community, they said, look, he's an outpost, let him alone. That man is solving our problems. If you touch him, I'm in trouble. But if you let him go, my problem is solved. Did they do that to Jesus? Do you know, brothers and sisters, that this is why the religious leaders could not kill Jesus? It was for fear of because Jesus had solved he healed the sick. He fed them. He fixed their marriages. He saw them, and all that's in these books. And as they did that ministry, it said they had to sneak at night to kill Jesus, because if they did it in the daytime, it would have started a revolution. They would have said, don't touch that man or we'll kill you. That man made me see. Now I can see you to kill you. Problem number what? 3. And this is the real problem. God's purpose. To prepare us when judgment passes from the what? Dead to the living. You know, that's the real issue. You know that, don't you? The judgment of the living, that's the real issue. You mean to tell me the relief work is to prepare us for the judgment of the living? Yes. Listen. You know what our biggest problem is, why we still sin? It's not the jewelry. It's not the flesh meat. You know what the biggest problem is? Selfishness. That's it. And if you leave everything else and still are selfish, no judgment of the living. Watch. On the morning of October 23rd, 1879, about 2 o'clock, the Spirit of the Lord rested upon me. And I beheld scenes in the coming what? Judgment. Language fails me in which to give an adequate description of the things which passed before me and of the effect they had upon my mind. Volume 4, 384. The judgment was set. The books were open. It talks about this ledger. I wish you could read that part, but it talks about this ledger, and it talked about it seemed like a burning flame of fire. There were also headings of every column. Underneath these, opposite each name, were recorded in their respective columns the lesser what? Sins. Under covetousness came falsehood, theft, robbery, fraud, avarice, that's the love of riches. Under ambition came pride and extravagance. Jealousy stood at the head of malice, envy, and hatred. And intemperance headed a what? Long list. So do you know that the sins are organized in heaven under principles? Intemperance, every other sin comes down. In the books of heaven, everything in heaven is organized. But under the general heading of what? Came every other sin. So you had intemperance, you had fornication, you had pornography, you had all this. But the general heading of all the sins in the judgment is what? Selfishness. Why? Why? There's nothing save the selfish heart of man, desire of ages, that lives unto itself. Page 20. Sin hath marred this. There is no leaf of the forest or lowly blade of grass, but has its what? Ministry. Every one of us will have ministry. Let's read this together. Desire page 21. In heaven itself, this law was broken. Sin, let's read this together. Sin originated in what? Let's repeat that. Sin originated in what? One more time. Sin originated in what? So if I'm going to sin, it's because I'm seeking self. There's selfishness. Am I right? No selfishness, no sin. I can take off jewelry and still be selfish. I can reform my diet and still be selfish. I can change my clothing and still be selfish. Now, do I need to do all those things? Yes. It's selfishness that wouldn't do it. But selfishness is the biggest problem of our hearts. And the Day of Atonement is designed to stop selfishness. Do you know how? On the Day of Atonement, one of the duties of the congregation is to afflict the soul. To do what? Now, how do we afflict the soul? Fast. Now, one way to fast is in health reform, but that's not what I'm studying with you today. I'm studying with you the relief work. Amen? So now we do need the fast. That's part of it, but that's not all. Does Isaiah 58 tell us of a new fast? What does it say? Let's go there. Isaiah 58. Let's turn there quickly. Isaiah 58. The Bible says, verse 1, cry loud and spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet. Verse 3, whereof have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not. Wherefore have we what? Afflicted. This is the affliction of the soul. Our soul and thou has taken no knowledge. Behold, in the day of your fast, you find what? Pleasure, and exact all your labors. Behold, you fast for strife and debate, and to smite with the fist of wickedness. You shall not fast as you do this day to make your voice be heard. Now, in other words, don't fast like that. What if we change our diet but are still selfish? Is that the true fast? No. The changing of the diet is to change the character. And the basic problem is selfishness. Now, look at the next verse. They were talking about the diet. Yes, true fasting. It's abstinence from every stimulating food. Changing the diet, yes. But when David told me there's a greater fast. Bible goes on. Verse 5 says, this is God talking now. Is it such a fast that I have chosen? One day, a day for a man to afflict his soul, just a day? Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush, spread sackcloth, ashes under him? Wilt thou call this a fast, an acceptable day to the Lord? Verse 6. Is not this the fast that what? I have chosen. To loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, to let the oppressed go what? That sounds like relief word to me. Verse 7. Is it not to deal thy bread to the what? Hungry. Showing them how to end world hunger through this gospel. And that thou bring the poor that are cast out where? The Bible says in verse 8, then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thy health spring forth. Do you know the prophet says that when medical missionaries do this work, that the glory of the Lord will be the reward, just like Isaiah 58. Now let's continue. This afflicting of the soul is part of a duty of the congregation on the day of atonement. I don't have time for that. I'm going to rush on. Rush on that. Past that, we talked a little bit about that. We need to go back to that right now. Now look at this. We're getting ready to close. Publishing ministry. 365. Let's read together. What's the first word? What does urge mean? Just say, we have relief books, and if you like, you can have them. Urge what? How many? Well, that doesn't include you. Does it? Urge every Seventh Adventist family to awaken and to become the Lord's what? Relief workers. Let's see. Consider well, we're right back at the same place again. Consider the books that the Lord has placed in your possession for the what? What books are those? For the relief of our school and sanitariums. Many opportunities have been given you to show that you what? Do you appreciate it? The way to show it is to get a book. It says, revealed in these books, if these precious volumes are appreciated as they should be, self what? Does that sound like unselfish work? Yes or no? Self-denying efforts will be made to bring them to notice of the what? If you understand what we're talking about tonight, every family in this room would get these books and try to get these books to every person they know. Let brethren and sisters encourage one another to become acquainted with their what? Tell them the story of the what? Gift of these books for the support of our what? This is what they tell us to do. Go to your neighbor and tell that you're getting ready to help the community by establishing a center, an institution to solve the problems of life. And tell of your own interests in seeking to place them in the hands of acquaintances and what? Tell the story to the what? Men, women, and can engage in this work. We have yet to learn of persons who, after reading the book, have expressed unfavorable opinions regarding them. Remember, this book is to teach us how to come in contact with those who are not of our. When you go to your jobs, do you know you can be a relief worker and stay on your job? This is really for you. You can be a relief worker wherever you are. You can say, wherever my friends are, wherever my acquaintances are, I'm going to start getting books and I'm going to tell them about this work in the community and how you can begin to institute it yourself. A general movement, that's worldwide, that's the loud cry. A general movement is needed, and this must begin with what? I'm not going to wait for the whole church to jump on board because that time I'm going to start myself. I've already started. Who's going to join? It says, in every what? How many churches? Let every member, how many members? Of every family. Well, that's everybody, am I right? Make determined efforts to deny self and to help forward the work. Let children act a part. Let all cooperate. Let us do our best at this time to render to God our offering to carry out his specified will and thus make an occasion for witness for him and for his truth in a world of darkness. The lamp is in our hands. Let its light shine forth how? Brightly. This is God's plan. This is the word. And the common people are to do this. starting this sanitarium. But what work starts the sanitarium? The relief work. I'll pass on that. Now this tells us that when we do that, that you know that many of the wealthy, do you know that many of the wealthy are investing means right now? Now, in the relief work, we made a website. Now I want you to write it down. Write down thereliefwork.com. Thereliefwork.com. It explains the whole program. Thereliefwork.com. It's on the back of the books. You'll see it, and it talks about this. But now, in this work, when you start going through and you see what's going on, it says that did you know that you do research to understand what's happening in the community? And what you'll find, the world right now, do you know that the healthcare is so great that they're looking for people in the community to have better ways of dealing with health? Do you know that right now that that's in the community? Do you know that there are philanthropists that are wanting to give large sums of money to do this? And the prophets used those very words and said that if we know this work, God would send those Gentiles, the wealth of the Gentiles will be converted unto us. Isaiah chapter 60. Let men who have the ability to tell what a sanitarium should be and the need of that there is for such institutions, go to the Gentiles. It says there are men of the world who will give of their means for schools and what? You know that when McGann did this work 100 years ago, when McGann did this work and started Madison, do you know that a multimillionaire came to McGann and he said, look, I like the way that you're raising money. You're not coming to millionaires with your hands out. You're coming to us, telling us what you can do for us. And so he gave him money. You know, when you go anywhere and people go to ASI, I need money. I'm not even interested in that because God has a plan. If I go to ASI, I'm going to go to ASI to help somebody to learn God's plan. You should go not to take, but to what? It is more blessed to give than to receive. We wouldn't look so crazy trying to beg for money if we understood this plan. We wouldn't get on the internet begging for money if we knew this plan. A great work is to be done in our world in a what? Do you want to do this? And we must study to understand and appreciate more than we have in past years the providence of God in placing in our hands the precious volumes what? You can't get away from it. Do we have to do a great work in a little time? What means does he put in our hands? And we will be surprised when God takes the reins in his hands, the simple means that he will use. Someone says, you can't use a stone to take down a Goliath. That's too simple. You can't take that man and tell him to dip 7 times in the water and give him hydrotherapy. That's too simple. But God uses simple means. I can't tell you this story now. I was going to really tell you a story, but no, it's all right. We're getting ready to close. Has been presented to me as a very fruitful field. Christ Outpost mission field. The thousands of transient residents and visitors who will be benefited by the lessons contained. Those who bear responsibilities in our sanitariums should act wisely in this matter, encouraging all to gather by this means as much as possible for the money required to meet the expenses of the different what? Institutions. Why was not someone appointed at your what? At your what? To present the interest of this line of work to our what? What happened at this campaign? This day is the scripture fulfilled in our ears. In your failure to do this, you have lost a precious opportunity to place large blessings within the reach of what? You know that we're not going to be blessed simply by this. Do you know that if you get a book, you will be blessed? It says to place it within the reach of the people, and you also lost an opportunity of raising what? Means for the relief of our institutions. My brethren, let us encourage our people to take up this work without what? Don't wait till tomorrow. Well, how can we begin? That's what people have been asking. Why are people so slow to understand what the Lord would have them do? Our leading workers should prepare what? To use the opportunities that are large and what else? To present what? These books. Did we present these books? Now, what's the second thing? Call for volunteers who will do what? Do you want to set this work in motion? You got to get the book. What's the first step? The students who take up the work, if you're going to take up the relief work, what do you got to do? Of selling Christ Outpost and the ministry of healing, we'll need to what? Study the book. So you buy the book and go do the relief work in the community. Is that right? You have to study the book they expect to sell. As they do what? familiarize their mind with the subject matter of the book in hand. So you should be able to go through each chapter, and you should be able to know how each chapter solves the problems of life. It says you must become familiar. Number 2, endeavor only to teach it. So first I study what the principles are to solve problems. And then I seek to do what? Do you think that will change my life if I do that? Do you think that will make me like Jesus if I do that? It's Christ's object lessons in the ministry. It's Jesus. The wisdom is making us like Jesus. And endeavor to practice teachings. When we do this, they will develop in what? And what else? Do you know the inspiration in your handout? I don't have it here, but in your handout, it says that when relief work goes around a church, it says that there will be a revival in the church wherever relief work is done. It says it will unify churches that are divided. It says the messages in what? What books? What books? Contain not a light, but what? Revelation 18:1. And I saw an angel come down from heaven. And the earth was, why, he is a relief worker. This is the light to give to the world. The teachers in our schools should encourage the students to just read quickly through the books. To make a careful study of what? Every chapter. Now, we developed a curriculum for the relief work to help those begin to understand what they should do as they go through this book. It says they should teach these truths to their students, and those who we're training right now, we do this Sabbath by Sabbath. Are to seek to inspire the youth with a love for the what? Precious thoughts the Lord has entrusted to us to communicate to the world. So first you got to get the book. Once you get the book, study the book, practice them, and after a few short months of that, it's time to start that relief work in the community. That's what they did in California. That's how they started the sanitarium there. This is God's plan. Now, I'm going to stop here. Inspiration says that our homes are to become like heaven on earth. Is that right? Do you know, brothers and sisters, we're told that a sanitarium should be run just like a Christian home. Do you know that every one of the institutions, we talked about the main institution being a sanitarium, is that right? But there's a greater institution than that. Greater institution than the publishing house, greater institution than the school. What do you think is the greatest institution of an outpost? The home. And my brothers and sisters, guess what book that God has given us to learn how to deal with the home? For heaven is the beginning of this earth. Home should be made all the word implies, the little heaven upon the earth. Society is composed of what? And is what the heads of families make it. Out of the heart are the issues of life, and the heart of the community, of the church, and of the nation is the what? Pass on this. I want you to see something very important as we close. I can't go through that. Just showing the 4 problems, how they come in, what the home is supposed to learn, 7 principles of that, the building of the home. But now, this is Ministry of Healing. It should be MH. This is in this book. Thank you. The restoration and uplifting of humanity begins in the garden, begins in the workshop, begins in the church. So if you're going to solve the problems of humanity, where's it going to begin? In the home. The work of parents underlies every other. So the anarchy in society is only an outgrowth of the anarchy in the home. Society is composed of families, and is what the heads of families make it, out of the heart of the issues of life, and the heart of the what? So if you're going to restore the community, you must do it one home at a time. That's the slogan for the relief work. Praise the Lord. Of the heart of the church, the heart of the nation is the what? The well-being of society. The success of the prosperity of the... Now, why is the nation going to pass a Sunday law? To restore temporal prosperity. But prosperity is not based on money. Prosperity is based on the condition of your home. A man can be poor in this world's money and have a little heaven on the earth. The success of the church, the prosperity of the nation depend upon the home. Now, where do we learn that to stop the revolution starts in the home? This is the light that's supposed to be given to the world. This is the gospel that's going to simplify the problems. But how can you share it out there if you have not tried it in here? Father, we don't mean to do it. Please forgive us. But help us to see that the devil doesn't want us to get this part right here. For this is where it wins or fails. In Jesus' name, amen. Why is the Pope coming to America? He is going to put it in the context of saving the family. Everything God does, Satan has it. The only way to stop the counterfeit is to show the real. And when he says that the son-in-law is going to save the family, I say that's a bottomless pit. But there is an institution that God gave for the family. Way back in the Garden of Eden, he established a 7-day Sabbath. Way back there, he gave us this country living. Way back there, he gave us the diet. Way back there, he gave us this system of living. I say it's time to start now. What do you say? Someone says, well, don't you know Jesus spent more time in healing than in preaching? Well, he spent more time in industrial work than in healing. Am I right? He only spent 3.5 years doing public healing. That brother was a carpenter much longer than that. So industrial work was done more than his preaching and healing combined. We normally say that. But I had something even better than that. There was something else that he spent more time than teaching and healing, preaching, and industrial work. It was his experience in the home. Now, where do I learn that from? I turned to this little book, Ministry of Healing, The Wisdom of the Great Physician. And we call the chapter, A Functional Home in a Dysfunctional Society. The restoration and uplifting of humanity begins in the home. Let me read another as we close. In the same section on the home, the home should be to the children the most attractive place in the world. It says children from such a home, the world will have no attraction on them. Brothers and sisters, if I keep reading, you know what it says? It says all you have to do is look at the length of time that Jesus spent in his home, in the home, and it says we will see the importance of the ministry of the home. I think that we need to start in our homes. As we charge today, what is the greatest thing we can do? We can get this book and begin to make a careful study, not so we can just apply it out there, because you cannot give what you do not. Let's start with our homes. Amen. And say what Joshua said, as for me and we. Is it a beautiful plan? Do you want to be a part of this plan? Call for volunteers. We might have a few more books left. If you have a desire to do this, do that. Sign up so you can get the email to talk about how to study. We have a plan of how to go through the books in 3 months. How many months? The Bible says that we must do a great work in a few months. Is that right? So we arrange the plan in this way. And as you go through the books, we can learn it and we can understand it. We can get the word. I say it's time. What do you say? I say quick hand. You need relief. See, this sister says she needs relief workers right now. You see why there's a need for relief training. Amen. Because it's time to do it now. We will get in contact with you. And we will deploy some relief workers to you as we get them by the grace of God. Amen. If you've signed up back there, only if you signed up back there. It won't just come, but if you sign up, it will come to you if you sign up. Is there anyone else No, you can get the books today. We want you to be able to do something when? Now. And so you're going to leave these, but not. Let's see. Let me quickly tell you this. Somebody says, well, I already have Christ Object Lessons in the ministry. And the prophet says, in the future, things are going to be done to increase their sale. Right now today, Christ Object Lessons are not sold like this entirety. If you have the whole book, it's not put in this context. You see, the way Christ Object Lessons was written was not placed in this context. It's supposed to be done for a way to help the community and start this whole plan. This book is done in that way. It has sections in it that actually show what the purpose of the book is, what you're supposed to be saying, what it's supposed to be doing. It's in the very book itself. It's connected to it. There is no book in the world that does it like this. Someone says, do we call Remnant? No, it's not Remnant's book. It's our book. Do you know that we have the rights to these books? They have to ask us to get these books. These books belong to us. God has placed it in our hands because it's time to set it in motion. So you have to call us. And what we'll do is, she said, well, how much do you sell them for? What we do, brother and sister, if you get it individually, you have a price for the individual book. But when you become a relief worker to get large amounts of the book, then you get a special relief work price to get them out in the masses. Now, if you're just buying one book, you don't need a relief work price. Amen. But when you get them out to do a relief work for the community, then you get the relief work price. And you're already on that relief team. You're on this team. She's already signed up. We've already sent it out. She's been going through this program. We've already been doing. There are others in this room that have it. And if you're not there, I call for volunteers. I don't ask, I urge you. Every Seventh Adventist, the prophet says. Did I say that? All right. Let's close right here. If we'll go home and do that, it won't be the same. Our life will change, our home will change, our community will change, and we can set in operation the loud cry. Heavenly Father, we're thankful for your Holy Spirit and what you share with us today. This relief work is all throughout the writings, dear God. But we haven't seen it. You are now anointing our eyes with our salve that we may see, because it's time to establish the outposts, but in your appointed way, your design. Help us, Lord, to go through the handout and study it. Help us to get these books, to study it, and then become acquainted with our family and friends and neighbors, and to get them out as far and as fast as possible. Relief books all over this world. There's a quotation that says that every home in the world needs relief books. We have a mandate by God to put in the home of over 7 billion people. Help us, Lord. Help us. But may we see in it all and through it all, you want to rid us of selfishness so that we can become like Jesus and help others. This would have stopped the revolution. Revolution came because of selfishness of rich and poor. Help us, Lord. I pause the prayer. There's someone that says, I commit to become a relief worker today. Today. To become a problem solver by learning the light from heaven so I can learn it this way. I want to study these books in this way. Raise your hand wherever you are. Praise God. Look at this room full of relief workers. Do you know that if we went out of this room to become relief workers, there are more in this room now to finish the work? Heavenly Father, may we never go back on this commitment. May we get these books and make it a morning and evening study. Morning, Ministry of Healing. Evening, Christ Object Lessons. Morning, Christ Object Lessons. Evening, Ministry of Healing. May we study these books until they change us and make us just like Jesus. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen. Of labor, fornication, you have large blessings within the. Do you know, brother and sister, we're told that a sanitarium should be run just like a Christian home. Do you know that every one of the institutions, we talked about the main institution being a sanitarium, is that right? But there's a greater institution than that. Greater institution than the publishing house, greater institution than the school. What do you think is the greatest institution of an outpost? The home. And my brothers and sisters, guess what book that God has given us to learn how to deal with the home? For heaven is to be on this earth, Home should be made all the word implies, a little heaven upon the earth. Society is composed of what? And is what the heads of the families make it. Out of the heart are the issues of life, and the heart of the community, of the church, and of the nation is the what? Very important as we close. I can't go through that. Just showing the 4 problems, how they come in, what the home is supposed to learn, 7 principles of that, the building of the home. But now, this is Ministry of Healing. It should be MH. This is in this book. Thank you. The restoration and uplifting of humanity begins in the garden.
As the Mayflower first caught sight of land off the coast of Massachusetts, that first group of pilgrims could not have imagined what would become of this land. Whilst they were only seeking a place where they could experience freedom of worship, as with many things in life, the reality became much bigger than the original idea. Landing here in Plymouth Rock and settling nearby, the pilgrims struggled through the first winter, losing over 40 of their friends. But due to the generosity of some of the local Native Americans, the rest made it through. As the years passed and more people made the journey over, settlements were founded and the East Coast became more and more populated until eventually there were 13 colonies. During the rise of what would become the United States of America, these 13 colonies were under the rule of the British Crown. But tension would build over the years until eventually war broke out between the colonies and the Crown. The British were defeated, and the colonies would go on to sign the Declaration of Independence here in the Independence Hall in Philadelphia in 1776, July the 4th. 4 days later, on July the 8th, the bells would ring out in Philadelphia as the Declaration was read out. One of the bells that was rung is believed to have been Liberty Bell, which thereafter would go on to become a symbol of freedom. Over the years, America will become a haven for those seeking refuge from religious persecution. Although Western Europe had gone through a reformation, in many cases the movement of reform had stagnated, and whilst the new religion would have some different beliefs, often they administered control and discipline like the Mother Church, and did not take kindly to dissenters and nonconformists. Some coming over were seeking new opportunities, and this new land with an undisputed interior would prove fertile terrain. The new pilgrims recognized the tyranny that had been imposed in Europe with state-run churches, and were familiar with the corruption where church officials and priests were sometimes little more than civil servants. Thus, as the founding fathers set out the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that would form the basis of the United States of America, they were very careful that the two institutions of church and state should remain separate. It would read, Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The church would not be beholden to the state, and the state could not act in the special interest of any particular church, but rather treat all people equally in the sight of the law. It was Benjamin Franklin who said, "When religion is good, I conceive it will support itself." And so in America, they sought to have a religion that did not rely on the support of the state. And so this encouraged more than one church to form. There was not, and there is not, a national church of America, an official denomination or religion, but rather America was founded on the principle of the separation of church and state. This, more than anything else, is what helped make America great and has been the cause of its prosperous past and present. Freedom of religion lies at the foundation of all other freedoms, and once this goes, the others will crumble in quick succession. America will be a fertile ground for many churches to flourish, and over the upcoming weeks and months, we will see some of the movements that took root here and grew in this land of liberty. Stay with us over the upcoming episodes as we continue this journey and as we explore our lineage. America as a nation was sought after initially by those fleeing religious persecution in Europe. Yet upon arriving in the New World, many people slipped into religious lethargy as the pressures and opportunities of the New World enveloped their lives. In the 1700s and 1800s, two revivals would take place, known as the Great Awakening. An integral individual in the First Great Awakening was George Whitefield. George Whitefield attended Oxford University and was a member of the Holy Club along with John Charles Wesley that sought to lead practical and spiritual revival in their lives and communities. Upon graduating, he didn't settle in a church, but became a popular outdoor itinerant preacher and traveled to America 8 times during his life. He died here in Massachusetts. In the 1740s, it's likely that apart from the King of England, George Whitefield was the most well-known Englishman in America. His captivating sermons thrilled large audiences all up and down the eastern seaboard and led to a revival amongst all denominations, in particular the Baptists. He is the first preacher who preached to the enslaved in the South, and this Great Awakening was the first time that African Americans had embraced Christianity in large numbers. This first Great Awakening led to a multiplication of churches and greater respect and cooperation between all denominations. Some say that this period had an impact on the changes America was soon to undergo. Some scholars argued that the evangelical movement of the 1740s played a key role in the development of democratic thought, as well as the belief in the free press, and that information should be shared unbiased and uncontrolled. The American War of Independence and the Declaration of Independence would happen a few decades later. The Second Great Awakening began around 1800 and continued until the 1830s. One name that is associated with this revival at this time in America is Charles Finney. He brought the camp meeting to town and established a revival formula that became copied in many of the churches at the time. This included praying for people in public by name, allowing women to testify and pray in public to mixed audiences, appointing a pew at the front of the church as the anxious bench, having a room where you could meet and pray with people, and the meetings would be protracted over several weeks in town. In small chapels all across the East Coast, and as well as in large cities, the revival took place. It was especially strong in the northeasterly states in America, and it marked a significant shift where it moved beyond the educated elite to those less educated and less wealthy. A byproduct of this revival were the other reform movements that it encouraged, such as the temperance movement, the abolition of slavery, and women's rights. Structures were being broken down and the gospel was spreading. God was using the ordained clergy and laymen alike to share the message and bring revival. This would pave the way for people to accept the messages that humble, often unlearned men and women would share in the years ahead. God has never been restricted academically, structurally, or by social class. He has used, and he will continue to use, humble servants to preach his message. Another revival will come to this world before the return of Jesus, a revival such as this world has never seen before. And God is looking for people, men and women, young and old, who will be willing to be used by him. William Miller was the oldest of 16 children. He was born in Lowhampton, New York. His parents were Christians, and in his home there were only 3 books: the Bible, the Psalter, and the prayer book. He had an insatiable desire to learn, and would read these over and over again. But his desire to learn would lead him to others in the area with more extensive libraries than in his home. He would borrow books, and by the light of burning pine knots, he would read them late into the night. This soon distinguished him as one of the most educated people in his area, both of his own age group and those older as well. As William Miller reached the age of marriage, he met a young lady named Lucy Smith here in the town of Poultney, Vermont, a few miles from where he lived. After they got married, he moved here to this town and found out that they had a library here. Here he would spend hours day after day and was introduced to the writings of Voltaire, David Hume, and Thomas Paine, all great deists. Deists believe that God created the world and set it in motion, but after that he took a step backwards, detaching himself from the everyday affairs of man. William Miller would go on to become a deist. In 1812, America was at war with England, and William Miller had a strong sense of patriotism, and like his father before him, he volunteered to fight for his country. In the town of Poultney where he lived, 47 men volunteered to fight on the condition that he would be their officer. Two things stood out in William's mind from this war. The first was when a shell, just like this one from the Battle of Plattsburgh, exploded within 2 feet of him and 3 other men. Whilst the others sustained injuries, he walked away unscathed. The second was the Battle of Plattsburgh itself. The Americans were heavily outnumbered. The British were much better trained and experienced, having just defeated Napoleon, yet they were soundly beaten by an army they should have routinely defeated. The protection and providence of God was vividly impressed upon his mind and was not something he could easily shake. After returning to his hometown after the death of his father, he would sometimes attend church with his mother, his wife, and his children. Whilst he was a deist, he enjoyed listening to his uncle preach, and he also wanted his children to attend church. When his uncle was away, however, one of the deacons would read a prepared sermon. And one Sunday, he told his mother that he did not want to go to church because he found the deacon's reading to be boring. He did say, however, that he will be open to reading in the future if an opportunity arose. Like any good mother would, she arranged for him to be the reader the next time his uncle was away. And it turned out that the sermon was about parental duties and the importance of prayer. Whilst he was reading, he broke down crying, struck by the inconsistency, by the fact that he did not pray, yet he encouraged his children to pray. Suddenly, the character of the Savior was vividly impressed upon his mind, how he would atone for our sins and suffer death in our place. He later said, "God opened my eyes, and oh my soul, what a beautiful Savior I saw Jesus to be." He fell in love with Jesus and the Bible, and this would take him on a journey that would go far in life. The love of Jesus can melt the most stony of hearts. Whilst William believed in God, it was an impersonal God. Yet when he saw the loving character of God, it melted his heart and pierced through his logical and rational mind. Maybe you are someone, or you know someone who has similar doubts that William had. Pray. Pray that they may see the love of God. Pray that they may open their hearts and allow him to come in. William was in love with Jesus and set out to read his Bible again. Sitting here in this room and starting in Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, he made his way methodically through the Bible using his Cruden's Concordance. When he came across a word or a verse that he did not understand, he would cross-reference it until he came to a full understanding. He came to Daniel 8:14, unto 2,300 days, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed, and did not understand it. Rather than reading on, he stopped there, stayed there, studied it out, and his conclusions would have a far-reaching impact. The motivating factor in William's life was not a pursuit of head knowledge, but it was his love of Jesus. It was a deep love and a force that kept him going. As he continued his study of Daniel 8, he came to the conclusion that Jesus would come in about 25 years. As he studied and restudied, he concluded in 1818 that Jesus would come around the year 1843. Yet despite having this great news, he did nothing about it, keeping it mainly to himself. He did tell a few friends, but did nothing publicly. He was worried that he would be made fun of and did not want to leave his hometown to speak. He did write some articles that were published, but as yet he had done no preaching. William struggled with the call to preach for 13 years. He heard in his mind over and over the words, "Go and tell the world." Finally, one day, he made a prayer of commitment that if he was asked to preach, then he would go. He felt this was a pretty safe fleece, for no one was going to ask a 50-year-old farmer to preach about the second coming. Not long after, his doorbell rang, and his nephew Irvin Guilford was there, and he asked him if he would come to Dresden to share the things that he had been studying. Rather than being thankful his prayer had been answered, he stormed out the door angrily. He walked out of his house and came to this maple grove here and paced up and down. His daughter Lucy followed him, and after watching a while, she went back inside and said, "Mommy, something's wrong with Daddy." You see, something was wrong. He was under conviction and could not reason his way out of it. His nephew lived over half an hour away, which meant he left his house before Miller prayed the prayer of commitment, and he could thus see the moving of God in this situation. As the sign says, he went in a farmer and came out preacher. After accepting the call to preach, Miller traveled extensively over the next 10 years across the northeastern parts of the United States with his prophecy chart and Bible with him. Many were converted, and the revival wasn't linked to a particular denomination. Although Miller was a Baptist, one estimate has him winning over 40,000 to the Baptist church and over 40,000 to the Methodist church. It was not long before he would meet up with Joshua V. Hines, thus extending his influence from the spoken word to the written word. Maybe God is calling you to the ministry to preach. Maybe you have been resisting his call like William did for 13 years. I want to assure you that the best place to be is safe in the peace that you are not resisting the Holy Spirit and that you're following God's will for your life. If God is calling you, then step out in faith and let him lead. As the word was preached that Jesus was coming soon, very soon, the movement gained traction and momentum. Whilst there were doubters and scoffers, the numbers of those waiting for Jesus' return swelled. The movement was at its strongest in the northeast of the United States of America, though it was by no means limited to just being an American phenomenon. Before the days of email and internet communications, God's Spirit was moving on different people around the world as they studied his word and came to similar conclusions. In England, a preacher named Edward Irving proclaimed the soon return of Jesus. In Germany, Johann Bengel. In South America, Manuel de la Cunza. This was a worldwide revival, fulfilling the text Daniel 12 verse 4 that says, at the time of the end, men would run to and fro and knowledge would be increased. Knowledge of the Bible, but in particular, knowledge of the books of Daniel and Revelation. The believers initially expected Jesus to return in the spring of 1844, and when he did not, this produced some disappointment, but they were greatly encouraged when Samuel Snow's studies revealed the prophecy pointed towards October the 22nd. This brought great revival amongst the believers as they wanted to put their wrongs right and be ready to meet Jesus when he comes. They wanted their lives to show evidence of their faith. Some sold their houses, others closed their businesses. Some farmers left their crops in their fields, and many others got baptized. Charles Fitch was a minister who baptized many people in the autumn of 1844, And unfortunately, on one occasion, because there were so many people to baptize and he spent so long in the chilly New England waters, he caught pneumonia. He died on October the 14th, but due to the faith that he and his shared in the soon return of Jesus, they believed they would see him in just a few weeks. His ability would spell this out. The believers in the locality of William Miller's farm gathered on his property to wait for Jesus' return and stood here on this rock, today known as Ascension Rock. They believed they would ascend to heaven. When Jesus did not come, they suffered a bitter disappointment and their hopes were dashed. They had hung their lives on the belief that Jesus was coming soon, and now he hadn't. Was their faith in vain? Was it preserved?